7 dual chip monster, one for performance, one for display.
स्क्वाड उनका स्वागत करने के लिए पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। टीम एचआर की बात करी जाए उनको हम यहाँ पे देख पाएंगे। दानव एक बार फिर से यहाँ पे आते हुए फिलहाल के लिए अच्छे खासे फिनिशर्स ऑलरेडी आई गेस उनके नाम हमें देखने को मिल चुके थे, पर फिलहाल के लिए पंजाब टाइगर्स काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में हो जरूर सकती है। एक नॉक आया, एक बढ़िया ट्रेड वहां पे हमें देखने को मिला, पर फिलहाल के लिए टीम एचआर के जो प्लेयर थे उनको थोड़ी देर रुक के चलना पड़ेगा। एक और ट्रेड आता हुआ 2v1 का आगे से सिचुएशन हो चुका है। यस बिल्कुल 2v1 का सिचुएशन हो चुका है एंड फाइनली 1v1 का यहाँ पे जो सिचुएशन है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि पंजाब टाइगर्स अपना एक प्लेयर बहुत ज्यादा पहले खो चुकी थी। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड वहां पे आया जरूर है, मुश्किलें उनके लिए हो सकती थी बट नहीं, थोड़ा सा बाहर वो निकले, अपने आप को उन्होंने बचाया जरूर। पूरी उन्हें हील करने की जरूरत है बट नहीं, अंदर के जो प्लेयर्स थे वो थोड़ा सा शायद ये लेट जरूर कर रहे हैं। जेओपी की बात करी जाए, अगर वो सक्सेसफुल हो गए वहां पे रिवाइव करने के लिए, मुश्किलें उनके लिए होने वाले। बट पूरी की बात करी जाए, क्या उनके पास हीलिंग्स नहीं है? नहीं, उनके पास हीलिंग्स भी नहीं, वो अपने आप को हील नहीं कर सकते। इसी के साथ पंजाब टाइगर्स की स्क्वाड सबसे पहली स्क्वाड जो इस मैच से एलिमिनेट होते हुए। हम लोग जरूर पूछेंगे कि उन्होंने अपना नाम वेदांत क्यों रखा, बट फिलहाल के लिए अगर बात करी जाए 4v4 की जो व्हीकल फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाली है और पंजाब टाइगर्स एक बार फिर से काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में यहाँ पे पड़ती है। बट चलिए, पंजाब दोनों साइड से यहाँ पे एक अच्छा ट्रेड आता हो, मुझे लगता है 1v1 का जो सिचुएशन है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाला है। गुरी एक बार फिर से अपनी टीम से अकेले बचे हुए, गुरी वर्सेस जीवी की जो फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाली है। इसी के साथ प्रेडेटर की स्क्वाड सबसे पहली स्क्वाड जो इस मैच से बाहर, बट गुरी को आप मैंने देखा बहुत
करने की कोशिश, बट पीटी यहाँ पे पंजाब टाइगर्स एक और फाइट में यहाँ पे एंगेजमेंट अपनी दिखाते हुए पूरी फिर से वहाँ पे अभी तक सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। मतलब इस बार अकेले नहीं है, उनके साथ रेबल भी आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। रेबल भी वहाँ पे मेरे ख्याल से नॉक पड़े हैं और उनको रिवाइवल करना पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। एलक्यूसी बहुत शानदार सिचुएशन में, क्योंकि आई थिंक पंजाब टाइगर्स ने यहाँ पे लेने की कोशिश करी, स्प्रे देने की कोशिश की, रेबल की तरफ से एक प्लेयर को नॉक निकालते हुए कारल के हाथ में देखने को मिल रही है और नॉक के साथ सीधा फिनिश भी आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा।
गुरी को आप देखें किस तरीके से वो यहाँ पे खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे। फ्रीक को भी उन्होंने डाउन किया, एक आखिरी प्लेयर एक अच्छा जंप शॉट। गुरी क्या बेहतरीन गेम प्ले इस वक्त अपनी टीम से दिखाते हैं। अब देखें 5 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले और 2 जंप शॉट
पड़ेगा। ये ऐसी टर्रेन है जहाँ पे आपको पहले तो पता होना चाहिए अपने ओपोनेंट की पोजीशन, जो पोजीशन पता करना भी इस टर्रेन में मुश्किल है। बट नकुल आज जो नेट पे नेट ये प्लेयर कर रहा है उसका कोई जवाब नहीं। एक और नेट आता हुआ और एक और बार प्लेयर को नॉक करते हुए आपको
2 प्लेयर नॉक जरूर है। वारी का आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करता हुआ नहीं, एक और प्लेयर उनका वहाँ पे मौजूद रहेगा। बट अनुज कैसे भी करके वहाँ पे फिनिश करने की कोशिश कर जरूर है, बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में गए, एक बढ़िया एक गेम का स्प्रे आता हुआ। आखिरी प्लेयर वारी का यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेगा। शार्क डाउन तो उनको खत्म किया गया, पेरी ओबी डाउन तो उनको भी यहाँ पे खत्म किया गया। आखिरी प्लेयर बचेंगे वारी के, लेजेंड को भी उन्होंने स्पॉट किया जरूर। अनुज की अगर बात करी जाए वो भी ग्रेनेड निकालते हुए नजर आएंगे। फिलहाल के लिए IVK वो यहाँ पे अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करने की कोशिश करे। अनुज की बात करें वो भी यहाँ पे नॉक हो जाएंगे। बट एडमिनो की बात करी जाए जेओपी वो खत्म हो चुके हैं। IVK पिछले मैच में आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए थे, एक बार फिर से आखिरी प्लेयर बचे जरूर थे बट कम से कम टॉप 5 में एक बार फिर से लाने में कामयाबी उन्होंने हासिल करी है। देखते हैं कि कितना ज्यादा उनको पॉइंट्स इस मैच में मिले होंगे, क्या उतने इनफ होंगे कि अपनी टीम को वो आगे पहुंचा पे। टोटल 10 फिनिशेस थे, मुझे लगता है इतने इनफ होंगे उनको राउंड 2 में पहुंचाने के लिए। और फिलहाल की टीम मायावी जितनी तारीफें करें उतनी कम, 15 टोटल फिनिशेस टॉप 4 में लेके आए वो अपनी टीम को विनर चिकन डिनर के बहुत ज्यादा करीब। बट आप टीम यूनिटी को देखें, बिल्कुल उम्मीदें नहीं थी जिस तरीके से पिछले मैच में 0 फिनिश 0 डैमेज। इस मैच में आप देखें टीम यूनिटी 5 फिनिशेस, साथ में उनके तीनों प्लेयर सरवाइव कर रहे हैं और अपने आप को टॉप 4 में पहुंचाते हुए।
इस मैच में 2 टीमों ने मुझे तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावित करा है। एक है टीम मायावी ने, उनकी जो रोटेशन थी वो काफी अच्छी थी। एक है टीम यूनिटी की, अभी कुछ देर पहले हमने जो उनकी नॉर्दर्न साइड से रोटेशन देखी, लाजवाब रोटेशन और जिस तरह से एंट्री उन्होंने दिलाई अपनी टीम को जोन के अंदर, दैट वाज एब्सोल्युटली ब्रिलियंट। अभी भी यहाँ पे आपको टेक्निक देखने को मिल रही है मायावी की तरफ से। बगी निकाली है, स्मोक चला है, बगी के ऊपर बैठ गए हैं। बट यहाँ पे यूनिटी के अनु भी आई थिंक अभी रुके नहीं है। यहाँ पे नकुल को नॉक करा गया, मैं देखना चाहूंगा क्या उनको रिवाइवल मिल सकता है, क्योंकि जहाँ पे नॉक हुआ है वो जोन के बाहर का एरिया है। और वही अगर एटम की बात की जाए, 3 प्लेयर्स उनके पास भी है, फिनिशेस सिर्फ 3 है, लेकिन चिकन निकालने की क्षमता एटम में दिख रही है मुझे।
स्वैग के स्कोर ज्यादा दूर तक जा नहीं पाए, बट फिलहाल के लिए दोनों प्लेयर को उन्होंने स्पॉट किया था। एक को डाउन जरूर किया, प्रोन होंगे यहाँ पे खुद को बचाने की कोशिश कामयाबी हासिल करी, बट पीछे से एडमिनो मौजूद थे। डेवलपर की डाउन किया, इसी के साथ डेविल भी खत्म हो गए। नकुल ऊपर के साइड पे मौजूद जरूर है, यहाँ पे रैंडम स्प्रे जाता हुआ और रीलोड, अगर वो रीलोड आया नहीं होता तो मैं 110% श्योर हूं कि वो नॉक होते हुए दिखाई दे जरूर सकते थे। बट फिलहाल के लिए 3 टीमें, 7 प्लेयर टोटल, 17 किल टीम मायावी के पास हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है। क्या पहला ये मैच होगा, पहली वो टीम होगी जिनके पास 20 का आंकड़ा हमें पार होता हुआ दिखाई देगा। 17 टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले और अभी भी इनको छोड़ के 4 प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं। बट डाकू इसी के साथ एटम के प्लेयर के द्वारा डाउन किए गए, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली रिवाइव कर दिए जाएंगे। ज्यादा मुश्किलें होने नहीं वाली है। एडमिनो एक और फिनिश जोड़िए उनके नाम रैंपेज पे जाते हुए, और एक और ग्रेनेड नकुल का आता हुआ। आज के दिन पे अगर ग्रेनेड से किसी ने सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशेस निकाले होंगे, नकुल सबसे आगे दौड़ते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे।
Well, the kid with the golden arm it seems, and Knuckles जो 6 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं, वो अपने अगले फिनिश की तलाश पे आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। टीम मायावी एक शानदार चिकन डिनर की तरफ बढ़ते हैं और ये डोमिनेशन।
बात करें जोकर की, काफी ज्यादा ऊपर है अपनी टीम से, बट ओबैद को आप देखें रश करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे ऋतिक के हाथों उनको डैमेज पड़ा जरूर, बट मिथ कामयाब हो जाएंगे। गब्बर बहुत ज्यादा उनको डैमेज पड़ा, बट जेनो की बात करी जाए वो पीछे थे, बट ओबैद इसी के साथ डाउन है। बट गब्बर वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं। मिथ की बात करी जाए काफी ज्यादा लो ऑन एचपी आपको देखने को मिलेंगे जरूर, बट इस वक्त इंसेन ऊपर मौजूद है, उनको भी यहाँ पे नीचे जाने की जरूरत पड़ेगी। जेनो काफी ज्यादा दूर अपनी टीम से, गब्बर वहां पे आया जरूर, रिवाइव करने का मौका एक बार ऋतिक को मिल जरूर सकता है। बट जेनो शायद वो यहाँ पे गलती कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल उन्होंने गलती करी। बग्गी का जो टायर था पे फटा जरूर है, बट सही सलामत वो अपनी टीम के पास पहुंचेंगे। ओबैद जो नॉक थे उनको रिवाइव किया गया, बट जेनो एक बार फिर से नॉक होते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। बट ऋतिक वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल, टीम आयरन साइड की बात करें मुश्किल में आ चुके, बिकॉज इंसेन और गब्बर अब मात्र ये 2 खिलाड़ी बचते हैं। वहां पर रिवाइवल जो है वो शायद देने के लिए जा सकते हैं। जी हाँ, वहां पर रिवाइवल जो मिल जाएगा गब्बर के द्वारा। ऋतिक जो है वापस से अपने पैरों पे खड़े होते हुए जरूर से नजर आएंगे। मीनवाइल जेनो जो है उनको भी रिवाइवल मिल चुका है। पीछे से एक बढ़िया कवर फायर जो है वो भी आ रहा है। अभी के लिए टीम आयरन की बात करें तो वो बहुत बेहतरीन स्पॉट पर जाएगा, एक बेहतरीन ग्रेड जाएगा। 2 प्लेयर्स को डाउन किया, हेक्स इंसेन यहाँ पे सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग। 3 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर उनके ऊपर पुश करेंगे, फिनिश ऑफ करेंगे, एलिमिनेशन हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगा टीम आयरन साइड का। बेहतरीन नजर आ रही है, लेकिन उससे पहले यहाँ पर एक फाइट जो है वो हमें देखने को मिल रही है। टीम वीएसटी वर्सेस टीम एल के बीच में। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होने वाला है। टीम वीएसटी की बात करें, अभी के लिए एक हाइट का बेटर पोजीशनिंग उनके पास जरूर से, कुछ बढ़िया अगर ग्रेनेड जाएंगे तो जरूर से यहाँ पर मुश्किल में आ सकते हैं। टीम लाफिंग लाउड ई स्पोर्ट्स की खिलाड़ी, एक और ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाएगा, क्या कनेक्शन बनाएगा वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली है। एक हल्का सा जो रिज का कवर है वो उनके पास जरूर से रहने वाले, लेकिन सामने की साइड से भी कुछ बढ़िया काउंटर ग्रेनेड जो है वो यहाँ पर स्पैम किए जाएंगे। और एक नॉक, जिस पहले नॉक की तलाश थी वो जरूर से यहां पर आया, लेकिन पीछे से एक बैकस्टैप के थ्रू वो नॉक जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है।
इन सब के बीच में नूडल बड़े आराम से पानी के अंदर छलांग लगाने में कामयाबी उन्होंने हासिल कर ली। अभी भी अपनी टीम को सरवाइव करा रहे हैं। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड और जाता हुआ, शायद इसी के साथ लाफिंग लाउड की जो स्क्वाड है वो एलिमिनेट जरूर हो सकती है। बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज वो ग्रेनेड है। बग्गी पहले से फटी हुई है, नहीं बग्गी नहीं फटी हुई थी। आप देखें कितना ज्यादा क्लोज, ये वाला ग्रेनेड खत्म कर सकता है। 2 प्लेयर और डाउन होंगे, एक आखिरी प्लेयर नॉट जूनियर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ, नहीं वो मॉली थी, ये वाला भी ग्रेनेड आएगा, बट थोड़ा सा शॉट। चलिए उन्होंने स्मोक किया, बट नॉट जूनियर क्या अपने तीनों प्लेयर को रिवाइव कर पाएंगे? डैमेज हर जगह से उनको पड़ता हुआ। एक और ग्रेनेड आया, बट वो वाला ग्रेनेड भी उस डिप में नहीं जा रहा है। तो वीएसटी की स्क्वाड आपको रश करते हुए दिखाई जरूर होगी, बट फूल की बात की वो डाउन हो गए। मैड बॉय वो भी खत्म होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सोनिक की बात की उनके पास मिनी है, साथ में 8x है, बट नीचे जो प्लेयर है वो अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, बट ज्यादा देर तक नहीं। और इसी के साथ जो आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए थे नॉट जूनियर, वो भी राइवल के द्वारा खत्म किए गए।
बिल्कुल, अब एक अच्छा गेम नहीं गया टीम फॉर्मेशन एक्स के लिए। अभी भी अपना एक खिलाड़ी जो इनफैक्ट जो सबसे पहला नॉक एंड फिनिश आया था वो इसी टीम के ऊपर आया था, लेकिन उससे पहले कुछ फाइट हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगी। टीम आरजीबी गेमर्स के 2 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर नॉकआउट जरूर से हुए हैं, लेकिन सामने टीम प्रोविंस की अगर हम बात करें तो उनके भी एक खिलाड़ी नॉकआउट है। एक 2v3 का यहाँ पर सिनेरियो हमें जरूर से देखने को मिल रहा है। और अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें टीम प्रोविंस की तो काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग नजर आ रहे हैं। वो जो 2 खिलाड़ी बचे हुए हैं वो एक कमरे के अंदर है, लेकिन उनको भी स्पॉट करके डाउन कर जाएगा। हार्ड बॉय सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग, 3 खिलाड़ी उनके ऊपर पुश करने के लिए आएंगे। एक को स्पॉट करके डाउन कर चुके, गन स्विच कर रहे थे, लेकिन उससे पहले काउंट आएंगे और यहां पर एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। नहीं आए, लेट्स सी यहां पर क्या होने वाला है। मीनवाइल अगर हम बात करें टीम आयरन साइड की, पोजीशनिंग उनकी भी अच्छी है, लेकिन जोन उनसे थोड़ा दूर। टीम वीएसटी काफी ज्यादा मुश्किलों में, क्योंकि वो जो एक हाइट का एडवांटेज रहता है वो उनके ओपोनेंट्स के पास हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, जहां से इजीली उनको स्पॉट किया जा सकता है।
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कि आप देखें बैक टू बैक 2 मैचेस, बैक टू बैक 2 टॉप 3 वीएसटी की स्क्वाड यहाँ पे अपने नाम निकाल के जाते हुए फिनिशेस हैं या नहीं फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बट अगर आप बैक टू बैक सेकंड पोजीशन अपनी टीम को लाके देते हो। 12-12 24 पॉइंट वैसे भी आप लेके जाने वाले हो। और इनसाइड के यहाँ पे 2 प्लेयर इस वक्त सर्वाइव करेंगे। एक प्लेयर उनका शायद नॉक हुआ था, नहीं चलिए उनके तीनों प्लेयर अभी भी आपको सर्वाइव करते हुए दिखाई जरूर देंगे। BST 4 प्लेयर के साथ है 5 फिनिशेस टोटल उन्होंने निकाल रखे। बट गाड़ियों की कमी नहीं है, शायद मुझे लगता है गाड़ी लेके यहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे जरूर। एक व्हीकल सामने पहले से ही प्लेस है। इनसेन यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर के लिए रुकेंगे। 4 फिनिशर के पास भी है। बड़ी सीजन मैट्रिक्स डीपी का एक बढ़िया स्प्रे, सरकार को वहां पे डाउन किया। रिवाइवल का कोई मौका नहीं, आसपास कोई टीम हमें कोई प्लेयर उनका दिखाई नहीं देगा। KSR की बात उनकी स्पीड डाउन थी, और फिलहाल के लिए रिवाइवल के लिए वहां पे प्लेयर्स जा रहे हैं। बिल्कुल रिवाइवल के लिए प्लेयर जा रहे हैं, जबकि सर्कल मात्र 1 सेकंड में यहाँ पे चलने वाला एक बढ़िया वहां पे मॉली की गई है। और ये ग्रेनेड शायद अनुज 2OP का कनेक्ट होने वाला है। सोनिक एक बार फिर से अपने आप को नॉक पाते हुए दिखाई देंगे। बट चलिए ठीक है, गाड़ी के थोड़ा सा लग गया। बट एक और ग्रेनेड आया, ये वाला ग्रेनेड तो शायद ठिकाने पे गिर सकता था, बट नहीं, थोड़ा सा और चूक गए। VST एक बार फिर से अपने आप को सर्वाइव कराते हुए।
तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी टीम VST की, जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे डिसएडवांटेजियस पोजीशन में थे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अभी के लिए सर्कल के अंदर आने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। लेकिन एक बार फिर से वही वो जो एक हाइट का डिसएडवांटेज है वो जाता हुआ टीम VST के पास। टीम UP50 यहाँ पर दोनों हाथों से जो फिनिशेस है वो बटोरते हुए अनुज 2OP यहाँ पर नॉकआउट जरूर होंगे। सरकार का अगर ये ग्रेनेड कनेक्ट होता है तो टीम VST जो बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किलों में आ सकती है। बहुत ही बढ़िया यहाँ पर ग्रेनेड जो है वो जाएगा, कनेक्शन बनाएगा, लेकिन उतना स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं की जो नॉक है वो आए। लेकिन मीनवाइल अगर हम बात करें टीम आयरन साइड की, तो वो बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किलों में आ जाएंगे। सर्कल के अंदर आने में अभी तक तो कामयाब हुए थे, लेकिन जो अगला सर्कल है वो एक नई चुनौती लेकर के आया उनके सामने।
इसके बाद आखिरी सर्कल आने वाला है कि बड़ा आप ये देखे चलिए, इनसेन वहां पे ऑनिक्स की तरफ व्हीकल ब्लास्ट करेगी, उसी में वो खत्म हो गए। VST की स्क्वाड सरवाइव कैसे कर रही है पता नहीं, बट UP50 जिस तरीके से अपने चारों प्लेयर को सरवाइव कराने में बार बार कामयाबी वो लोग हासिल कर रहे हैं। काबिले तारीफ प्रदर्शन उनका हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। 15 टोटल फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले। बट इसी के साथ वो टेक स्प्रे बैक टू बैक, 2 प्लेयर नॉक होते हुए तीसरा नॉक कर सकते थे, बट कामयाबी वहां पे हासिल हुई नहीं। UP50 एलिमिनेशन के बहुत ज्यादा करीब आपको देखने को मिलेगा, और शायद वो एलिमिनेट हो भी सकते हैं। 8-1-8 क्या वहां पे UP50 को एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं? कर दिया उन्होंने एलिमिनेट, एंड अब 1v2 का सिचुएशन चलता हुआ। बट एक्स किस तरीके का गेम प्ले एंकी उन्होंने दिखाया, वो जो स्प्रे था टू द पॉइंट।
बिल्कुल 808 जो उनकी पोजीशन है वो अभी के लिए रिवील जरूर से स्पॉट करके उन्होंने एक प्लेयर को बहुत ही ज्यादा डैमेज दिया, लेकिन एक साथ जो दूसरे खिलाड़ी है वो यहाँ पर क्लोज इन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। मेरे ख्याल से शायद यहाँ पर उनको एलिमिनेट किया जा सकता है। जी हाँ, एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिल।
इस सस्पेंस में हम थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे रुक चुके हैं, बट जरूर देखेंगे कि क्या रिजल्ट मिला उस चीज का। क्या वो नेट था, क्या वो स्मोक था, क्या गाड़ी पे जाने के लिए स्मोक कर रहे थे, क्या जगह पता थी उनको, ये भी अभी हम कुछ देर में जरूर देखेंगे। बट वही अगर TXG की बात की जाए, पता चल चुका है कुणाल इज देयर नाउ, एंड पहला नॉक निकालते हुए यहाँ पे।
बिल्कुल वहां पे नॉक करके जो प्लेयर थे उनको फिनिश भी कर दिया कुणाल ने। क्या ये और भी नॉक्स निकाल पाएंगे वो देखने वाली बात है। लेकिन मीनवाइल अगर बात करें टीम टॉक्सिक ट्राइडेंट की, तो वो क्लोज इन करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। बहुत ही ज्यादा कम एरिया में यहाँ पर जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो मौजूद है। टीम आई फील ई स्पोर्ट्स की फिलहाल उनको एक बैड फील जरूर से देते हुए, लेकिन अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर रेज की, तो वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करे। एक और खिलाड़ी जो वो प्रोफेसर के द्वारा डाउन किया जाएगा, एंड टीम आई फील पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर नजर आएगी। अच्छा हाइट का जो एडवांटेज है वो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा टीम टॉक्सिक ट्राइडेंट के पास। देखते ही देखते एलिमिनेशन यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिलेगा टीम आई फील ई स्पोर्ट्स।
जी हाँ, हाथी की तरफ से बैक टू बैक नेड्स भी यहाँ पे करे जा रहे हैं, और एक नेड 2 शिकार। हाथी का हद गोला कहते हैं हिंदी में नेड्स को अगर बात की जाए, वो यहाँ पे आता हुआ और पूरी की पूरी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट खत्म होते आपको नजर आएगी। तो जंगली दे आर ऑन अ रोल। 8 फिनिशेस ये टीम निकाल चुकी है, इसलिए कहते हैं ना मंकी एक्सपीरियंस होता है ना, वो दिखता है गेम प्ले के अंदर।
टीम अगर हम हेल की बात करें मीनवाइल, तो अब उनकी मुश्किलें जो है वो बढ़ाने के मूड में नजर आ रहे हैं। टीम जंगली ऑफिशियल के एक प्ले को स्पॉट करके ऑलरेडी डाउन कर चुके हैं। ब्रीथिंग स्पेस है नहीं टीम हेल के पास, देयर नो गोइंग बैक, कोई भी वहां पर ऑप्शन बचता नहीं है। एक लास्ट खिलाड़ी वहां पर बचने, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड और एलिमिनेशन हमें उस पर्टिकुलर टीम का भी देखने को मिल सकता है। ये फाइट बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाली है। टीम जिनके पास काफी अच्छी टैक्टिक्स है, टीम टैक्टिकल, वो यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं। टीम जंगली उनके सामने जरूर से रहने वाली है, और आप देखिए कि मौका भी नहीं दिया वहां पर प्लेयर को मूव करने का। रैप शॉट एलिमिनेट टीम हेल के एलिमिनेशन में देखने को मिल जाएगा।
Hello and welcome to the iQOO India Series 2021. Now, of course, this is where the underdogs have all the spotlight shining on them. Now, it is a new day, it's a new dawn. However, we still have the same intensity and caliber of action in store for all of you today. My name, of course, is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and joining me is the tactical maestro herself. It's Bhavna Shadow Shokeen. Bhavna, 2 days of intense fighting, day 3 about to begin. What are you expecting today?
I'm not expecting anything because the teams are surprising me, because when I expected the teams will go slow, they went all crazy. I think something similar is going to happen.
I think the thing is, we were actually surprised every single day with every single match that went by. I mean, some team or the other did something amazing. I mean, the amount of finishes that we had. I think the highest is going to be 21, so that is going to be the mark to beat. However, let's have a look and see what this tournament is all about. Remember, this is brought to you by iQOO 7 Legend, where if you want performance, well, look no further because they have you covered. But you know what? Why should we keep talking about it?
Yeah.
Have a look at this beautiful video and you'll get what I mean.
Are you ready for this?
Well, there you have it. That is the iQOO 7 Legend. And let me tell you one thing, it could be yours. And, well, I mean, Bhavna, we're already speaking a couple of these out, so you might want to get your hands on one as well. But now, coming back to what we are going to expect today. We are going to have some ultra performance coming in, and of course, all the players need to be charged up. But before that, let's just have a look and see what this monster has inside it.
Well, it does have a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 and 66-watt flash charge, 22 minutes from 0% to 100%, and it has got in-display Monster Touch.
I mean, the charging on this device even gives Flash a run for his money. That is exactly how quick it is. 22 minutes from 0 to 100. I mean, that is real quick. But again, coming back to what we can expect today, it is going to be a brand new day. We are going to have new groups coming in and competing to try and get into the second round. And, well, we know that the competition is razor thin. And Bhavna, with just 2 matches apiece, I mean, you got to be blazing right off the bat.
Well, definitely you have to start with a very good performance in match 1, because like you said, you have got only 2 games. But what are these teams competing for? Money.
It's all about that moolah. And before you have to blink twice when you look at the next stream coming up, let me tell you one thing. There are no errors over here, because we are going to be competing for a whopping 1 crore rupees, where the first place team is going to walk away with half of that. That is 50 lakh rupees. Just take a moment and let that number sink in.
Well, are these the correct zeros?
I think we double checked it like 2 or 3 times yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, imagine a 16-year-old kid winning this prize money.
I mean, well, the thing is, hopefully he does stay grounded, because,
Yeah.
like Floki likes saying, this is life-changing money, which of course it is. And, well, I'm sure the kids are smart enough to use it to good use. But of course, you have money going down all the way to the 16th position, who do walk away with 10,000. So there's something for everyone if they make it to the grand finale. Now, of course, except team prizes, we also have individual prizes, with the MVP walking away with 1 lakh in his pockets. We have prizes for the Lone Ranger, the Rampage Freak, one of my favorites possibly, most finishes by a squad, and of course the Redeemer. Now, no matter what you do, I mean, walking away with this much money is going to be life-changing, but also it is going to be a tough task for all these teams because they are going to be competing up against one another. And well, let's have a look and see how the points are going to be distributed. Let's have a look and see how the points are going to be distributed in that regard.
Well, as usual, the placement points, the first position, Chicken Dinner, gets 15 points, followed by second position with 12 points. Then it goes down to 10 points, 8 points, and it keeps reducing by 2 numbers. But the most important thing is going to be per finish 1 point. And you make sure, my friend, you finish in top 5. Otherwise, there is a possibility if you're coming between 8 to 16, you are going with nothing. 1 or 0.
You definitely not want to go home with nothing, because the thing is, we did see yesterday a few teams, although they were finishing in the 13th, the 16th position, they had a few finishes to make sure they have a few points. Now, of course, this is going to be the point distribution. Let's see how the games are going to be played out over the next coming days. Now, we are in round 1, 3 days, today is day 3, that is the 18th, which is the Saturday, December 2021. Another day of round 1 is going to take place tomorrow, after which we are going to have a break, and then the action continues all over again.
And with that, the action continues for round 2 from 21st December to 24th December, 4 days again full of action. Then we have 2 days break, not 1, 2 this time, and followed by round 3 matches, which are going to be from 27th December to 30th December.
Well, looks like everyone's going to have a nice Christmas and New Year's, because there are going to be off days, and Christmas on the weekend is never a bad idea. But let's switch over and see what's going to happen next year. I like saying that, next year. Although it is just a few days away, we are going to have the quarterfinals take place from the 2nd of January till the 5th, after which, of course, we do have the semis, which are going to be taking place through the 7th through the 10th. Now, after all of that, after all the fighting, after all the clawing, trying to get up on the ladder, it all comes down to the finals. And, well, those 4 days are on your screens now. So what you got to do is you got to make sure you mark your calendars, and, well, that way you're not going to miss any of the action. Now, we've talked about the calendar. Let's have a look and see how these games are broken down. Now, up until this point, Shadow, we've had a multitude of teams try and compete. However, only 1,024 qualified for round 1, after which, of course, as the teams go into the further stages, they're going to keep dwindling.
Well, they will keep reducing, and if you qualify in quarterfinals, you move forward to semi-finals. There we have 16 teams, and finally the grand finals. We will get the champion, who will be walking away with that huge prize money, and there is time for that. There is still round 1 going on, but let's have a look about today's schedule, that how the matches are going to be played today. Today we have Erangel, match 1 for group 35, followed by group 35 again. Erangel, it's all going to be Erangel, the OG map. But the next 2 groups will be coming in group number 47 and followed by group 48. 2 matches.
2 matches each group, and well, like you said, it is going to be all Erangel, the fan favorite map, the one that pretty much everyone knows, every nook and cranny. They know exactly, they can even tell how many blades of grass there are in a given field, which in my opinion kind of makes it like a level playing field. So nobody can have any excuse that, oh, I didn't practice enough on this map. This is what you start with, and well, I'm sure they're going to be putting their best foot forward. Now, we do know that the first few matches are going to be played by group 35, and we are going to have the teams up on our screens in due time. However, I wonder, all of you watching at home, show some love. Let's see some spamming going on for your favorite teams, because you never know, it might just push them to greatness.
Well, definitely, even if it won't push, even if you're having a bad day, that spamming, that comes as a motivation for the teams,
yes, ma'am.
And that makes them perform really more better in the upcoming events.
I mean, not that it happens too often. If somebody says, oh, the casters are doing a good job, it's like, really? It feels good. Now, I'm just kidding. But of course, before this, let's have another word from our sponsors. The only reason why all of this is possible, I'm of course talking about the iQOO 7 Legend.
For this.
I've got to say, when you have the biggest, liquid cooling chamber in your phone, overheating is never going to be an issue, which means you're never going to have any rendering problems, which means you're going to have that ultra performance 24/7. But now, someone who needs to have that ultra performance pretty much from the get-go are going to be our participants who, if I do look at the corner from my eye, I do see they are getting ready for the first game, which I'm sure all of you are eagerly anticipating. But now, Bhavna, I put you on the spot before. Now, we've seen slow starts. We've seen epically chaotic starts right from the beginning. How do you think it's going to happen today? Because, in a few seconds, we are going to have the teams on our screens. Let me see if your favorite team is playing. Of course, we have Godza Esports, SWAT Reborn, Team Unknown Esports. Let's see if they're going to be known after this game or not. Of course, joined by them, we have Invincible Esports, U-Dog Brutal, Southside Spurs, Frozen Newcastle, and the Fallen 4.
Well, the Fallen 4, I am hoping are not going to be fallen. They are going to elevate, and rise up the top table, followed by Team RGB, Zero Damage, Team Kunju, Team Bros, and Team Hikate Official, KBP Jord, Galaxy Noob, and Team Slay Esports. And keep spamming which one of these teams is your favorite team.
I like the name Team Bros. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It just goes to show that the four brothers just, friends just having a good time. And that's what it's all about. You do start playing this game with your friends, and it is a casual start, but it's always wonderful when you stick to that same squad because, the synergy is going to be on point, and it's always wonderful to reach those heights of glory along with your friends. But now, Bhavna, again, do you think it's going to be a different thing today? Because what I feel is it's not going to be as chaotic at the beginning, because we did see that trend towards the latter games yesterday. Things were kind of slowing down. Of course, I'm not a fan of that. But what do you think is going to happen today? Are we going to be frantically trying to see what's going to happen, or is it just going to be nice and peaceful and we're just going to be talking amongst each other?
They are going to be peaceful.
Well, she says they're going to be peaceful. I don't know how peaceful they're going to be, because at the end of the day, they want to make sure they put the other team in the ground, because that means they're going to move that much closer to that whopping 50 lakh rupees, which awaits the champions, who, are going to be crowned on the 16th of January. But now, I do believe the game is going to be underway soon. Any predictions as to where the flight path is going? Because you obviously have a crystal ball somewhere over there, don't you?
Not a crystal ball, that was just a random guess, but this time you are guessing.
Alrighty, let me have a think. I think we're going to go from Novo Ripnoi to somewhere around the hospital. It isn't going to be bisecting the map in half. I do believe it's going to be a little bit towards the southwest side, but again, it's all speculation. We are going to find out in just a few short moments. In fact, I do believe we have 30 seconds on the clock, and then, we are going to be in the plains of Erangel. Now, we have seen some interesting last final circles taking place in the last few games. I want to see a water circle. I want to see some drama. I want to see them swimming around, paddling in the water, and just being like, all right, I guess the one who's boosted the most is going to win. I want to see something dramatic like that.
Well, that happened. They were swimming like a fish in that southern circle, but we have mostly seen the southern circles, but this time I want a northern circle.
Well, she wants a northern circle. Let's see if that's going to happen, because in 10 seconds, that C-130 is going to be taking off, and, once it's high up, all the players are going to be ready to jump into the plains of Erangel. And I think a little birdie tells me in my ear, in 3, 2, 1, we should be off your screens. There you have it, and the game is about to begin.
Well, the game is about to begin. Their plane has already taken off. All the players are already inside, having little chit chat before the game on the all chat. Wonder what they are talking about. Either wishing each other all the best. But we have a flight trajectory on our screens. It is going all the way from Georgiapol.
I kind of misspoke earlier. I meant it's going to be towards the north.
Yeah, it was a mistake. We won't say that your prediction was wrong, but it's okay. But let's have a northern circle, please. We had so many southern circles.
I know what you mean. You want something around Stolberg, Kameski, right? You want to see some fighting taking place on those mountains and the slopes. Well, time is going to tell, because it does look like quite a few teams have dropped off early. And well, Bhavna, have a look at that. You asked for this yesterday. Someone is finally heading to Zarki.
Yeah, I was about to say, finally someone has realized the importance of Zarki it offers, because even if the circle is towards military base, just pick fuel cans, pick a boat and travel from water. It's a very safe area and very safe rotation. Otherwise, at least you are safe for the first two circles, if nothing else. We can see teams dropping in Siborni also.
That's wonderful, because that means they are going to be spread out. And, talking about taking the boat down, but wait a second, I'm going to hold my thought, because the circle, well, it is going to be pretty much dead smack in the center. And I do believe a lot of teams are going to be happy. But wait a second, what's happening here? We have a shotgun, but buddy, that is not the range you want to use that weapon at. You want it to be up close and personal in their faces. However, Rax over here is probably just letting off a few warning shots, making sure the enemy doesn't come his way. And looks like we have a few big cats loose around. You better watch out.
Well, Team KPP, a few of their players have already gotten the guns, and on the other hand, Team YouTube Error has finally found a knock onto one of the player on the enemy team. Let's see if they can get the finish as well. Yes, the M16 is going to come in the picture, and it's a matter of time. They're going to get that finish onto the player of Team INV. Although the help was arriving, but they were a little late on that. They have to survive with three players, Team INV, but still, it's not a very big loss. You can move forward. Three players are nothing bad. On the other hand, up to a very good start towards the shelter area. In fact, we can see a lot of congestion over there.
A lot of congestion at the shelter indeed, but looks like after the first pick did come through, Invincible Esports aren't so invincible. They can be brought down, as they are going to be short by one man. Now, Spraygod, like you mentioned, he was thinking of maybe trying to, get the revive in, trying to help his teammen out, but of course, it was too little too late. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, we're going to fly over to Yasnaya, as once again, it is going to be a popular place for a lot of teams, throughout the coming weeks. But for now, we do have Hecate Official, who are going to be calling it home, but of course, they are going to have neighbors in the form of Team RGB. Now, with a name like Team RGB, I can tell you they are definitely gamers.
Well, they are definitely gamers, but Hecate Official's Mitro is reminding me of few of the speeches I have heard on the news channels. But moving forward, let's see what Yasnaya will offer this team, because looks like they are going to be inside the zone, at least for the next circle. So they are pretty comfortable. They can easily loot around the area. In fact, Yasnaya offers a very good loot. Pick up all the utilities as much as you can, because they are going to come handy in the final circles. On the other hand, team number 10 is looting on the shorelines of the Georgiopil area.
I did ask you before the show, and I'm not embarrassed by saying this. I did think it was Mitron at first, but you did correct me. No, it's friends, it's Mitro. And now I get it by when you said that, speeches on TV. I get it where it's coming from. But for now, we are going to focus on Zero Damage. Now, they are named Zero Damage. I wonder if that's the mindset. Maybe they won't take any damage, but of course, they've got to make sure that they do deliver a lot of damage. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult making it to the end as a pacifist. Elsewhere, if we quickly focus around, we're just going to have a look and see what all the teams are up to. This time, we're going to be heading to Primorsk. Again, I like the fact that, barring Kameshki, almost all corners of the map are occupied by one team or another.
Well, they are occupied by one team or another. Let's see what's going to happen, because when you're in such close vicinity, there is a fight. Possibility of
That's
fight.
a bad parking job.
Bad parking, you need a license and driving classes. I also need driving class. You know how to drive?
Absolutely.
I drive on footpath. Is that okay?
Wow, already let's not bring that up, because it could lead to a lawsuit. Well, in the game, you could drive on a few footpaths, but try not to. It's not really a good thing. Elsewhere, we do see the gentleman from KBP Jod making a little rotation, and well, when you have the name Jod, I do believe you do have a few extra superpowers. I like the fact that they were heading towards the enemy, but they suddenly realized that, that compound is already occupied, and quick thinking on their part, they divert their tracks, and now they have a compound to themselves. I am going to expect a little bit of a firefight breaking out soon, but for now, it does seem like Shadow, everyone is giving precedence to rotations, which is something different from what we saw yesterday.
Well, it is definitely different because these teams have studied the mistakes of the teams played on day 1 and day 2. That's why they are giving importance to the circle and making sure they have a very safe compound inside the circle. Similarly, if we talk about the team in the prison area, is going to be Team Slay Esports, very far away from the traffic, the congestion, a very safe position. In fact, they can hold on to their position, and if they are lucky, the circle will shift towards the eastern side also, because I want to see a prison circle. The hills, the mountain areas over there offer so much things, because you can do so much with the grenades and utilities. Let's see if that is gonna happen or not, but looks like Team Slay Esports is not in the mood to stay in the place.
Well, we definitely saw a lot of Grenadier action yesterday. In fact, in the last game, I do believe we finally hit double digits as far as grenade finishes go, 10 if my memory serves me correct. Now, you did mention that, they are far away from any potential threats as of now, and I wouldn't blame them because they are playing careful, and the fact that they're still in the circle, they aren't going to have to budge anytime soon. However, we do have some more migrations taking place. This time it is going to be to the south of the main island, near the small houses just east of that bridge. Man, I wish the circle was a bit down south, because I want to see some bridge fights. We haven't seen any action on the bridge yet, Shadow.
Yesterday Team INS tried to hold the bridge, camp the bridge area, but that didn't happen. On the other hand, this time, not even single team have dropped in on the southern island military base, Novoripnoi.
Blasphemy.
Not even a single team.
How often does that happen? Normally, there is always that one team, no matter where the flight path is, they are going to travel down to the island. This time around, well, the Sosnovka military base is a bit too quiet, and it can get a bit eerie at this point of time. Now, the blue is moving in, and if we could have the map up on our screens, I do want to point something out. A couple of teams are still opting to stay out because, again, it is the first circle, right? The damage that the blue does isn't going to be that much of a hindrance, so, they can make those late rotations, and we've seen sometimes moving in late kind of catches people off guard because, they think, wait a second, we've got our backs secure against a wall, but turns out somebody comes in and stabs them in their backs.
Well, somebody is gonna definitely stab them in the back, but let's see if they can protect themselves or not. But like you mentioned, Team F4 in the Ferry area, they dropped in towards the Primos, are still struggling to find themselves inside the safe zone. On the other hand, also Team Frozen that dropped in towards the Zerki area, although the path is completely clear. There is no team on the northern island. There is only one team, Bros, on Sivorny. The path is completely clear, and Team Frozen is still making very late rotation. On the other hand, UDog are making those crucial rotations nearby the farm area, but they have to be careful because there is another team present, that is going to be Team SWAT.
It is possible, and looks like we have a Parisian amongst us, as UDog Brutal Mbappe was on our screens right now, driving his buggy around. Let's see if he's as good with his weapons as he is with the ball. Of course, that is a little bit of a joke. Don't take me seriously. I'm pretty sure this is not the same gentleman. Now, as teams are going to be getting closer to one another, this is where all hell is going to break loose. But I like the fact that, they're all being really careful. Even the scouting, if you have a look, they're making sure that they park their vehicles well. And, whoa. For a second, I thought that Star-Lord here took a shot, but nah, it's the blue that's slowly but steadily chipping away at his health.
Well, Team Fallen 4 are up to a very bad rotation because Team Galaxy is waiting for them on the edges of the zone, but for now Team Galaxy has also started moving away. That means Team F4 is up for a good rotation, but they are definitely going to see or cross the paths of other teams that are also making the rotations from the similar direction. But rotation with the buggy, there is a very good chance that the guy sitting on the back might get knocked down. He has to be very careful, and this is what I was talking about. The teams that are making similar rotations have already started shooting in the direction Team 0, and they have already started up for a quick rotation. The ridges are providing a very good cover to them.
I think they definitely heard you because they now have 4 buggies, and like you mentioned, anybody who's sitting on the back seat is exposed, and well, they're going to make sure they use that little plate armor to their advantage. Now, elsewhere, we do have Southside Spurs who are going to be content with the little compound. However, it does look like UDOG Brutal are going to be moving in sooner or later. Now, they have got a little whiff that the enemy is nearby, as we do have the Scarrel with the 4x scope, trying to scout out if they can spot the enemy. Now, as they creep in closer and closer, the vehicle sound is going to give the position away, and now we have visual confirmation. Question is, are they going to let loose a few bullets, or are they going to let UDOG Brutal just have a good time around that shelter?
Well, looks like for now no fight is gonna erupt on the this side also.
You
Team
called
Slay-
it. You said it's going to be a quiet start.
Yeah, it's going to be a quiet start, but this is too quiet. Some action should break because we lost just one player only. No fight, no action till now, and we are heading towards the third circle of the zone. Maybe teams have started the previous games and they have realized they have to make sure that they end up in the fifth or the sixth circle so that they at least get the position points, if not finish points. On the other hand, Team Southside Esports, beautiful shot, Car 98.
There you go. I'm a happy man. It is going to be a headshot with a Car 98 as Southside Spurs just got caught off guard. I mean, Angry was going in for that reload. He knew who the enemy was. However, the enemy caught a glimpse of his helmet and, well, he popped that clean off his shoulders. Now, I wonder if we are going to see some more bolt action because, well, the position has been given away and now they've lost their element of surprise. Now, on the other side, we might have a little fight breaking out just east of the farm because it does seem like Galaxy Noobs are going to be going up against KBB John.
Well, they're definitely going against them, and on the other hand, Vichu is trying to
that's
spray down the vehicle. Look at the circle. You asked for it. Bridge and water circle.
Well, we do have some water and we do have a bridge. That means now we're going to have a massive migration down south, and this is when carnage is going to be on our screens, as we are going to have some vehicular manslaughter, and of course we're going to have some drive-bys going on. Now, Tyler does seem to be taking the brunt of that damage, of that attack, but he does get out of harm's way, and for now, KBB Jord are going to be in good position, especially since they have that ridge just west of the bridge, which means, well, they are going to be nicely tucked in the circle. Elsewhere, it does look like Curse God spots the enemy moving in, who are going to be the gentlemen from SWAT Reborn as they drive past, but looks like the bullets are just going to tickle their cars.
Well, let's. I want to see a circle because of the map, how the teams are rotating. Because last we saw all the teams were present in the northern and the western side. No team was present in the eastern side or the southern side. And this curveball of the zone is going to do so much damage for the teams. Right now, we can see there is no team present in the Milta area, but Team Bros is the smarter one. They might go and occupy Milta area or nearby area. That would be a very good decision. On the other hand, Zero Damage is eyeing the players in the compound area. Let's see what's gonna happen. One of the player has already closed in along with his teammate, and be careful, don't go out in open.
Well, we do hear shots in the distance, however, none of them are going to be on our screen right now. There you have it. Bichu is the one who is laying down all that lead, as he does have that DP20 in, which rightly so he goes in for the reload. Now, once again, it does seem like KBB Jod are going to be at the receiving end of things, and the fact that they have the compound, I'm not too worried about them as of right now. However, they do have a few hungry teams coming in towards the compounds nearby. And wait a second, what's this? Looks like Angry was a bit angry, as he's pretty much blown his opposition, as we have yet another one biting the dust.
Well, Team Southside Spurs are making a lot of noise and making sure in the right direction because they're not knocking down the players of Team Kunju over there. But Team Kunju has a cover to themselves. But Team Godza Esports is in a hell lot of trouble, XT, because look at the HP of the players. They need to heal up really fast. On the other hand, Team 5, UDOG, this is the opportunity. Make the push towards the player. They're already on a very low HP. You're going to get the finishes, but no, that's not happening. On the other hand, Team 11 players are getting knocked down.
Well, it looks like it's going to be KBB once again who are going to be under attack. This time, however, it is Team Unknown ESP who are making the moves. Now, they do have one of their members knocked out. Bapu is going to be on his knees. Question is that revive coming in? Because we do have a few grenades being lobbed every which direction. Now, if I was in KBB's position. I'm going to make sure that I hunker down, I fortify my position, and well, thwart this attack because it is going to be a barrage. Someone has definitely called an artillery strike. Have a look at how many grenades are going off in this little house.
But not even a one accurate grenade. They have to be more precise with those grenades if they want to get a knock onto the players. But on the other hand, direct push, direct rush is coming in, and Tyler goes down with that UMP 45, and beautiful shots coming in. Team 14 is in a hell lot of trouble because the last player that was surviving also bites the dust, and with that, team gets eliminated. The first elimination coming into the picture. But you dog, why you are giving the chance to the players of Godza Esports to stand on their feet?
Well, looks like Godza Esports are going to be running around. They do have a little bit of an advantage as Beast is going to be caught off guard now. Only a wall separates him and the enemies. However, you got to keep one thing in mind. He does have support from his teammates who are going to cover his angle. Elsewhere, looks like Mbappe is going to be unleashing hell on gravity as he's brought down, which means now Godza Esports in a world of trouble. But Beast goes in. He didn't check his corners. He was taken down, and Error is going to make sure he capitalizes, well, on his opponent's error.
But at the right time, perfect time, the help is coming in. Beast might get a revival, but no, that's not going to happen.
The
grenades are coming in.
The nade! That was pristine. I mean, they would have anticipated that they're going to be on that staircase, and well, that was just beautiful, and that was brutal. And now it looks like Nexus can go in for the revive as he pops enough smoke grenades to conceal his fallen comrade.
Well, Beast was a little impatient. He should have held on to his ground, though two players were already down of the opponent team. If he had waited for his teammates, I think team wouldn't have lost two of their crucial players. But bygones be bygones. Let's see what's going to happen with the remaining two players. On the other hand, SWAT Reborn looking pretty silent, have a good compound to their name, but in the nearby vicinity, they have another team present. That is going to be Team Kunju, but Mad Dog is in the mood to not make any sound.
Well, of course, he can't make any sound just yet because he's got to make sure that every single shot counts. Now, the fact is, both these teams, like you did mention, Team Kunju, just north of the lads overhead, they've got to be careful because although they are still in the circle, sooner or later, that circle is going to make a drastic shift. As we know, the BGMI gods love playing with us mere mortals. But as of now, right now, it looks like shots are going to be fired at Southside Spurs, who are going to be hitting the deck, and rightly so. They're going to make sure they pop a few more smokes so that they can get away with their vehicles. Now, as the circle is going to be closing in, you are going to see a lot of teams pretty much very close to one another, and looks like we could have a few finishes coming in. As Invincibles, they've lost yet another member, but they are lying in wait for a team, and if Team Unknown ESP are not careful, they could very well pay for that mistake with their lives elsewhere. I do hear a few shots going off, but looks like it's just making sure that the enemy is kept at bay. Have a look at that. The circle is going to be imploding in on itself, and looks like the Fallen 4 are in a comfortable position, dead smack in the center.
Well, at one point, Fallen 4 were playing outside the safe zone in the blue zone area, but right now, they are in a perfect position. This is a match not to lose, and let's see if that's gonna happen or not. On the other hand, can't say the same thing. Rotating away from the northern eastern side, from the farm area, Team SWAT is there. So many teams are there, but Team Bros is in a position to get so many finishes, but XP, so much smoke.
Oh my goodness, and have a look at the eastern side of our circles. There are so many teams out in the grass. They are going to have to move sooner or later. And let me say one thing, you know, I did see UDOG Brutal were in the only elevated compound in the center, so they should have a good 360 vigil. And if we're talking about raking up all those finishes, that team might just come out on top. Now, we have a look at Zepar as he is trying to eye the enemy. Elsewhere, it looks like Team Unknown are finally about to make a move as shots are going to be let loose. It is going to be ethical from 0 damage as he tries to put a few bullets in Team Unknown.
Well, Team Unknown better be very careful, but another team that needs to be careful is Team RGB. One grenade, perfect grenade, I hope, and no, just missed it. Cyclone, you just missed it, but one of the player is still down. No, he knocked on Speed. Speed goes down, and another volley is coming in from Cyclone. On the other hand, Team 3 eliminates Unknown Esports. Unknown Esports eliminate another team. I'm
Zero
sorry.
damage. Zero damage have in fact gone out of the 5th, 14th position, and looks like RGB's woes are not over. They are going to be plummeled with grenades and molotovs, and finally, with that one final bang, Cyclone makes sure he is going to send them 6 feet under. Team RGB eliminated in the 13th position, and now he is quickly setting his sights on another team. Hecat Official coming under heavy fire. They have quickly got to make sure that they get out of harm's way because Abu could be taken out, and all his teammates can do is just helplessly look on, because if they get up, they're going to expose their position. Looks like Mitro is going to be found out as a few more shots are sent in his direction. However, on the other side, we have another fight breaking out, this time between Southside Spurs, as they are trying to thwart an attack by the Fallen 4. Wait a second, he jumped inside, but the floor was lava as Maverick from SWAT falls down. Oh, Cruel almost made it inside the compound. However, he falls just a little bit short.
Well, he has been knocked down, but I think he can be revived. On the other hand, Team 6 Southside Spurs is about to get eliminated, and yes, they have already bitten the dust. No. 2 of the players are still remaining, fighting for their team. Team Frozen is in a hell lot of trouble because one of their players is already down. The second one is surviving on a very low HP. Panzer, you have a lot of job to do. You have to deploy those smokes. You have to revive your teammates. And Team Fallen 4 better not fall, but Nick falls down. And Team F4 last surviving player
Well, when you have
saves his team.
When you have Shenron in your team, you are granted a few wishes here and there, and looks like the Magical Dragon is going to make sure his team stays in. Elsewhere, Uncle Shin's going to be rattling off with an AK Ratatatata on Team Galaxy Noob as they are trying to hold on. Looks like that's it. Looks like a stray grenade came in. Summit got a vehicle explosion, and with that, I do believe another team is going to be exiting this map of Erangel. Elsewhere, looks like Frozen Newcastle. We did see them in a head-on collision with Team Slay Esports. However, it looks like Slay Esports now have the upper hand. They do have all that concrete to hide behind and pretty much fire at their enemies at will. Now, Team Kunti are going to take a move. Slay trying to get away, but Sumit is brought down from his vehicle.
Well, Onion, perfect timing of this player takes down one of the players, but he has a job to do. He has to revive his teammates, and he also have to be careful of the adjacent team present. On the other hand, his teammate is present over there to back him up. Other players are also getting knocked down. The players of Team Bros, I guess, are already down. But look at the circle. No team is still inside the circle, and it's so open.
The thing is, you don't want to be in the center over there because, well, like you mentioned, it is pretty much open and it has a gradual slope which kind of converges towards the center. So you are going to be visible to everyone. I like the fact what the teams are doing. They are going to be sticking to the periphery. And now, this is what I was talking about. Slay are going to be a bit towards the center, and they are going to pay a heavy price, as possibly not one but two teams could be setting up a crossfire. Galaxy with a grenade does get the better of them, and looks like another team is going to bid us adieu as Team Bros are going to be exiting in the 8th position with a good 7 finishes to their name. Elsewhere, Frozen Newcastle are finally making a move. They were stuck in a position. Looks like Team 11 could come under fire. Aniyan is last man standing. They know exactly where he is, and do they want to go past him? That could be a bit tricky, because if he steps out from the house, he could shoot them in the back later on. But for now, Endeavor's endeavor is over as Galaxy Noob are down one more man, and Aniyam is finally found out, and with that, another team says bye-bye.
Well, Team Frozen is so much dominating this game. A 9 finish already,
finishes.
and
Wow.
they made out from the situation which was so difficult, from the crowded situation where Team Fallen 4, the smoke is gonna disappear. You guys don't have a pretty good cover to yourself, and Galaxy Bichu, like a Bichu, is going to bite the player of Team Frozen, and that is going to be Moon. One more bullet was required, Bichu. One more bullet.
I think he got it. I think he still got it, because he did get that pick initially, and of course, like you said, he did sting with that stinger, and that is definitely going to hurt. But now Shenron is going to focus on the boys from Team Unknown ESP, who do have that makeshift cover in the form of burning vehicles. But now Kondaya is going to go right up against the enemy. It is going to be up against the Scorpion. The Scorpion is finally going to be taken down as Galaxy Noobs are going to be exiting this game with 5 finishes to their names. And have a look look at that. We have Team Unknown, who aren't really unknown no more, go on a little bit of a domination spree.
But Team Unknown Esports have to move inside the zone and make sure that they don't make their presence felt. On the other hand, Team F4, Team Frozen, is already inside the zone. Team F4 is making the rush toward the last player of team number 5. Let's see if they can get it. Star-Lord with a UMP 45, that beast gun in close range, eliminates the whole squad of Team UDOG Brutal.
Well, he did try to go for the drop shot. He did hit the deck. However, when you have two guns trained on you, it isn't going to work out. Elsewhere, Frozen Kondaya does spot them coming in. Once again, the Fallen 4 are feeling good. Although they do have a couple of their boys down on their knees, the revives should be coming in. That is a good grenade. That is a good grenade. Star-Lord could very well be in the blast radius. However, it falls just a little bit short, as now finally we have the 3 teams, 7 people alive. Question is, who's going to take it? It does look like the Fallen 4 could snatch victory, as they do have that numerical advantage.
But Nick has been taken down by a play zone. On the other hand, the players of Frozen has already spotted down the players of F4. But the team that is unknown completely is Unknown Esports Clutch God. No one has attention towards him. That is going to work in his favor. He just need to stay silent, read the kill feed, and strike at the perfect moment. Team Frozen, complete domination, 11 finishes. Can they get the chicken dinner?
At that point right now, although Cruel is going to go in for the revive, the only thing that Fallen 4 have for themselves are those smoke covers. Now, once that smoke dissipates, Frozen are going to have a heyday, as they do have that little bit of a height advantage. They are going to spot the enemy a bit earlier. There you have it. Kondaya does spot the enemy, but Shenron is going to be quicker on the trigger. He retaliates in kind, takes him down. It looks like Clutch God is going to be spotted as well. The hit marker is giving his position away, but he slides away. Wait a second. Star-Lord with a massive grenade makes sure Clutch God could still be in this, as Frozen Panzer is going to be taken out. That's it. Frozen Newcastle are out. Now it's going to be a 4-on-1 situation. Clutch God, can he live up to his name? As 4 fallen men, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, are riding towards him, but of course he is going to be overwhelmed by that brute force. And you did say it at the beginning, you want to make sure that the Fallen 4 don't fall too much. In fact, that they go to newer heights. And well, getting a chicken dinner with double-digit finishes, I think that's a new high.
Well, that's a new high, and this time not a single team. More than one team has got double-digit finishes.
That is true. That is true. Of course, we did see Frozen Newcastle. They kind of went off at the beginning. Now, we did kind of say that, in that final few circle, they had that little high ground. They were perched in a good position, and boy, did they rack up those finishes from that position.
I'm telling you, XP, this lobby is going to break the record of Team Mayavi.
Oh, Team Mayavi, 21 kills. Let's see if that's going to happen, because as of right now, I think Fallen 4 would have ended up with around 11 finishes, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, 11 finishes if we have learned maths. Yeah, but
I did kind of cheat a little bit as well.
iQOO has calculated. That's a good thing.
There you go, there you go. Now, of course, if you did miss any of the action, well, don't worry. We have you covered right there, as we do have the iQOO highlights coming up on our screen now.
Well, for Team Godza Esports, thing started really well with it in 16. On the other hand, South Side Spurs were also playing really good. They got so many finishes in the starting. They had a good positioning, but Team Unknown Esports, the push they made, that was a very well calculated push. They knew there was only one player present. This is the moment the mistake came from the players. Beast was little impatient. He should have waited for his teammates.
This grenade.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Complete elimination of the squad.
I mean, at that point, if I was in the enemy's position, I would have also anticipated that it is going to be on the staircase as cars are flying. I think that's the effect of the cyclone. And of course, these guys were just caught in the corner, and they paid a heavy, heavy price. Grenade after grenade, Molotov after Molotov. I'm sure we might see the grenade finishes in double digits once again.
Well, we might see that. On the other hand, we saw Team Frozen eliminating so many squads. Team Sweat, F4 was eliminating, rushing into the barn houses of the farm compound and eliminating squads. But at a point, Team Frozen looked like might get eliminated because 2 of their players were already down. But the perfect backup that was present over there saved the team. On the other hand, Team Slay also was performing really good, but Team Kunju striked at the perfect moment and ruined things for them. On this time also, Team Slay are so separated. Yes, I agree, in the final circle you have to be spread out, but the smokes are giving away your position and you are going to be easily spotted down and frozen. My god.
You remember when I said that Team Slay walked past Amiyan? I said it's going to come and bite them later on. It did. That one grenade was the final nail in the coffin for Team Slay as they were taken down. But of course, Clutch got over here, trying to live up to name, getting as many kills as he can. Now, this is where things went awry because, well, it looks like the full aggression by the Fallen 4 was on display and they weren't shying away from a fight at all. But of course, Frozen Newcastle, they really surprised me with, their trigger discipline. They knew when and when not to pick a fight.
Well, this last grenade from the players of Fallen 4 was a blessing in disguise for Clutch God because he got 2 extra position points.
Also, that's absolutely correct
Yeah.
because he was getting gunned down and we were watching their POV and suddenly the screen just shook and we were like, wait, what happened? You're absolutely right. That makes sure that they had 2 more points.
Yeah.
But let's see if our calculations are as good as the computer because we are going to have the points table on our screens now. And there you have it, the Fallen 4, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse getting the job done with the chicken dinner. 15 placement points, 11 finish points. That means they walk away with 26.
Well, if we look at the finish points, also 11 finish points of Team Fallen 4, Team Frozen, also Unknown Esports 7. I think this is the first time we are seeing so much balanced distribution of the finish points. Otherwise, mostly we saw in the day 1 and day 2 was only 1 or 2 teams were dominating. Others were getting placement positions, not the finish points. But this time, look at the amount of finishes over there. This lobby is very dominating.
Even up till the 7th position, have a look at that Galaxy Noob with 5 finishes. Team Bros.
Yeah.
I think they are definitely vibing because they ended up with 7 finish points. But again, like you mentioned, they didn't have the placement points, just 1, which means they walk away with a total of 8. However, they still have another game in hand to try and make up for it. Now, Godza Esports, they had a decent start. They were in the thick and thin of the action right at the beginning. Unfortunately, they were taken out pretty quickly, which means they're only going to be walking away with 3 points. Now, we did mention, you don't want to be in the position from 13 to 16. The teams that are in the position, they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Well, they have to make sure that they go on the top and make sure the teams on the top gets an early elimination because that is what going to make sure that they qualify.
Well, we've seen how the teams have done. Let's have a look at the iQOO MVP, and it is one of the bros. It's Erangel who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP with 5 finishes and 521 points of damage.
Out of 7 finishes, 5 finishes just to this one guy. That's quite impressive, and the team got like 1 placement point only. Such an early elimination despite that fact that this guy is getting 5 finishes. My eyes are all up for Team Bros in the next match. Let's see what they are gonna do, but let's have a look at the top 5 players.
Well, let's have a look at the top 5 players, and of course Erangel is going to be right at the tippity top. Fallen 4 do have 2 members joining him as well. Of course, that is Nick and the magical dragon Shenron himself. I like the fact that everyone else has the equal number of finishes, and that number is 4. However, there is a bit of a disparity in the damage.
Well, there is going to be obviously Team Fallen 4 was dishing out so many damage, so they were taking so many fights, and Nick is having a high damage, 697, but the difference is not so high. Damage of Argon is 521, Nick 697. I'm looking for Team Bros in the next game.
Well, let's see if Team Bros are going to do something amazing
They
again.
better should.
Well, there you have it. You better do something good. But let's have a look at the match summary and see exactly how many numbers were on our screens and what all happened, because I'm going to be looking at the grenade finishes, but unfortunately not a lot of utility used this time. Only 4 finishes coming via grenades.
This time smokes were used. So much of the smokes were used, and the minute the smoke dissipated, the players were relying on their guns. They directly spotted down the players and completely eliminated them. This is why I think grenade usage is a little bit less, but another thing that is less is finish distance, 203 meters.
Not a lot of sharpshooters, but of course we did see the first pick coming in via a bolt action rifle. So I'm a happy lad over here. But again, I like the fact that, of course, a bullet is going to travel faster than a lob grenade. And like you said, as soon as the smoke dissipates, well, the bullets start flying and the bodies start dropping. Now, 58 finishes over here, 66 knock. Of course, you can see all the numbers on your screen. Not a lot of healing as well, which means as people were getting knocked out, pretty much sooner or later, right after that, they were put 6 feet under. And with that, let's have a look and see how the finish and damage graph is going to be looking like. Because again, like you said, I'm going to expect it to be kind of evenly spread out.
It is going to be evenly spread out, and look at that, except for Fallen 4 who are having a 2000 plus damage. In fact, Team FNC also close to 2000, 1658, and number of finishes equal, 11 in 11. But look at that team, 706 damage and only 1 finish.
That is quite a difference. That means they have been knocking out a lot of enemies left, right, and center. However, you got to make sure that you capitalize on those picks as well, because if you don't, someone else could come and steal your finish away. And remember, it doesn't matter how you get it, by hook or by crook. Getting those finish points means that you are going to add them to your total tally, which means, well, you have better chances of qualifying to the next round.
That hurts. 7 damage, 1 finish. That really hurts.
See, the thing is, I'm pretty sure in the next game, they do have this memo that they are going to be, imprinting in their brains. If you knock someone out, make sure you finish them.
You even steal the finishes. If you see a player knocked down, better finish him. And that's also a way to get the finishes. On the other hand, top 4 squads. Obviously, it's going to be Fallen 4 with 11 finishes, Frozen Castle with 11 finishes, Unknown Esports with 7 finishes, followed by Underdog Brutal with 5 finishes.
I like that they have Underdog in their name, but talking about Team Unknown, it did kind of seem like, they were pretty much written off because they were taking the brunt of action from a lot of teams. However, they did lose a couple of the members, but they did manage to make it to the end. Of course, 7 finishes for this team, which means they did have a good outing. Now, what it all comes down to is the next game because, well, the pressure is definitely going to mount for the teams that are on the latter half of the table, but I believe a few teams on the top can take it a little bit easy.
I don't think...
A little bit.
No, I don't think...
Okay.
Nah, these players nowhere look like they are going to take things easy. Yes, for the starting initial circles, they are not going to engage in a fight. They are not stupid enough to get an early elimination. But after the final circle, 5th circle, I think, nothing is stopping them.
I think it's going to be similar to what we saw in the last game because, everyone kept their distance at the beginning. Even though we did see quite a few squads, whiz past one another, they didn't really engage one another unless they absolutely had to. So, I expect it could be a slightly slower start. A few teams might give the teams at the top a run for their money. We didn't really see any drop clashes this time as well.
Yeah, teams were dropping on the smarter locations, Zarki, Sivorni.
They try to pick those distant locations.
Exactly.
Yep.
I think they heard me. No one was going towards the military base island, although yesterday we saw so many military base circles, but it's okay.
Well, but it is what it is. And once again, let's just remind you who made all of this possible because we have the beautiful video from iQOO coming up now.
Are you ready for this?
Man, that 4D game vibration, A, it adds another dimension to your whole gaming experience. B, it gives you a feel for the recoil. It kind of makes you feel like you are right there in the thick and thin of the action. Of course, that is all possible with this bad boy in my hand. And of course, I do have one question to ask you. What do you do when you have a monster inside?
Unleash the energy. This time I got it.
She got it. She got it
Yeah,
this time.
finally.
All right, you got a good fist bump.
Yeah.
There you have it. Now, of course, we're happy that we are syncing up. Let's see if the teams are going to be syncing up, because let me just remind you of who all are going to be taking part in the next game, as we do have the matchup coming up on our screens. We first start off with Godza Esports, SWAT Reborn, Team Unknown Esports, Invincible Esports. Well, I guess someone did test their mortality. Let's see if it's going to be different this time around. Of course, followed by them, we have UDog Brutal, Southside Spurs, Frozen Newcastle, and your winners, Fallen 4.
Well, this team definitely impressed everyone, followed by Frozen Newcastle also. But another team that is going to be playing is Team RGB, that needs to step up, followed by Zero Damage, Team Kunju, Team Bros. Very high expectations from you lads. Hecate Officials, KBP's Jord, Galaxy Noob, and Team Slay Esports.
Well, as far as Team Bros is concerned, like you did mention, Aragon did get 5 of the 7 team finishes, which means, it doesn't matter if you're on a quest to find one of the rings or if you just want to have somebody in your team. That is the man you want to have. Of course, let's see if his teammates are going to be helping him out a bit more in the next game. Now, I do see that all the players are ready in the lobby, which means the game is going to be underway sooner rather than later. But before we do that, now, let me say one thing. I kind of anticipate it's not going to be a slow start. I don't know why. I have this feeling that a few of the teams that didn't do so well, they are going to try and hot drop, not hot drop per se, but go to the more popular locations, because of course loot is going to be one of the key factors as you move in onto the next circles, which means we could have a few early clashes.
We might see few early clashes, but the greed, it doesn't always pay off well. You go for the loot, you are greedy for the loot, maybe Fallen 4 is there.
Maybe Fallen 4 is there, but we are talking about greed. However, I'll tell you something you are going to be greedy for. It's going to be this bad boy in my hand, because again, I'm going to show you something pretty epic. You're going to want to get one right after watching this.
Are you ready for this?
Well, we are back once again, and I'm pretty sure we get it. You want the next game to start. You're going to have to bear with us just a little bit longer, because again, we've got to make sure that all the players have a level playing field. You know how it is when you try and join one of the custom lobbies. Sometimes, for some reason or the other, a player might not be able to join, so we're just making sure everything is tickety-boo. But before that, any questions that you would like to ask me? That's a no. Basically, that means I can put her on the spot now already.
I want to ask.
Let's do this.
Again. Circle.
See, I have been
plain
kind of
paths.
right with the circle, I'll be honest with you. I think we saw a central circle in the beginning, but it did have some nice curveballs, and it, made sure that all the teams had to frantically migrate left, right, center, down, south, up north. That's the beautiful part. But I'm going to agree with you. I want to see something up north. I want to see something near Stolberg, because I want to see how the teams use the slope to their advantage, because they are going to be staggered on the mountain, and well, you need your vehicles for cover, which are going to be destroyed sooner or later. Then you're going to have a lot of smoke grenades in your backpacks, which again is the new meta. People are making sure that they carry enough utilities, but I still want one thing, just one thing that I want someone to go to an airdrop, be patient about it, and pick up that big AWM and use it. I just want to hear that sound once. Is that too much to ask for?
Not at all. But
not at all. But it's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, the players are more like on the spray side, I think, these days. No one wants to use a sniper.
No one
Unfortunately.
wants to use a sniper. It's all right. You know what? I am not going to be disappointed because we've got some amazing action, and I like the fact that we have a few unorthodox weapons being used as well. Now, we all know about the M4 6X. The M4 can be used with a variation of scopes, but the M16 has made a few, has had a few moments in the spotlight over here. Of course, early finishes coming in with that weapon. What is your go-to weapon? Talking about weapon and our players, have a look at that. We already have a few of them practicing. Maybe they're just checking, the trigger pressure, making sure everything is lined up. And, well, some of them are just chilling around. And there is a giant snowman over there as well.
No, he got it.
Frozen Moon did get the jump. I love doing that as well. I love jumping around on those containers. And, it just feels good. It's a bit of parkour. I wish I could do it in real life, but I don't want to be breaking too many bones. Now, of course, you can see we do have 10 seconds on the clock, which means everyone is going to be up in the sky sooner or later. Question is, where is the plane going to take us?
No, it means prediction.
That's what I wanted to avoid. It means prediction. I think it's going to be a bit of a western shift this time. We might have the plane path a bit to the west. Bhavna, don't say anything because I know what you're going to say. It's all right. Let me get away with it.
No, I was about to ask team prediction. Because
team
you can't
prediction.
cheat in that, no?
Well, may the best man win. That is what I'm going to say. But let's have a look at the flight path. We are starting at Georgia Pole once again. However, this time we aren't going to be flying to Lipovka. We're going to head down south to the Sosnovka military base, which means, Shadow, we might finally see some action down under.
Maybe this time team will go towards the military base area because you need the loot, like you mentioned. You need a good loot in the initial stages because later on you don't have the time when you're engaged in a fight to go and loot the crates and move inside the zone also and protect yourself from the lingering eyes of the enemies in the nearby vicinity. But again, Team Frozen going towards Zarki, Team Rose again going towards Siverny. This time looks like these teams have a fixed drop location like the experienced ones.
It does look like it. That means they've done this time and time out, which means they are going to be comfortable not just with the drop spot, but also keep in mind they're going to be comfortable with the certain routes that they're going to take, when they migrate to the next circles, because like I said, they must have done it at least 1,000 times. Now, as the plane is going to exit our screens, all the teams are going to be free falling from the heavens above, and looks like we are going to have some teams heading down south, but the circle this time around is going to be a bit further up north. You never know, Shadow. We might see something at Siverny. We might see something at Stolber.
Well, I really hope that happens. If not that, I'm happy with Water City as well. Because Water City Circle's final zones are always amazing. And Team INV again starting with a good start, trying to shoot the player of Team F4 Cruel in the parachute itself. But that's not going to happen. The player will survive, but the location has already been given away. And any time the push can come in, and the players of Fallen 4 do realize that. So instead of looting the area, they will just get into their vehicle and find a new home.
Well, it does look like they are going to be heading towards Rozhok, but the thing is, I do believe Rozhok could be already occupied, so they've got to be careful as to what their next move is going to be. Now, we did see Invincible, they were the ones that lost the earliest in the last game. Question is their mortality going to be tested once again, or are they really invincible? Because they did go up against the Fallen 4. They did perforate the parachutes with a few holes. However, it wasn't going to be enough to bring them down. Now, at the other end, we are going to be focusing near Pachinki, I do believe, as finally that city has some occupants in the form of Godza Esports.
XP, I want to ask
somebody's
you.
nearby.
Well, somebody is nearby, and let's see if the knock is gonna come in. And Raider, Hunter, OP, and Clutch God are sharing the same compound, and Clutch God is not making much noise. He's ready with his AKM, waiting on the player to make any mistake, and his teammate Skull OP is going to do the job and knock down Anian, and get the finish as well. Team Unknown Esports looking very good.
Well, looks like they are looking good right now, and Anion was caught off guard over there. Question is, what was he doing out there in the open? Now, they did have an idea that someone's nearby, as Team Kunju is going to come under fire, as well as you did see a few tracer bullets just whiz past on your screen. But now, Team Unknown, they know exactly where the enemy is. They know it's one man, and they are going to go in full first. Bapu with the Tommy gun going gangster over the opponents. And, well, with the final bullet to the head, they are going to get another finish. finish to their names.
Well, Radiant Hunter, OP, you should have stayed silent because there was no chance you could have taken a 1v4 fight in an open area like that completely. In a compound, maybe it's possible to clutch it out, but in open area, it's not possible. The price your team will pay, Team Kunju surviving with only 2 teammates, and yet they are unable to find a drop location, a good compound or a good spot in the zone for themselves. On the other hand, the team that is looking pretty comfortable is Underdog Brutal in the Georgiapol area, completely uncontested. They will have the perfect loot, but last time I played, Georgiapol loot was a little bit less.
It was a little bit less, but I do believe I see a lot of weapons lying around, so they aren't going to be disappointed at all. I think you just maybe had some bad luck or an off day, or maybe, Bhavna, somebody might have already been there.
That could have happened.
It could have happened indeed, but right now, Udog Brutal, they are going to be running around making sure they loot to their heart's content because, well, they are still in the circle. Now elsewhere, we are going to go back to Pachinki, where we did see Team Unknown creeping in slowly and steadily. They might just go up against Godza Esports once again. Now, Godza, they didn't have the best game last time around. They did get eliminated quite early on. I wonder if they can turn their fortunes around this time because they do seem like they know somebody is nearby.
I love Pochinki fights. I love Pochinki drop location clashes because there are so many angles where players can get on the roof and find a unique different angle every single time. You can't predict from where the enemy is going to shoot. So better Godza Esports and Unknown Esports be very careful. You can do what the player is doing. Just lie down.
Well, you know, in this situation, if you do hear some footsteps on the roof, just keep in mind it's not Santa because it is an enemy with a weapon who's coming to pretty much murder you. As Team Unknown, it does kind of seem like they are oblivious to the fact that, you know, Pachinki is inhabited by another team. But again, that makes it all the more exciting. There you have it. Bapu is going to be caught off guard, and he is going to be the first one to bite the dust. And now, I'm pretty sure Team Unknowns know that, well, somebody else is here, and that somebody else are the lads from Godza Esports.
Underdog Esports, you don't march down the roads of Pochinki like that. You pay the price if you are going to do that. Godza Esports are already having their eyes set on all of your players. Better be careful because already a casualty has come in. Let's see what's going to happen. Can Unknown Esports recover from this and eliminate Godza Esports, or they are going to walk away? Time will decide because the zone looks like might shift towards the northern side, but for now, they are pretty safe. They can pick up the fight. There is so much time, like 3 seconds, the zone will close in. Yet, in the first circle, you can take the fight in the blue zone as well. On the other hand, XP, you wanted drop location clashes. Another drop location clash that is happening is in Yasnia. 2 teams are there, but pretty much silent.
Pretty silent, and in fact, they were silent in the last game as well. Of course, one of the teams is Hikate Official, while the other are the boys on our screens, Team Kunju. Now, Team Kunju did make it, they did have a few good placement points in the last game. However, the finishes need to be matched as well. And wait a second, we have some pistol action over here. Probably not the best weapon of choice at that range, my friend. Of course, he's just trolling us, I suppose, as Mitro is going to be running around as well. I love that name. He must be quite a friendly person, eh?
He is very friendly, in fact too friendly with the players of Team Kunju because they are just looting away their compound, not making any noise or not picking up any fights. The question is, does the Team Hikate even knows that there is an enemy team in Yasnia? Because Team Kunju picked up a fight somewhere else, lost their 2 players, and later on came to Yasnia. There is a very good possibility that Team Hikate doesn't know that there are 2 enemy players in the nearby territory. But Team Sweat looting away the small compounds, very good idea.
Very good idea indeed. And just going back to what you just said moments ago, Team Kunju having already lost 2 members, I believe they're going to be a bit more careful now. They're going to make sure they check every corner as they move from building to building, but of course the sound cues could be given away. Now, The circle is pretty much where we left it last. It is going to be closing in a few seconds. All the teams are pretty easy. Wait a second, we are going to have some bridge action. Oh, this could be epic because Team Slay, if you have a look, they've already crossed their paths. They're making sure they are going to the side because, well, they are being followed by another team. And looks like we are going to have some shots fired. It's going to be Team RGB who are going to be opening up as Ankush is brought down to his knees.
Well, Team RGB placed their players like a chessboard and now creating troubles for the players of Team Slay. One of them is already down and looks like they have already gotten the information where the rest of the two players are placed. Looks like Team RGB is in a good position to pin down the players of Team Slay. On the top of it, Play Zone, Blue Zone is also playing its role. Another players of Team Slay goes down. Team Slayer is not looking good at all in this situation. And there comes the push XP.
There you have it. Team RGB are making a move as Slay are going to be frantically thwarting the stack. Their shots are going to be fired. The M4 goes off, the AK goes off, but it's Curse God who gets the better of RGB. He gets another knock. Now he goes for switch to the Star Rail. Can he do this? He does get a third knock over here, surviving by a sliver of HP. He got to patch himself up because the Blue Zone is going to be damaging him as well. And there you have the Blue Zone is what brings him down, and now looks like Zyro could capitalize on this, but he's got to run. He wishes he had a vehicle. I do believe the revive is coming in, but what a play by Curse God. Unfortunately, Shadow, he fell just a little bit short.
If he had his teammate,
Maybe a bandage,
a first aid, anything, a painkiller would also work, but for now, Team RGB is coming out as a winner. On the other hand, Team INV, very good start in the last match also. This time they were a little bit struggling for the compound to loot for.
You know, as far as Team Slay is concerned, looked like the Falcon flew off and is safely perched in the new circle while his teammates have fallen by the bridge. Well, it is what it is. However, it also means they still have a little bit of hope, a glimmer of hope, because they still have one man. There you have it, Falcon on our screens now. Looks like he's done with flying, and now he's going to be finding a little haven in the barn just east of Pachinki.
Well, the barn houses are never a safe place for the solo players. Let's hope Team Slay Esports Falcon does try to hold on to his position and not give it away, not give many sound cues, as you say. On the other hand, Team 6 is having a good position, but XP, let's have a replay of what exactly happened with the players of Team Slay.
Just have a look at Curse God, switches the AK to the Scar Rail, diverts his attention to the next man, gets the second knock, goes down, gets the third knock, but unfortunately, the blue chipping away at his health is going to be a bit too much for him, and finally, he is taken down. But I gotta say, Shadow, what a valiant effort.
Well, that was a brave effort from his side. I wish Falcon was there to help him out, but that was not possible because Falcon had already gone to help his other teammate.
He flew away from the cuckoo's nest. He was out.
That was not possible to raise his player that time. In fact, now he will be fighting for the position points. If we talk about the players of team number 13, that is Hiket Official, they have their eyes set onto the players of team SWAT Reborn, if I'm not wrong. Yes, SWAT Esports. Looks like SWAT Esports, if they come on to the opposite end of the ridge, in the open area, he'll be ready with his guns to strike in the direction and at least get a one knock.
Well, it looks like Mitro and his friends are kind of anticipating an attack coming in as far as SWAT Reborn is concerned, but right now looks like they are going to be hunted as well, as Southside Spurs do have them in their crosshairs, and well, if they're not careful, they could be taken down. Looks like a little bit of gunfire is going to be exchanged. Of course, at one end we have the Mini 14 and the 8 times. On the other end, we have the M4s with the 4 times, well, with the 6 times scope. So again, it's going to be the DMR going up against the automatic rifle. Question is, who's going to come out on top? And if they stop for just a second, looks like a few shots are going to be let loose. Unfortunately, Abu is going to be hitting nothing but air.
But if you look at the zone, the school buildings are still inside the zone, inside the circle, and if my wishes are granted and the circle shifts towards it, we are heading towards a very long lasting fight between multiple teams, and grenades are going to come into the picture. Better teams pick those grenades because you might need it. On the other hand, SWAT team has already been spotted down by PK officials.
Heket officials do have a compound to themselves, however, they do have higher ground on either side, which means it could be a bit tricky if they're out in the open for too long, because have a look at that, U-Dog Brutal are going to be joining in as well. If they do stop this mountain, they could be shooting. Wait a second, he popped his field, he's going to spin, and he's going to be taken down. That is something you do not want, and Nexus is going to learn that the hard way as he's down on his knees, not for too long, as finally he's going to be put deep in the ground, which means, Heket, we did kind of say that, they had a quiet game last time. This time around, Shadow, they're definitely making a lot of noise.
Better drive on footpath, I'll say that.
Do not take advice from this. No.
You can.
All
in
right.
the game at least. Because if you're driving in the grass, you are getting down from your
I
buggy.
think maybe the grass was a bit slippery as well. It might have been wet. That's why he kind of spun out, right?
It might have rained.
It might have rained. There you go.
Exactly.
No wonder it's so green and luscious.
Yeah, it is definitely the beautiful map. I like it better than Sinnoh. You find snakes over there. So many snakes.
So many snakes, but luckily I do have my snake charm with me at all times. So, I just play my flute a little bit and I can see where they are. But again, coming back to the game, looks like we are going to have a little convoy moving in, and that convoy is going to be shot at. And the shooters are, of course, Team Unknown ESP, who do already have 2 finishes to their name. But if you remember, they did lose Bapu in Pochinki earlier on. Now, like you mentioned, looks like the circle could shift towards the school and the mountainous region right next to it. Well, we like calling it Potato Hill, but this is where, all the teams are going to be staggered on this mountain range. So you basically have to make sure you have your back secure and your front secure, because it could be shot at from anywhere, and Panzer finds that the hard way as well. Wait a second, he is right next to the enemy, and Godza Esports is maxing. Ooh, this is tricky now. His position isn't given away as of now, but looks like his teammates are coming into fire. He could shoot them in the back. He does let a few shots. Unfortunately, they aren't going to be accurate. Hip fire at this point is not going to be the call, and Maxin is going to be taken down as Panzer gets the better of him. Unfortunately for Panzer, Nova is going to be on hand, and well, teamwork makes the dream work. Godza Esports still have a fighting chance.
Well, Team Godza has full chances because Maxen was a little annoying man in the back, but he will get a revival many times soon. His teammates are already present. Good synergy, good backup, good cover fire coming in, but Maxen has again knocked down. No worries. Zone is so much closer, 10 meters. I think 5 meters away you can get a revive, but you have to be very careful of the players. 2 players remaining of Frozen Esports, Frozen Castle, because they are waiting for you guys. They know you are going to come inside the zone, and they are ready with their bullets. M416 are already ready, but Galaxy is already in the school compounds area, and the team that is in the close vicinity is going to be 0 damage, who might get a lot of damage from the players of Team Galaxy. They have to be careful. They're very careful, in fact.
Well, let's see as far as Frozen Newcastle is concerned, whether they do have ice in their veins, because we did see them in the last game as well with the 2-man squad. Forget that right now. Galaxy Nick does spot the enemy moving in, lays down a few shots. Unfortunately, I do not see any knocks coming out over there. SWAT, you got to be careful. There's a grenade at your feet. He realizes it in the nick of time and makes sure he gets cover. Otherwise, well, he would have been blown to oblivion, and now he's going to make sure he reciprocates as well, as a grenade is going to be flung at the enemy. Maverick trying to drive his way around, does get shot at, loses half his HP, but that isn't going to be an issue. Now Abu knows exactly where the enemy is, and there you have it. Another grenade is going to be flung in his direction, but I do believe it is going to be a bit too short.
Well, Abu knows everything. He has already helped Aladdin, but on the other hand, Team SWAT, no one is helping you guys. Not show your back to your enemy. Take that fight. Maybe you could have knocked down Zippar, but right now the player of SWAT is surviving on 10 HP. Good thing is he has reunited with his teammates. That's not gonna work. He goes down. On the other hand, trade coming in of Mithro.
Well, Mithro is going to be taken out, but it looks like Blaze is going to be blazing his enemies as he does spot Heket official in the distance. Now, he is going to be prone, making sure he patches himself up because, well, you got to make sure your boost is at 100%. Maverick, unlucky for him, the moment he alighted from his vehicle, he was taken down. But quick thinking on his teammate's part, the revive is coming in as there is enough smoke to conceal their position. However, looks like Higate official exactly have an idea of where the enemy are, and if they traverse just a bit more and go over this little rise, they might see all that smoke in front of them, and we know what happens then. There is going to be some indiscriminatory fire into the smoke, or maybe even a couple of grenades could be thrown in said smoke.
Well, they could be thrown, but that also means Team SWAT is in a hell lot of trouble, because look at that, all the players are in such close vicinity to each other. One grenade and multiple knocks can be coming into the side of Team SWAT. Team Higate, on the other hand, have a very good positioning. They are trying to spot out the players. And if you talk about zone, XP has been third day. No one is contesting Potato Bull. We usually see most of the teams contest for that position, but right now it's going to be out of circle. Team Higate Zipar has been knocked down and eliminated by Blazer. Team SWAT is slowly and steadily coming back into the game.
Well, Higate official are going to be dwindling in numbers one by one, as I do believe they are only going to be survived by one man right now. Now, Abu doesn't really have a lot of hope for himself right now, because he is all by his lonesome, and it is going to be inevitable that he is going to succumb to his injuries unless Mad Dog puts a couple of bullets in his noggin. Now, elsewhere, we are going to have some shots being fired off, and looks like I was right. The last member from Higate is trying to... Well, he can't really do anything for his teammate, but he is just trying to keep them at bay. Now, another grenade is going to be flung. I do believe this one is going to be a smoke, so that he can conceal his position, but he is so dangerously close to SWAT Reborn, and the fact that they all clumped together is problematic.
Team Higate was doing so many mistakes, taking fight, slowly going one by one, picking up multiple fights, last person remaining, instead of being silent, throwing smokes, making his position reveal. That was so many mistakes, but Team RGB is not making any mistake, but Blast still goes down.
Well, we did see fast and bold action last game. This time he wasn't quick enough on the trigger, but now Zyro, he needs to switch his weapon again. That M4 barely has any rounds. He does get the reload in. Question is he going to go for the revive, or is he going to swing around the tree and go for the kill? I would go for the latter, because looks like UDog, they're going to go for the revive as well. Question is, where are the remaining teammates? Because as of right now, I should be hearing a lot more bullets. There you have it. Mbappe is going to come in from the flank, and well, he's just going to make sure that he suppresses the enemy.
Well, he's better suppress the enemy pinned down beside the tree area. On the other end, Mbappe makes a knock and confirms the finish onto speed. On the other hand, UDog Beast is also finding some of the knocks, but UDog Brutal has been eliminated completely.
They're the eliminators. They're the eliminators. Looks like it's Higate. It's all right. Even I made that mistake. It's just when the graphic comes up, it's the first thing we see. But right now, SWAT Reborn could be in trouble. Let's see if all that special ops training is going to come in handy, because all I can see them do right now is pretty much hit the deck, make sure they have their bellies against the ground, because, well, bullets are dangerously close as they fly by overhead, and they don't really have a lot of options. Like we did mention, you know, they are clumped together. Maybe the call of the day should be just to spread out a little bit and avoid all that collateral damage, as Mbappe does know that the enemy is going to be a bit further up, as it does look like KBB Jod are having a decent game this time around. They do have the upper ground, and all they have to do is shoot at anything that moves down under.
Well, shoot, but be very careful in which direction you are shooting. But Team F4, so much trouble, you is getting the finishes, and very easy finishes they have got onto the players of Team F4, who was so much separated, but Nick is still surviving, and his position has also been compromised. Team Unknown Esports going for the rush onto Nick. Can he get that one knock? He gets one, trying to finish it. He gets second one also, and can he get the finish? Can he clutch it out? Last person remaining. Can Nick do it?
What? I mean, what was Shadow doing? I thought Shadow was going to get the better of Nick, but right now Nick is going to go in for that first aid revive. He was reloading in front of the enemy, but no, from afar, it's going to be Tyler from KBB Jod who puts him in his ground. And well, there you have it. The Fallen have finally fallen as they exit in the 11th position, but the action continues as Jod now come under fire one by one. They are going to topple like dominoes, and Godza's Nova has a little bit of time to patch himself up, but it does look like Team Bros are giving KBB Jod a run for their money.
Well, Nova, he has a very good vehicle to his cover, but he makes sure his bags are safe. Not safe at all. He didn't
you
even
just had to say
let me
that.
complete my sentence. He just got eliminated. And Godza Esports has been eliminated by Unknown Esports. This means KBP is in a good position to raise his players, and be back in the game. Team Unknown Esports with 2 remaining players is raising hell over onto the all players of the lobby.
That was a close call for KBP. I mean, we both saw that little move when they were in the vehicle, and one by one they were pretty much getting taken off as the Molotov is going to be flung in Mbappe's direction. But lucky for him, it is going to fall just a little bit short. Now, I do not see a revive coming in for Mbappe just yet, but Beast is going to be on hand now. I like the fact that he isn't popping any smoke grenades just yet because, well, although it does help concealing your position, it pretty much gives your position away as well. Elsewhere, Rage is going to be raging as he does get the better of Angry. He goes down, and with that, Team Kunju are going to be eliminated in the 8th position. And now, once again, KBB Jod coming under heavy fire, but looks like Tyler is back up on his feet.
Tyler is back, but the team which is not back is Galaxy Noob has eliminated one other team. Unknown Esports is knocking down players here and there. Clutch God is completely unstoppable. His teammate also is trying to knock all the players. So many smokes. How many smokes these guys have? On the other number advantage is with the players of KBP.
Shadow, against all odds, KBP have been coming under fire time in and time out, but they still have all 4 members alive and kicking. And you know what? Maybe that numerical advantage could come to help them later on, as it looks like Tyler is going to be aggressing himself a little bit. He does know where the enemy is, but he doesn't have a pinpoint location, so he is going to throw a few grenades. In fact, Tyler does get a little bit of a knock as one of the members from U-Dog is brought down to his bloody knees. Now the question is, are KBB Jod going to make a move? They've got to be careful. I like what they're doing here. They are going to slink their way nice and easily down the slope because, well, you don't want to be spotted from the other side.
Throw one more grenade. KBB, one more grenade, please. The team will be eliminated completely. Maybe they're a little short. They're a little short on the helix as well, but their UIP is going to do the job. Gets another knock onto the players of Team Underdog and takes another reduces him to 10 HP. But what is happening? Xing Chen goes down through the hands of Brutal. Tyler also goes down, and a player might clutch it out. Beast can clutch it, but Beast is on 20 HP barely. Mbappe also goes down. Underdogs are falling apart.
They are falling apart indeed, and they did think that they had some cover. Unfortunately, they are going to be shot from behind, and the VSS is finally coming in, which, you know what, at this stage, in this tall grass, it will be perfect. As soon as we switch to Galaxy Noob, we do see Heat taking the brunt of the action, and with that, he is going to bid us adieu, which means Nick is now going to be the last man standing. Clutch does spot the enemy in the distance. He does lay down a few shots, and well, he's going to make sure he secures another finish for his team, which means, well, it looks like Team Unknown are hitting hard. 10 finishes to their names already.
Well, 10 finishes already in like few minutes in the game. Unknown Esports have been dominating, and they even have the numbers advantage also. Let's find out if they can get the chicken dinner also, but that seems a little problematic, but because they have the complete control of the southern side. No, that doesn't look problematic. In fact, the situation is in their favor completely. They have the complete control of the southern circle. Underdog, Beast, Brutal, last remaining player. Can he spot Skull?
Well, let's see if he can spot Skull, because everything has suddenly gone a bit quiet. Now, of course, this is the storm, because the storm is going to break out, and there you have it. Shots are going to be fired, and one of them are going to bite the dust. And now Braxton spots the enemy, but he's not quick enough. It's going to be Clutch God who comes in and seals the deal. Now it's going to be a one-on-one situation, a one-on-two situation, I beg your pardon, as Clutch God and Skull are going to be trying to find Galaxy Nick. But the question is he in a galaxy far, far away, or is he nearby? Well, he has been spotted. He is going to be shot at, and he is still behind cover as Skull and his teammate Clutch God go. They sink and sag their way, and finally they get the job done, making sure they walk away winners in this game.
Well, what a beautiful victory for Unknown Esports. They started their domination.
Things got heated up there.
With only 2 players.
With only 2 players, you can never write anyone off. And I love the fact that, oh my goodness, we expected a few teams to, you know, showcase some prowess once in a while, but all 3 days have been amazing. I don't know which one to pick.
especially Underdog Brutal, they were looking so good. In fact, one more team was also there in the northern side. South side Spurs, I think, yes, it
Well-
was there. They were looking so good, but let's have a look at the highlights. But what went wrong and where?
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, did one of the members of Underdog get like 7 finishes?
Yes.
Wow, I mean, that is just brutal. But of course, this is where the action started. Now, we did kind of anticipate when Bapu was caught off guard in Pachinki. That was unfortunate, but this fight, this is what I was living for. Curse God almost got a 1v4 clutch. He did manage to bring down 3 members from Team RGB, but unfortunately, it was the blue zone which had other ideas.
Even he tried also, he finished one of the player in the hope that he'll go through his crate and find some healing, but that didn't happen. On the other hand, we saw team like Godza Esports also being at a very good position and try to eliminate squads, but Unknown Esports has started the domination by eliminating the players of Team
Kobe.
INV. That was a Padma team.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, makes sense. I think we have a little bit of mythology coming in right now. But again, Galaxy Noobs did have a better game than last time around. And of course, we did see Mithro getting that knock on Maverick, but was taken down instead. SWAT Reborn as well, making sure they utilize all that special ops training to their advantage, getting a few finishes in this game.
Well, finishes after finishes were happening, especially from the side of Unknown Esports. This moment also, in fact, we saw so many clutch moments also. Falcon could have easily eliminated the whole squad. Instead, he should have stayed silent, find a position inside the zone, and then strike. He was a little impatient. You shouldn't be impatient, my friend. Otherwise,
This was
Lord
confusing
will
right here.
eliminate you. Yeah, Nick was also in a very good position. This was another almost clutch moment from the side of Nick, but unfortunately that didn't happen also. But Nick definitely impressed everyone.
He did impress everyone, and another team that kind of impressed me were JPB John, because we did see them coming under fire time in and time out, one after the other. They were the victims, and of course these grenades were the things that set everything up. And like you mentioned, you dog were doing a wonderful job, but unfortunately they were overwhelmed and subsequently taken out.
Even Tum Kunja was also doing very good at one point of time. They were about to get eliminated, early elimination in fact, but they couldn't bear the wrath of the players of Team Unknown Esports. Team Galaxy Noob definitely ruined few things for the last player of Underdog Brutal over there, but Team Unknown Esports, that last could have been clutch.
It could have been, actually. And the funny thing is, we did, just to remind you, in the last game, Clutch God, in fact, did get his team those few extra points, as you did mention. So, I mean, looks like Team Unknown, they're definitely not going to be unknown for much longer. But now, let's have a look at how good your maths is, because we are going to have the points table on our screens right about now.
Well, Team Unknown Esports, 13 finish points, total 28 points, followed by Galaxy Noob. A good performance coming on from this team. Not very flashy play, but 5 finishes at the right time makes it total 17 points to the name. Underdog Brutal, very consistent performance, 9 finish, total 17 points. Team Bros, 4th position, but 2 finishes. Why?
Well, they just have 2 finishes this time. Last time around, they had 7, I guess.
Can I say, why this Kolavari?
Why this Kolavari? There you have it. But the thing is, as long as you get the points, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
They have pretty much booked a berth for themselves in the next round. And let's see what they are going to be bringing up next. Now, 0 damage right at the bottom over there. That is going to sting just a little bit more because, well, the only point they did manage to secure was due to that 1 finish.
Well, 1 finish is definitely going to help them because
Frozen.
every point is going to matter. But this time, I think this is the first time no team is going empty-handed. They
Oh, that's
have
true.
at least 1 point. Even 0 damage has got 1 point.
0 damage has 1 point as well. I wonder how that happened. But what surprises me is Frozen Newcastle, they had a wonderful game last time around. This time, unfortunately, they were in the thick and thin of it right from the beginning. In fact, they did lose members early on. They were reduced to a 2-man squad. And, well, we all know sometimes the numbers just, tip the favors not in your favor. But with that, we've had a look at the teams. Now, once again, let's see who walks away the iQOO MVP from this game.
Well, the MVP is going to be from
I am
Underdog
surprised.
Beast. 7 finishes, 963 damage. A very good performance. I think he has got the highest finishes in
The
his team.
highest finishes, and of course, why I said I'm surprised is because remember we saw them last on that slope. They were getting pretty much decimated from every angle, which only means that they held their ground and they tried to rack up as many finishes as they could. And well, 7 finishes, 3 assists. Let's not forget that. That is going to be something pivotal for this team to move to the next round. And of course, almost 1,000 points of damage. Well, the Beast is definitely someone to watch out for.
Like you mentioned, XP Underdog correctly said, they were at the lower ground, the slopey area that was nowhere close to having a good position. They could have been backstabbed also. But let's have a look at the top 5 positions, that which of the team have the players in the top 5, the teams in the top 5. That is going to be obviously Underdog Beast Brutal, followed by Clutch God of UE, followed by his teammate Skull OP with 4 finishes, and Team Galaxy is also making their Galaxy Endeavor is there with 4 finishes. But I want to point out the damage, 1040 damage
Wow.
from Skull OP.
I mean, let me just tell you one thing. There is going to be a name change coming in because this team is now going to be the well-known esports team, the way they have been performing. But yeah, look at that. 1040 points of damage, 5 assists coming in from Skull OP. Of course, if you want a teammate, who does help you out, this is somebody you want on your side. Now, of course, you do have your namesake at the end as well, with Shadow finishing with 3 finishes to his name. Now, we've had a look at the top 5 players. We've had a look at the iQOO MVP. Let's have a look at a few more numbers, and this time around, the number of grenade finishes has decreased even further. Just 2 coming out from 62 grenades used.
Well, looks like teams are more relying on their gunpowder rather than the grenades. They are so aggressive in the final circle. In fact, both the matches, match 1 and match 2, the way their teams were making direct push in the compounds, even in the open field, deploying smokes and rushing towards the enemy, not relying on the grenades.
Aggressive gameplay this time, right?
They have amplified their aggression so much in the match 2 also. That is why I think, on the other hand, if we talk about knocks to finish ratio, pretty less, 65 knocks, 65. Oh, that's a replica.
That is the mirror image over there. And talking about ratios, let's have a look and see how the finish and the damage graph is going to be showing up on our matches. And this time, although the majority of the teams have done a substantial amount of damage, one team is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else, and of course that is going to be Team Unknown Esports. 2,576 points of damage and 13 finishes to boot.
Well, even the 1000 damage bar seems so low over there. Yes, Unknown Esports close to 3000. I think 3000 is the highest till now, but I think this team can break that record in the next coming rounds maybe. But this lobby was very good, because considering in the previous match damage graph and this time also, look at that, so many 1000+ damages we are seeing. Yes, the finishes are low over there because you can get only limited finishes.
Something similar to what we saw last time. Have a look at Team RGB. 732 points of damage, but just 2 finishes. I'm pretty sure they're going to be regretting not finishing their fallen enemies. But again, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And all you have to do is move on to the next one. Now, that was, of course, a wonderful, wonderful matchup. Now, we've talked about individual performances. I'm pretty sure everyone can guess who the top 4 squads from this game are going to be. Of course, the well-known team, as I'm going to start calling them now, are going to be at the tippity top with 13 finishes to their name.
I'm sure the name change is not allowed in the tournament, otherwise they would listen to me. Team well-known.
Well,
in the next event, maybe.
Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, Galaxy Note at the 2nd position with 5 finishes. Underdog, no more Underdog at all with 9 finishes to their name. And Team Bros in the 4th position with 2 finishes to their name.
Well, that's going to be a back-to-back top 4 finish for Team Bros, which means they do have the consistency. Not a lot of finishes in this game, but remember, last game they did have 7 to their name, so that we know that they can hit hard and, play smart as well. At the end of the day, that is what the game's all about. You're going to make sure you balance your placement points along with your finishes.
Why reveal the strategy?
I did an oopsie. I should not have said that. I should not have said that. I'm sorry, Bhavna.
No,
But anyway.
Team Bros also has decided.
Hey,
to
sorry,
stay
bros.
safe.
It's all good. A little slip of the tongue, but again, I'm just joking around. We're just messing around over here. Wonderful, wonderful performances. They are trying to balance it out, and you did kind of predict, we are going to have those high fragging matches this time. Well, we haven't come close to the 21 kill mark. However, we still have 4 more games in hands today. So you know what? It could just happen.
It can happen because the lobbies this time are seeing more prepared, more aggressive with each and every match. If this was match 1 and match 2, I wonder what is going to be in match 5 and match 6.
Well, she is going to wonder what's going to happen in the coming matches. That is what I'm going to do as well. But let's do one thing. Let's take a quick little breather. We're going to make sure that we can still yell after this. We're going to see you on the other side of this really short break. See you then.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Are you ready for this?
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to iQOO Presents Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, powered by the Legend 7 series. Of course, my name is Loki. Joining me for this one is going to be Shadow. Shadow, the first two games, once again, very, very aggressive. You're seeing these teams just ramp up the aggression as they realize that they only have these two matches to advance to the next rounds. But once again, like we talked about, consistency is key, as we saw a couple of teams being consistent and getting themselves in the top 4 again and again. So clearly, that is a recurring theme over here. And for me, that's a big, big positive, because I've never seen teams just be consistent over being aggressive, even when their life is on the line, right?
Exactly.
When you're cornered, you just tend to be a lot more aggressive, but not all these teams. Some of these teams, they prioritize those placement points, they prioritize being in the top 4, and clearly, some of these teams, they're making it work. So I'm quite excited for the future.
Well, you should be excited, because if we looked at match 1 and match 2, Floki, as you were watching, all the teams in the finish damage ratio graph had above 1000 damage. It was so balanced. The winning team already had a 2000 plus, close to 3000 damage.
Wow.
But overall, all the teams were having, even the team with one finish had a 700 plus damage.
Wow, yeah, clearly lots of aggressive stuff happening over here, but now it's going to be a couple of different teams. So let's have a look at them and see exactly what teams are going to be playing this time around. Well, there you go. In front of you right now, you have IVT Officials, IoT and Excess, Gain Default, Death X God, Able Esports, RCD Esports, Hood Esports, and Team FFP Esports.
Definitely a FFP lover, maybe. Is that why the name FFP?
I'm not sure actually.
We'll ask them. We will ask them, do they love the FPP game of the BGMI, or they do love TPP? But let's have a look at the teams that are in the next page. 4 angry players, definitely, maybe, not definitely, maybe inspired by 4 AM, G2 Battlegrounds, Mutant Esports, Team AIG, Team Gamers Zone, X Reborn, Rival Esports, AKHP Official, and Team Mutant. You know, Mutant in the game is a very powerful gun, although not good for the sprays all, but a very high damage gun. Let's see if this team can dish out so much damage.
Yeah, well, they've got Mutant in the name. Will they actually acquire Mutant in the game itself, though? That's the bigger question to answer. Well, it would be very, very good. It would go well with the theme, you know, Mutant Esports, knocking people out with the Mutant, getting all those finishes. But, yeah, of course, it remains to be seen. But there is one thing for sure. I am starting to see that, you know, a lot of teams that I previously haven't, you know, heard about or seen as much are popping up. Of course, this being open qualifiers and all that. And, you know, when they go up against some of these more established rosters, you know, like you've got these teams with their org names and, you know, all their logo and their art and stuff, all that done. Somewhere or the other, they've got to be thinking, you know, like, are we up to the mark, or are we, you know, actually able to beat these guys, you know, who have all these logos and stuff? So I'm just, you know, it's a very random question, but let's say you're a team who doesn't really have an official logo of sorts, and you see any of these teams with their logos, and you see Mutant Esports, you see IVD Officials. Does there somewhere or the other in the back of your mind, are you just thinking, you know, can we really beat these guys, or is that not even a thought for you?
Well, I'll tell you, in the recent BGMI event, a complete underdog team, Celsius Esports, outperformed the experienced, the veteran players. In fact, in all the games, they were at the top. They raised the bar so high. In fact, they were beating the top-notch teams of our country. So Celsius Esports is definitely an inspiration. But at the same time, I'll tell you, the last lobby, which was playing on this device, performed exactly like Celsius. So let's have a look what this device has exactly got.
Absolutely.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend for you guys. So just in case you need a phone that is going to meet your needs at this highest level of competition, a phone that is not going to fail you when you need it the most, iQOO 7 Legend has you covered. It's got the best processors out there, Qualcomm Snapdragon 8088, making sure that there are no frame rate drops, no jitters at all. A great 66 watt flash charge, which means that in 22 minutes, you can get a full charge going, making sure that you don't ever run out of battery, and that's never an issue for you. But yeah, I have to say, not only is that a good aspect about this phone, but also the cameras itself. You know, when you finally get tired of playing all that BGMI, you just want to go out there with your friends, this camera's got you covered. You know, you can capture some good memories, upload them to your social media, and then you can not only brag about your BGMI performances, but also the social life you've got with your friends. But enough about that over here. I think that one thing I've noticed since yesterday is that yesterday we were not seeing this much aggression coming in from teams. Yes, there was a lot of chaos, but that was always geared towards the late game. It was always centered around a couple of teams, you know, having those perfect locations and, you know, just gatekeeping everyone else. This time around, it seems that the aggression is happening a lot earlier. It seems that teams are very, very open to contest each other. The teams are just looking and itching to take all these fights and try and, you know, get each other off the map. And as you spoke about, you know, there's like a team with just one finish, and even then they've got 700 damage. So clearly, somewhere or the other, all of these teams, they're thirsting for blood. Do you think that somewhere or the other is going to come back to bite them later on? Because as we've seen, you know, teams who are very, very aggressive in the first round, you know, they end up getting that first spot, second spot. Sometimes they have a target on their backs, and then in the next map, they get targeted, they get eliminated early on, and perhaps lose that top 4 position.
Well, that we have seen happening with the teams yesterday also. If the opponent is seeing a team that was on the top position in the first game, they have to make sure that they get an early elimination, because then their chances of climbing the stair is going to increase.
Yep.
As far as drop location is concerned, yes, we saw Pochinki being contested by 2 teams. Yasnia was also contested by 2 teams. Drop location clashes were coming in. But what was different in this lobby was instead of picking up initial fights in the first or second circle, they were completely avoiding it. This shows the experience of the players, that instead of initially losing your players and by 5th or 6th circle you remain with just one solo player, neither you have the finish points nor the position points. This time the teams were waiting patiently. They were moving with the zone, inside the zone. In fact, there were not many late rotations also. Like day one, we saw day one so many teams being eliminated by a play zone, but this time this was not happening. The teams were watching day one, these teams were watching day 2, and they were learning from the mistakes of their opponent teams as well, and they made sure that they don't commit the same mistakes. This is why we saw action in the nearby, I think, 4th or the 5th circle, and after that it never stopped.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like once the 4th and 5th circle starts coming up and, you know, there's not enough real estate left for everyone, all of these teams that have played conservatively now obviously need to start taking fights, you know, need to start snatching up some territory, need to pump out that utility. It can get very, very chaotic in those situations to just sort of keep up with everything that's happening. But like you mentioned, every team seems to be also closer to each other in terms of skill level, right? Because even if there's a team out there who's not really, you know, up there in terms of finishes or in terms of placement points, they're still doing damage, they're still knocking down members of opponent teams and making their life just a little bit harder.
Floki, that hurts. That really hurt. You are giving so much damage, you are knocking down the players, and someone else comes in, puts the final bullet in the head and takes away your finish, and you're like, why? But this time, if you see a knocked player, just shoot him. Just shoot him. Finish him.
Absolutely.
And get that kill in your favor. Damage doesn't give points. The finishes give points. I always say that. Damage is not going to give you any point. The finish is going to give you point. It doesn't matter who the team is. If you're seeing a player knocked down, just go for the finish point.
Absolutely, objective-based gaming, you know, not just, you know, going out for those high stats, you know, just not going after those high numbers, actually getting the job done, you know. A lot of players, they seem to have this allergy of, you know, being like, you know, okay, we got one knock, we're going to see where he goes so we can have an idea where the opponent player is. Yes, sometimes it can be very, very good in situations where the map is a lot smaller, but during the early phase, if you see him crawling away, he might as well just be leading you away from his team, allowing them time to escape. So just finishing him off, taking that point and moving on is just so much better.
But Floki, these players are very smart. They know that maybe the enemy team can read the bait situation. If you're going to go to your teammate for asking for the revival, your opponent's position will also reveal. If a situation comes in where the raise is not possible at all, the player doesn't move. In fact, sometimes the knock player goes to the enemy player and tells his position to his teammate. That's a very good thing to do. Instead of revealing your teammates, reveal the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, they have a flank going and sure, one person gets caught out and knocked. You can activate that flank by just sacrificing that one player. Like I've always said, you just sack one of those guys, let them die, just let them get all that information for your team, and then your team comes in and cleans up using the element of surprise. I mean, clearly the bar is being raised every single day that we are here, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen by the end of round 3, because you have to remember, this is still just the first round. Teams are still developing and, understanding the meta, understanding how everything goes, and everything that we are seeing is not set in stone yet. Hell, for all we know, starting in the third round itself, we'll be seeing a lot more contests in all those hot drops. Pochinki, Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana, or you name it, every single place might just have 3 teams contesting for the same particular loot.
This time I was happy. Teams were going in towards Zarki and Siverny, the most underrated place, but offers a very good loot and rotation as well. Luckily, the zone was also on the northern side. This time, I want to see teams dropping in towards Kameshki also, because we have seen the teams drop towards Kameshki and drop waterways, or maybe towards the smaller compounds. This time, teams were opting for the smaller compounds as well. This is showing the experience. More experienced teams are coming in lobby after lobby. I'm very sure this lobby is also going to be very difficult.
Yeah, the best thing about this all is just during the first game itself, when I saw the circle going over Stolber, I was like, yes, I want to see this. I want to see this game. I want to see this going towards Stolber. I want to see this going towards Siverny. Just having those interesting finishes. How often do you get to see a Stolber finish? How often do you get to see a Siverny finish? Hell, how often do you get to see even a Pochinki finish? I mean, it's literally in the center of the map, but you don't get to see it that often. I mean, when it goes over those places, man, you can't miss those sorts of games. And I'm hoping that we get more of that stuff today, because I want to be able to have the opportunity to watch it myself. But, well, we all make wishes. We all have dreams. Sometimes they come true. Sometimes, well, the lady luck that controls the circle, she has other plans. And, sometimes that can end up working to your benefit. Other times, not so much. But
well, some of our wishes are being granted, but the Stalber circle... Okay, my wishes are being granted, but the Stalber circle, like you mentioned, I think every one of us is wanting that.
Yeah, I mean, Stalber is just one of those most interesting places on the map, right? Like, you look at the terrain around, it's just so weird and funky. Like, I don't think I've ever seen something that slopes downwards like that, and it's just a very weird region to finish overall, even if you go towards Quarry, or even if you go towards, I don't know, Yasnaya Polyana, or even Ruins for that matter, right? All those elevations and all those difference in high grounds and low grounds, it makes things very, very interesting. It really shows that, all sorts of different utilities can be viable. Of course, everyone prefers to have smokes, everyone prefers to have a bunch of grenades, but sometimes, maybe just if you use your terrain properly, you don't need to do that. Just maintain that high ground advantage, never peek at all, wait for yourself to get all the information, and who knows, those smokes that are sitting in your inventory might just end up being redundant. Well, unfortunately, there have been a couple of delays. We were waiting for a couple of players to be in the lobby, but you'll be pleased to know right now that they are on the island. They've all spawned, and soon enough, we will be jumping into the game. But, speaking of flight paths, I think today has been rather okay. I mean, it's not been anything too crazy. It's something we've seen before. What is it that you want to see from the flight path this time around?
I don't know about the flight path, Stelber, or water circle. Find a circle in the water. The players are swimming like a fish and playing with each other. Heal battles going on. I think we all are itching for that kind of a circle. If not Stelber circle, BGMI gods. What do you want from us?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think we've seen a heal battle in the first 2 days itself.
In fact, heal battle meta has been completely out of the picture in the 2 days.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not even seeing teams, sometimes, tank the blue damage and try to go for the longer rotation around, which is a lot safer for them. It seems that teams are opting for those direct, faster rotations instead, even though they sometimes end up being contested. Now, of course, it's only viable in the first few circles. You can't really do it later on in the game, but when it is viable, I want to see these teams being able to do that. You know, you don't see these teams take the longer way around, being like, you know what, we've got a bunch of managers, let's use them, let's make sure that our entry into the circle is safe and secure, and we've got ourselves a couple of compounds, even though they might be at the edge. Who knows, if the circle, you know, ends up forming over you, you might just get very lucky. If not, hey, at least you weren't worried about the backstab, and I think that's probably one of the bigger things that these newer teams need to try and focus on, just making sure that the backstab is always clear, or if not, just rotating in such a way that they don't have to expend resources watching out for the flank, right?
Floki, that is going to happen. I'll tell you. Initially, these teams don't know each other's drop location at all. But later on, the teams are studying each other, going home and reading opponents. Next round, when after qualifying, they are going to come in the lobby. They'll have the idea that which team is rotating from which path, which drop location. And then the planning comes into the picture. Then the IGL comes into the picture. And maybe, like you said, longer rotations also.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, I've seen so many teams come in and, you know, take the shorter path. You know, sometimes it might be nerves, it just might be the pressure of such a big tournament and only them having this much time. But you know what? A word from our sponsors first, because yeah, they're the ones who made this tournament entirely possible. You know, so let's have a word from them. As you can see, iQOO 7, it's got a lot of great specs, like I talked about earlier. The Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, 66-watt flash charge, and an in-display monster touch. So everything that you could possibly want from a gaming phone, iQOO 7, it's got it all. And on top of that, you see those triple cameras? Yeah, they click really, really good pictures. So you want to make some memories with your friends, you want to go out there for a trip, well, this phone's got you covered for that as well. But yeah, it's really the processor that, you know, hammers at home for me. Just making sure that when I'm in a high stress situation, my phone doesn't give in due to the thousands of notifications I have coming in from all these other apps. It doesn't just crumble and crash under the pressure. It's very important for me, and that's why iQOO always has me covered. But yep, coming back to the topic of the game itself. So like I was talking about earlier, right? So when you as a team are expending resources to watch backstab, that is one guy not going for the flank. That is one guy not getting information, you know, of the enemy teams that are in front of you. So yeah, I mean, when you don't have people doing that, it just makes it feel like that you don't have the same opportunities that you would if your back was against a wall, right? Because if you know no one is behind you, all of a sudden you see two teams taking a fight, you can third party. But if you're worried about your flank, you know, if you're one of those teams that is rotated very, very early on into the circle itself, you can't capitalize on those same opportunities like you do.
Well, truly agree to that, but sometimes the flank angles, I always say the flanker either is going to return to his teammates or is going to get the loot to the enemy team. Either of these situations are going to arise, but this time, day 1, day 2, in fact matches 1 and 2, we are not seeing many good flanks from the players. The players are more sticking to each other like a pack. That's why they are suffering also from the grenades also. So in the next coming rounds, I want to see those flank angles also coming in from the players. Yes, the safer flanks, read on your enemies. After that, go for the flanks angle.
Info-based flanks, not blind flanks. I mean, how many times have we seen a player, you know, just be overly aggressive, think to himself, I'm going to be the hero for my team. And then he forgets to account for that one sniper who's been watching the angle for, I don't know, 5 minutes straight. And he's just like, oh, yay. Easy knock for me, easy finish. And then all of a sudden, you have three members on your team being like, man, what did we work so hard for?
They feel like they have got a Royal Enfield and they're onto your road trip towards Leh, and they completely forget they have a teammate also. They have to return to them. But no, that doesn't usually happen. The players are on the flank angles, but sometimes the opponent is also on the flank angle. You are not anticipating that, and you lose your life.
Yeah, absolutely. That can happen as well, which is why many a times you have some of these players, you know, sort of separate from the team. usually the flank, I mean, if you either do one of these things, right? You either be on the flank yourself, or you have someone else on a higher elevation getting information for your team and telling you where the fights are going to be coming from, or at least being that first point of contact for your team who's going to be the one firing those first few shots, getting the distraction in and allowing your teammates to get into better positions to engage the opponents. But yeah, I'm curious to see what the approaches are going to be by these teams, because we've seen teams be fairly defensive, we've seen teams be fairly sensible. We've seen teams be very, very aggressive with, all their knocks and finishes and whatnot. But I'm yet to see a team that really, sticks to the book and understands it very, very well. And I think a team that understands and plays by the book over here is going to go a long way compared to teams that are just feeling the aggression, right? Because it is one thing to play really, really aggressive against teams, that can't compete with you. But the moment teams start having replies and answers to your unbridled, untamed aggression that isn't based on information, or aggression that isn't based on solid understanding of how these angles are going to work and where all the members of the other teams are, whether you're going to get third-partied or not. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any of that information, then you can end up feeding away lots of kills. And these stronger teams, as we move on into the tournament, go further into these rounds, move on to the quarters, the semis and whatnot, they're going to punish mistakes like those. So, I mean, that's why at this point I've made it such a point to look out for teams that perhaps are not getting those finishes, perhaps are not really being very aggressive, getting high damage numbers, but are just consistently getting themselves that top 4 spot. Because if you are doing that, well, then you can time your aggression as well, because you time your aggression based on information, not just, raw itching for, going out there and getting finishes and being like, yeah, we're going to score a lot of points.
Yeah, you don't have to be a daredevil. You don't have to take unnecessary risk. In fact, we saw some of the players in the last match also. It was one of the team, they were rushing towards the compound, towards opponent team. What they did was they were pushing solo. One after another. If you're going to go solo, you're going to take exit also very soon. And the last player that was remaining, he literally through the smokes told everyone around them himself that, hey, look, I'm present over here, come and finish me. And that is exactly what happened. He got eliminated so easily.
I mean, this is sort of the problem, right? So it's not only you who pays the consequences for those actions, it's also your teammates. All of a sudden, if they wanted to do something involving you having a role in it, now that plan gets thrown out of the window. Now you have to be creative, come up with something on the spot. And while some teams do thrive under that, I remember, I think it was Punjab ex-Tigers or one of those teams who, despite being in a 2v4 situation, really seemed to thrive and make a comeback. That's not always going to happen. That's like a one-off scenario, When you're in these sorts of situations, just making sure that everyone is on board with the same strat, everyone has an idea about what their role is going to be, according not only to the loot, but also their surroundings, seeing what they have at their disposal. I think that's very, very important, So many times I've seen players who have a lot of healing available on them try and just go out there in the open to set up to be the flank themselves. At times that can make sense. Also, on other times where you're not very certain about information, if that guy ends up getting shot, that's all your healing being taken away. That's a guy who had like, I don't know, maybe 5, 10 bandages, so many pills, so many energy drinks, just being taken out of the picture, and all that loot ends up going to waste. And now if you want it back, well, you need to compromise on positioning and lose even more players. It's like a very horrible, vicious cycle of sorts, and yep, sometimes teams, they just get stuck in it, they just don't keep that in mind, and when you have so many resources and you're playing so aggressively, well, you better not miss, you better not screw up your shots, because boy, are people punished for doing that.
Well, we saw one of the players being punished. That was a player of Team Slay. He almost clutched it out, Floki. He did a 1v3 situation, and then the play zone was coming in. He was getting the damage. He even finished the player, went for the loot, but before that, he got eliminated. Maybe he could have exactly clutched it out.
Did the play zone get him?
Yeah.
Ah, man, that sucks even harder.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Imagine you knock down one, you knock another one, you knock third one, and the play zone takes you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worst feeling of it all, right? Because I mean, at least if those were teams with, 3 members alive or 2 members alive, that would have actually mattered in terms of finishing points. But with just 1 member standing alive, all of them can be brought back up on their feet. Sure, you dealt a bunch of damage, but yeah, at the end of the day, you didn't really convert them into all those finishes that are required to propel you further in the points table. And Yeah, sometimes that can just be extremely problematic. And I mean, it's important to not only look at that situation and ask, what the player could have done better, but also what led to this situation in the first place. Was it our decision making? Was it our greed? Was it us trying to hunt for information when we didn't need to and when we perhaps had a safer option available? I mean, you really have to analyze what you did before that instead of looking at, what happened in the immediate present, because a lot of people tend to be biased towards that, right? They're like, oh, I shouldn't have taken that shot, or, oh, I shouldn't have gone out there and been that aggressive. But sometimes all you really need to do is take a step back and be like, well, it looks like I made this move because my team didn't have information. So based on the information that we didn't have, I tried making an aggressive play, I screwed up and I died. They're not going to look at that. Instead, they're going to be like, no, I just made a bad move at the wrong time. Breaking it down is what's very, very important. I think this is where some of these newer teams are going to be separated from some of these stronger teams as well. In this round itself, right? Teams that have been able to do that in the first few rounds and come back stronger like we saw yesterday with Team Mayavi, with so many of these other teams. I mean, they can blow everyone out of the water, but it takes a certain sense of calm to do that. And I know I'm on a monologue, but I promise you this time around, we are ready. We are waiting on the island, and we're going to start the game as soon as possible. But yeah, that was just us talking about the sorts of mistakes that could happen. As you can see, very nice dance going on, but soon enough, they won't be dancing. They will be looking for blood.
Well, that was a great costume.
Yeah, all of these costumes are great.
I didn't see that one. The pink one I have already, but I didn't see the other one. Moving on, I'll get it. You are talking about the mistakes. Let's see what new mistakes are going to be being committed, because you learn from it. And the circle again,
wow,
a certain circle, Novo to Gatka trajectory. I'm sorry, not the circle, the trajectory, clean trajectory.
Yep.
I'm so desperately waiting for the circle. I'm hoping a silver circle. Let's hope our wishes are fulfilled.
Yeah, is someone actually going to drop into Nova Ripnoi right off the bat because of the flight? But I think they are. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but there's also Milta, Shelter, Prison, Farm being relevant, Pachinki, of course. But somewhere or the other, I have a feeling that we're going to see a fair amount of action in Georgia Pool as well. But lots of teams just dropping early on and looking to go towards the northwestern part of the map. The northeastern part of the map. Very curious indeed. I mean, when there's Hospital and George Paul available towards the tail end, why are they dropping in so early here?
Well, these teams, I noticed the previous lobby, have their fixed drop location that shows their experience. Because when you have a fixed drop location, you have played the game like 1,000 times, as XP was also mentioning. You know all the routes and detours. Even if you spot an enemy in the rotation, you know which route you have to take, where the ridges are placed. That makes things kind of easy for you. So these teams, wait. Are we going to see a water circle? Final circle?
I mean, hey, given the way the current circle looks, it's like 30% of the circle is water. But if it ends up being a water finish, I'm more than happy to see that. Although this time around, there's going to be School, Farm, and the entirety of Sosnovka military base, where no one has decided to drop in. All of a sudden, that's very, very relevant. But my goodness, I see a couple of knocks and a couple of finishes already happening over here towards the General Farm area. Not quite sure who it was who bore the unfortunate prize, but yeah, 63 players alive already, one being taken off the server.
Well, that was quite unfortunate, because you don't even land properly and you have been eliminated off the map. That's going to hurt, but another team that is going to get hurted is going to be team number 5, that is Able Esports. And with that, Foxy OP goes down from the moving vehicle, and IVD officials are going to be pretty happy about that. Can't say the same thing about Able Esports, who are surviving with only 3 players. And it was the player of AKHP official who got the first knock onto himself, and AKHP official is also surviving with 3 players. But the decision of Able Esports holding a building outside of the safe zone in Yasnia,
Yep. That's,
they better have a quick loot.
I mean, even if they have a quick loot, just look at all their rotations. They're all completely guarded over here. Their only option at this moment is to go the long way around, somehow dodge all the teams towards Hospital and Rozhok, and maybe, just maybe, then they can get in from somewhere like Sosnovka. But that's such a long shot. I don't see that happening. In fact, yeah, I'm not too sure if them going to Yasnaya was the strongest choice. Now, of course, you have to remember we've got the bird's eye view, so perhaps they don't have the same piece of information that we did. But yeah, they're probably going to be paying for this, and they're going to be under fire soon enough. Although, with that said, I do like the fact that they were able to get those finishes while being in the car itself. That allowed them for this rotation to come in. But yeah, I mean, if they knew what we knew, they most certainly wouldn't have gone for this rotation.
Floki, only 3 teams inside the circle.
Three
Everyone has dropped outside the safe zone area, and drop location clashes are also happening as Sultan is already shooting in the direction of the players of FFP. Let's see if we can find a connection or an initial lock onto the players, but better loot the area, loot the compound, and be very, very careful of the hidden enemy in the name of Joker of team FFP. Joker, you need to be very silent. Wait for your cavalry. Don't make a move. Don't shoot. Don't.
He's not going to. He's not going to. He knows that he just needs to wait for his team to come. Now he's not going to have a choice. But wait, what? They somehow knew that Joker was there. They got a glimpse of his battle sticking out of the door, and that's all they needed to take him down, and all his loot is now theirs. Great plays coming in from TGZ. They're going to be able to get themselves a free knock right off the bat. 1 point going into their point bucket. And now a 4v3 for Team FFP Esports. And yeah, I mean, the good thing is that fortunately there was just one player over here, right? So it doesn't really reveal much from FFP Esports. All it tells them is that, yeah, they were here once. Now they could be anywhere. But FFP are already going away towards this. Where the hell are they going? I think they're going for an extremely long rotation around. They're all the way over here in Severny. Okay, never mind then. Oh, never mind then, not towards Severny. There they are, towards George Paul instead. Well, colors got me confused a little bit, but in the meantime, AKHP official, we saw from them earlier that they did lose one of their players, Golhasta, but with 3 players alive, they still got a decent shot, although they can't capitalize on the opportunities that they could have if they had 4 players alive at this point. So, aggression probably not going to be seen much by them.
AKHP, I don't have anything to complain about. That was unfortunate. They lost one of the player. Looting mansion area, being safe towards the game is a good approach. But some of the teams are dropping towards the north Georgiopol area. Such long rotation towards Ziverny also. Shooting range, we have a team. I wonder how their rotations are going to come into the picture, because we already have teams that have occupied the edge of the circle, and they are most definitely going to gatekeep them. On the other hand, IoT is looking pretty comfortable in this compound.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, IoT don't see much reason to leave this place at the moment, although the circle would disagree with them. Let's see if they make the rotation in time, or if they go in for a late rotation like we talked about earlier and end up being a thorn in someone's side. But in the meantime, lots of teams really haven't rotated into the circle just yet. They're all still just sitting outside. Right now we could be seeing some action brewing up here. Hood Esports, Astro, coming in close proximity with the members of Team IoT XNS, and see if he's just looking for information, if he's actually looking to set his team up for success with some aggression over here.
Well, Hood Esports will survive for now, but the 2 teams that you and me can see nearby the mansion area, maybe they can go against each other. Looks like they might. But no, AKHP has already found the vehicles. We can see the vehicle mark on the map, and IoT is also ready for the rotations. They are going to go inside the zone. They are already at the dead center of the zone, but it's nearby the bridge area. And yes, X team is X Reborn was very near to AKHP, but instead of opting for a fight, they are going to be very smart and give priority and importance towards the zone. But while rotation, are they going to come close to each other and try to take any of the player down? We'll say that later, because for now the zone is the priority, and I can already see some of the teams holding the position nearby the shore lines of the middle island, the central island. They are prepared, ready if the circles throws a curveball towards the military base, so that the rotations become easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see all of these teams trying to rotate in from towards farm, but they're all going to end up colliding in each other because they're all timing the rotations at the same time. And as the circle shrinks once again, there's just going to be a lot of congestion up towards north. Fair amount of congestion towards the center of the circle as well. But once again, Shadow, why has no one gotten towards Sosnovka? Is everybody thinking that no, there's another team waiting for them there? If only they knew what we knew. Unfortunate, but in the meantime, it does look like someone else also ended up being knocked and finished off. 61 players live, 16 teams in the mix. Well, lots of teams losing one player early on. A little bit unfortunate, but that's what they have to work with. Let's see what the second circle is going to be forming, as that's what I've keep my eyes peeled out for. It's going to be separating a lot of these teams from each other, and soon enough, we might see a lot of action breaking out as well. And oh my god, this is an insane hard shift, Shadow.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this circle. I'm very sure I'm going to see so many players moving inside the water like a fish, like a tortoise or an octopus. I don't know, or maybe like a shark, ready for the blood, hunting for the blood. We'll see that, but right now some of the teams are already moving towards the bridge area. They're anticipating the rotations coming in and they're ready to strike for the finishes they are going to get. But some of the teams are going to be much safer, and let's go for longer Novo Ripnoi rotations also. But the cluster, like you mentioned, has already started forming near the shorelines area. That means
lots of fights, lots and lots of early game fights over here. It's only the second circle, but I mean the real estate just not enough for all these teams to occupy at once, and we're gonna see all the fights breaking out towards the bridges leading towards Sosnovka, because that's the only area that's still relevant. Oh my god, we're gonna be seeing a buggy fight breaking out over here from the side of Team Able Esports. Try to take down the side of Hood Esports. They found one knock for themselves, but can they find another? Lost one of their players already. One of the players has actually bit the dust here. With these two players only standing, they now need to make a decision. Do they contest this, or do they cut their losses short and get the hell out? And look at this, Koma, he's actually looking to steal away that finish. Will be able to pick it up for himself. That ex-god just taking it away like a vulture, swooping in to steal the kill. And boy, do they do it. I mean, 1 point for them. No losses whatsoever either. I mean, they're in a decent position. Sure, they can rotate. Their rotation's going to be late, but they don't have to worry about their flanks anymore.
well, the team that is not going to be having a loss or Able Esports, they lost their point, they lost one of their member. Although Yug will get the revive, but Pranel is little separated from his team. He has to be careful of the players of Death God, Team DG, because right now the raise is coming in, and this is the moment Death God can strike in, because the smoke is clearly visible. They have to get in their buggies, heal real quick and get to a safe position. But I don't know what a safe position is, because the shorelines are already occupied, players are already present at the southern island. Hood Esports on the other hand has spotted down few of the players in the rotation, but instead of wasting their time, they will move towards the zone. And Mutant, on the other hand, taking down FPP Vikram.
Yeah, Kratos finding another pick for himself as FPP down to only their final two members. But over here on the map, seeing Team AKHP official in a little bit of trouble. And there you go, there's the fight we're talking about. Wait, no, oh no, FFP Esports, they were trying to be sneaky going in for the water rotation, but they get spotted out by Mutant Esports, and now they're just lambs to the slaughter, waiting for them to be picked off one after the other. Now there are a couple of boats in play over here, but I think it's going to be fairly obvious when they end up going in them, and they're going to be probably blown to shreds. They need some sort of distraction here, but with only two players standing strong, I don't see any possibilities for this team making it even to the next circle. Oh boy, Mutant. They're not going to leave this. They know for a fact that these are just 3 points for them, and they're going to gatekeep them to oblivion.
Well, hard life, Floki, hard life, Frost.
Oh yeah.
Life is never easy. The last circle were quite easy, but look at the teams at the shoreline of military base, and the team already present at the military base hill area, right outside of the military base area, where the team of Shahbaz is already contesting for. A fight is going to break in both the positions, bridge area I don't know, but this time military base is up for contestation. The hills, the shorelines, all are up for contestation. And this area, this compound, we saw yesterday also. Floki, the nades are so easy to connect in this particular compound. It's not at all a safe position hold on to, but a good position if you want to get the finishes while the teams are moving from the bridge.
Yeah, certainly good for gatekeeping, but not certainly good for holding. I mean, you need to get the hell out of here as soon as you find those picks, and I don't think this is going to be a circle that we're going to be seeing a lot of peace and a lot of ceasefires here, because there's not enough real estate to work with. A fair amount of the circle is in the water itself, and a lot of teams are rotating in from that northern bridge towards Sosnovka, all the way from Ferry Pier or Pochinki, and yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of action breaking out soon enough. Lots of supply drops coming in as well, but there's no time to stop for those.
And the play zone is also coming into the picture, knocking down few of the players, and this time zone is going to do so much damage to the players. I have to eat my words that these are experienced teams. Yes, these are experienced, but the zone, the BGMI is also experienced. They are not going to make things easy for you. And Hood Esports, Nayak has spotted on the players of Able Esports rotating away, but he doesn't have time to take the fight. He has to move inside the zone like Able Esports people are doing, and the guy and the buggy at the backside of the buggy.
Oh,
no,
they're
switching.
Yeah.
They are fighting amongst each other because guy at the pavilion can easily get knocked down.
Yeah, I think the reason they're doing that is because one of the players actually has an M4, so he can't take those sorts of mid-range engagements right now compared to the other person. But oh no, it looks like the Gamer Zone are in a bit of trouble over here. One of the players being knocked down, the other one trying to circle around, get a better angle on their opponents. But soon enough, the Gamer Zone, they need to cut this fight short and move inside the circle, because there's not going to be these players raining down hellfire upon them. But there's also going to be lots of blue zone damage that they're going to have to work with if they don't start moving now. And oh my god, look at that, so many knocks being exchanged so far. I see Astro being taken down over here. Gain Default, they're trying to get their member up and running, but the blue is going to be a big problem. And just one member from Gain Default trying to gatekeep everyone who's moving away from the bridge, and Hazard doesn't really connect, doesn't really find any knocks just yet. Now he will be able to though. No, but it's actually the play zone who ends up knocking out Sultan, and Sultan will most likely be finished off over here by Hazard. He's got himself lots of bandages, he's going for these finishes, he's not afraid at all. And there you go, the Uzi has been pulled out. Sultan, okay, juking and jiving, he hasn't figured out where he is, but now he sees him.
Well, he has got the finish. Another player that is going to get the finish is Optimum Joker, waiting for another player coming out of the water area on just 10 HP. And look at the feed running with the play zone, how play zone is playing its game, knocking down so many players. In fact, the players of Team Gain as well. But Dynamic, my friend, the minute you are going to show your head or come on the island, Joker is ready with his UMP.
I mean, yeah, I think Dynamic also knows that, so he's trying to go in for the longer rotation. He's trying to make his way all the way around, so maybe he doesn't get the wrong end of that UMP. But once again, the play zone just knocking out a bunch of players over here. Komban also, I believe, just dying to the play zone once again. Elsewhere though, we finally see some action. Dynamic being knocked down over here, but Rival Esports will finally be eliminated, as we saw that one Gamer Zone player trying to gatekeep them. Gain Default now looking to rotate out of here. Vicky on a massive flank. Ahu as well to work with him, but they're making a lot of noise out of the open. They have been spotted. Look at that. RG Esports, they will try and take a fine hook. He's trying to pop the cards, trying to make sure they prevent him from staying in there for too long, and it looks like that Team Gain Default might have just walked into a trap over here.
Well, Team Gain not looking good at all as they lose another player. Last player is surviving for this team, and let's see how far he can carry the flag forward. Vicky, not many healings, just 8 bandages, not a good cover, just a shack onto himself. And although his position, I won't say good, but not much traffic is coming this side. Maybe the players of RCD come a little closer, the players of IVD, because the whole congestion is towards the western side, western shoreline, or towards the center area. So let's see how far the player Gain Vicky can survive. Optimus Joker is also surviving on the complete shoreline, not making any sound. But some of the longer rotations you were talking about are coming in from some of the players of Team DG.
Yep.
Complete sudden rotation.
Yeah, I mean, they are just trying to go all the way around, dodging every single fight there is. But, yeah, I'm not sure how long they can keep this up for. Even Team OG, I believe there's Koma, he's trying to make his way over there. But in the meantime, Mutant Esports, they've got their eyes set towards Axe Reborn. They see a couple of their players over there, and they want to prevent them from being able to move to a safe position over here as they get kept. Oh my god, some really good shots coming in from Blaze. He doesn't even see the player, but he's using the bullet drop to his advantage to deal a bunch of damage to a player that he cannot see. And there you go, Supreme. Most certainly gonna be knocked down here, making a run for it. Still somehow surviving in the meantime, but no, the knock is finally gonna come in from a separate angle. And there you go, Mutant Esports, they will be successful in gatekeeping the likes of Axe. And Axe now in a bit of trouble. They need to pop some smokes. They need to get that res going. They can't even get the res going because the player will fall before they're actually able to get in position. And now Axe in a world of trouble.
Well, the problems of Axe are not gonna end so easily because they are stuck in such a position that if they are going to move inside the circle or make any rotation, and the rotations are definitely coming. Team Mutant will be ready to strike. X, you better be very careful. On the other hand, Vicky is going to be very lucky, but Ryuk is moving forward towards him, and can he survive? Oh, in fact, all the players of teammate are moving towards him. It's a 1v4 situation. He better not make any sound. But look at Best of Team FFP. He's going waterways, not making much sound. Vicky is also there. Vicky has left the shack. Good idea, Vicky, because shacks are mostly contested. RCD is already raining grenades in that direction towards the vehicle area. Soon they will realize Vicky is not anywhere nearby, but Team X Fury just got eliminated.
Yeah, lots of teams going to start being eliminated over here as a lot of these teams are just one-man rosters. In fact, 4 of these teams only have 1 member still standing strong. Everyone else, though, with 3 and 4 members each until DevX got into losing one of their 4 angry players try and do what Mutant Esports did to Axe Reborn, and now Mutant Esports, they get a taste of their own medicine here. Now, City Esports also considering a war on another front. IVD, they're trying to take this fight against Death X God, but yeah, it's not going to be possible when they don't have the man advantage and those grenades are going to come raining in. Well, it does look like that Death God have lost 2 of their players. They have been knocked down, but they can be popped back up in their feet. And IVD, I mean, it might be slow, but the coffin is definitely closing in around them, and soon enough, they should be falling unless these nades can land properly. I think this is his 5th nade that he's tossing, but yeah, let's see if it actually ends up connecting. For now, Death God not really looking to make any plays. They're just trying to get their players back up on their feet, but they are attracting attention from the other side, so they need to make sure that they don't get caught and get third party, and all their hard work ends up going to waste.
Why Death God players were so stuck together? They could, one of the player could have gone for the longer rotation, go the backside of the compound area. The players were holding on to, the smoke was there to help them out. That was a bad move, but anyway, the players are still surviving. They still can go for the more finish and placement points, but RCD Esports is still looking for few of the knocks, but they have a job to do. That is to raise their player. On the other hand, IoT Nexus is in a bad position, although he has got a knock onto the player of Team Mutant Esports, but his position was also compromised. And Mutant, who was looking fantastic at one point, they are running in an open area, and then that mistake from the players of RCD Esports coming in, running in the open area without any vehicle, without any cover. You are going to pay the price, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Mutant eliminated.
Yeah, once again, I mean, Mutant, they had a great time just gatekeeping Axe Reborn, but when the say indeed gets done to them, they don't really seem to have an answer. They weren't really in a good position to do anything, in fact. But now, IoT themselves have to be careful, because look who is on the prowl. There's RCD Esports, and they smell blood in the water. And there you go. Lots of shots being fired back and forth, but a lot of these teams, I mean, by just engaging in these conflicts, they're alerting everyone else to their position. They're opening up responsibilities on the third party. And this could pretty much be their demise as RCD Esports. Once they get a couple of knocks, the other teams are going to come swarming in like vultures to try and swoop in all those finishes, or at least just try and take off the side of RCD themselves, who are looking to gatekeep or at least cause some problems here for IoTX and XS. There you go. somehow will be able to find one knock, and in the meantime, this is very, very aggressive coming in from us. He throws a buggy straight into them, will be knocked down and most likely finished off. Not too sure what the idea was there, but he's going to pay the price for it. Another player coming in and doing the same thing. What the hell is going on? Can he actually make the fight? Yes, he can. Okay, this time around, he's got backup. He will get that knock. In turn, his teammates are providing him with cover. In fact, he's going to go forward and try and take another fight here. RCD Esports, they will be successful in eliminating the two IoT members. Look who's here to play in Death God. They have got themselves a team. It's very, very strong, but now they're trying to get out, and they're going to be both knocked down. In the meantime, IVD end up dropping it. DG, oh boy, they are also losing a couple of their players over here as they get eliminated. I mean, I'm not too sure what happened, but RCD Esports, they've gotten away with so much over here, Shadow.
What's happening, Floki? Players are running in the vehicle. Both the players, in fact, whole squad can be eliminated. What is Death God doing? On the other hand, four players are right in front of Dark Whitey. He can throw a grenade. Yes, he has to heal himself. But this is the moment. Even the players of team, four angry players are so much stuck together. RCD Esports is so much split up. What is happening in this game? I can't understand.
Yeah, me neither. It just does not make any sense to me. I mean, RCD Esports, they got away with so many frags in such a short span of time, and no one really punished them. I mean, Death God, four angry players, they were just watching and they were very happy with the outcome that's happening. But maybe, just maybe, four angry players and Death God can make this expensive for RCD as they will find Dark Whitey. There you go. Death X God, they are out of the picture now. There was just one player surviving for them, just leaving two in the fray. That's going to be four angry players. Only three now going up against RCD. RCD, they're using the smoke very, very well, but they still get a knock. Great shots coming in from them. They didn't even find out share over here. Shahbaz could also be in trouble as You've just on point with his shooting skills. There you go, Moksh with the M4 now cooking a nade, looking to land it perfectly onto just the one surviving member on the side of four angry players. He is also going to be knocked down, just leaving the one member inside that smoke who will also be knocked down eventually. And the winner chicken dinner is going to go the way, well, of Team RCD. Great stuff coming out from them once again, just getting away with so much towards the end. There were at least three teams surrounding them, and even then, even when there were all these teams, they went in with the aggression and they went in unpunished.
Well, they were not punished, but I have so many complaints from the players. Death God running with a vehicle. If all players are sitting in a vehicle and a vehicle gets blasted, your team is going to get eliminated. If suppose four players were shooting on that vehicle, right now one player got knocked down, if I'm not wrong, or maybe both. The last player was surviving. And RCD Esports, I have to give it to Ryuk. The way he has flanked over there. His teammates were stuck in a position. He flanked. He had a awesome position. He took down the players. He gave so much intel, but let's have a look at the highlights that how things happened.
Absolutely. I mean, the highlights are going to provide a lot more context than we ever could with just our words alone. So let's jump straight into that and see what happened. But yeah, a couple of early knocks over here. That was pretty hilarious starting off. You know, but after that, it did seem like the aggression died down a little bit until the circle started closing in more and more towards Sosnovka, and that is when those two bridges started getting really, really heavy on the action. Joko over here as well, unfortunately, just separated from his team, and FFS Esports with one member down. I mean, they could have maybe made it work, but they needed a lot of things to go right for them. And yeah, I think this is the cheekiest part for me, where Death God just stole that finish away from the enemy team.
Well, he did give his team a 1 point, but like you mentioned, the circle was definitely creating so much trouble for the teams. The bridge camp was happening. RCD started off really good, but Ryuk, man, although you might not be the MVP, but I'm very sure you have given the maximum damage from your team. On the other hand, Mutant also looked very good in the starting, but later on, the way they were in the open area, they couldn't find the safe position or a cover for themselves. They deployed the smoke, but it was too late. They were running here and there, and after the shots were coming in, that was the moment they started deploying the smokes. That was a bad move.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they were in the best mental state at that time. It seems that the pressure really got to them and they made a couple of those mistakes. But hey, that's what we have round 2 for, right? I mean, you make mistakes in round 1, you finish in the bottom 8. You know, there's a team that is top fragging right now. It is RCD Esports. You know, they've got tons of finishes. They did really well for themselves, but when that round 2 comes in, there's going to be a big target on their back. But before we actually move on to that, let's just see how they did it over here. Because there were lots of crazy things that they did. One player goes in with the buggy, gets knocked. The other player's like, yeah, sure, I'm going to go in as well. But this time around, this man actually gets the knock for himself. And I think that is because it was a bait all along. They had another player on the flank, just waiting for someone to go in and create some chaos and create some sort of distraction, so he could line them up and potentially help the players going in from the front lines. And yeah, 4 angry players. I mean, this has to be the most satisfying moment of them all. You're just sitting there, not moving at all. The other players just going trying to find you in the grass, and you're just like, oh, you're reloading your fodder.
Just taking advantage of foliage, not doing anything, just taking advantage of foliage or the bush over there and knocking down the players, getting finishes point. That works. You need points, you get points.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of points, I have a very strong feeling that RCD Esports is going to be on top. So let's have a look at the point standing themselves and put some more context to what we're talking about. Because, well, after that match, no doubts, RCD Esports are going to be on top for the chicken dinner with 31 points. Ridiculous stuff, followed by 4 angry players in second place with just 8 finish points, and in third place you have DeathX God with 3 finish points. So yeah, it seems that outside of RCD Esports on the top, all of these other teams don't really have that many finishes. Now, we have seen more finishes, but this combination of finish points and placement points, I don't think we've seen that before. Getting the first place and 16 finishes. Did Team Mayavi? I don't think Team Mayavi finished in first place. Did they get those first place placement points yesterday?
I think they did. They got the chicken dinner and 21 placement points.
Wow,
21
okay,
finish points. I am sorry. I'll have to check out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. They did get all those points, and well, I mean, the story continues, right? Over here, 16 finish points for RCD. Sure, all of these other teams, they've done well, but it seems that a lot of these finishes are spread out amongst the top 8, right? You got Gamerzone with 4, Mutant Esports with 3 themselves, and a pick each for Able and Team AIG. So somewhere or the other, a lot of these teams are looking for avenues to, just be a little bit aggressive, but perhaps not really finding them. Well, we saw the team stats now, we've seen where they are on the table. Let's actually have a look at the MVP and see who it's going to be. It's going to be Moksh from the side of RCD. I mean, that is a lot of damage, 1 headshot, 7 finishes. This man, yeah, he lifted his team rather well, but somewhere or the other, I also feel that Ryuk, even though he didn't have those many finishes, he also had great impact. So let's see if he's in the top 5 standings as we move into that, and I do imagine at least another RCD player will be in there. Yes, it is gonna be half night. It's gonna be half night, not half night. Well, yes, I just had a brain fart there for a moment. But yeah, 4 angry players with Sachin for the win. Optimus as Joker in the 4th place, and in the 5th place we've got Shahbaz for the win. Lots of damage overall, but the knocks just favoring RCD.
Well, the knocks are favoring RCD. I wanted to see the name of Ryuk over there because he dished out so much damage, or maybe it was just the angle he had. Maybe he missed the shots. I don't know what happened. The positioning was so perfect.
Yeah.
But anyway, they got the chicken dinner. Optimus Joker is also having a good outing in that, and yes, 4 AP, 4 angry players. But have a look at the match summary, that how things turned out in the overall game. This time again, 2 grenade finishes only.
Yeah, 35 grenades used, but look at that longest finish distance. 424 meters. I'm quite sure somewhere or the other I see Experiment with his jaw drop thinking, that's a record I probably want to beat myself, but that is a very long distance, nearly half a kilometer. Just 1 airdrop being looted though, 43 knocks and 41 finishes, and this time around we saw so many people just falling to the blue zone. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that before. So many teams just rotating, inside Sosnovka military base. But because it was so clustered, we saw a lot of them just dropping like flies. Well, let's have a look at the finish to death performance ratio of these teams. Of course, RCD are going to be blowing the roof off the place with 2,400 damage points and 16 finishes themselves. But 4 angry players as well, halfway there, not really up there, but looking in a good spot for the second round with 1,358 damage points and 8 finishes.
Well, the 4 angry pros are definitely looking good. 1,358 damage is absolutely good. But I'm very sure we missed that longest shot because I didn't see on my screen when that shot happened.
Yeah, I'd like to watch that if there was available in the highlights. But, well, I don't think we're going to be able to find that. So let's have a look at the top 4 squads instead. We're going to be satisfying ourselves with that. We might not get to see the longest finish distance, but we get to see the top 4 squads. And there you go, no big surprises. RCD Esports, 4 Angry Players, Death God, and IVD officials. And I really want to take a moment out to talk about IVD officials, because if you remember correctly, they lost 2 of their players very, very early on, Shadow.
Yes, they lost 2 of their players very early, but despite that, when they were making the rotation, they were caught off guard, and then when that was the time the problems started arising. About the finishes, only 2 finishes. The thing is, they were busy rotating. Most of the teams, in fact, Floki, were busy rotating inside the circle. The circle was going throwing so many curveballs. It was giving so much trouble. In fact, the teams that have dropped in towards Siverny or the North Georgiapur area, they have to make very quick loot and quick rotation, and they didn't have any time to go for the finishes because bullets were going from every direction, knocking down players in the moving vehicles, in fact. And we saw players knocking themselves also out. I think
the blue zone.
I think I saw a player knocked himself out of the moving vehicle on the bridge. I don't remember the team.
What?
Yeah, and then PlayZone took him down.
Well, I mean, that is very interesting. But you know what? All of this interesting stuff, it wouldn't have been possible without our sponsor. Our sponsor is the iQOO 7 Legend Series. And guess what? You're going to get a word from them to know what they're all about.
Are you ready for this?
Well, playing such hype matches in such insane and intense spots, it can leave you a little bit shaky at times, which is why iQOO has got you covered with a very ultra stable camera. So when you go for those pictures, when you're remembering all those amazing moments in your life, you can still capture the good ones and not have them ruined just because you're feeling a little bit excited for yourselves. That's the ultra stable capture mode coming in from iQOO. So it's also got your camera needs covered. But yeah, moving on back a little bit, talking about the game itself, I have to say, I wasn't really expecting the circle to also finish in towards the south after seeing the flight path. I think that was something that caught both of us off guard.
Well, we didn't expect this kind of a circle, but we wanted this type of circle.
We did.
Yeah, we want the teams to suffer. Always.
Always. Every single time. They suffer, we have fun.
They hate us.
They
The
probably
teams.
do. They probably do. I mean, if you check our Instagram, I'm quite sure there's going to be a couple of angry messages over there.
Not from 4 angry players, I guess.
Maybe, yeah, because they actually did pretty well. They were in the top 4.
We're good.
Yeah,
They
most certainly were very good. But the thing is, they might want to keep their anger in check because they're still around too. They can still be dethroned. And as we've seen from yesterday's matches, this has been a pattern that has been recurring in a couple of these rounds where the team that ends up getting that chicken dinner and that first place finish in the very first round itself, they have this, I'm not really sure, but I have this theory, that there's a false sense of confidence that tends to be built up because if you end up finding the chicken dinner in the first game, especially if you have tons and tons of finish points, you go into the second game with a sense of confidence, you take risks that you normally would not take and end up being eliminated early. Now, is RCD Esports a team that's going to keep that in check, keep that in control for the second game, or do you think they are also just going to fly off the handle and potentially lose out to the teams who have their eyes set on them being like, we're watching you, we might be in the bottom 8, but we can make it to the top 8 if we end up taking you down first?
But I think, Floki, this time the teams are worried about their own self because so many teams are there with no finish points, no placement points. They are worried how they are going to get that and make sure match 1 plus match 2 combined stats, they qualify for the next round because this circle,
Yep.
gave so much trouble, like 0 points also for some of the teams. But let's see which of the teams will be playing match number 2. They are going to be same teams, Floki, that is IVD officials, IoT Nexus, Gain Default. Gain didn't gain much in the last match. Death God didn't give any death. Able Esports, RCD Esports, the winners of the last match, Hood Esports and Team FFP Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these teams, in fact, from the first group itself, you can see that 2 of them were in the top 4. But moving on to the next 8 as well, having a look at them. 4 angry players: G2 Battleground, Dons, Mutant Esports, Team AIG, the Gamer Zone, Axe Reborn, Rival Esports, and the AKHP Official. I have some sympathy for some of these teams, especially AKHP Official. Early on, like you mentioned, they were caught out in a bad spot. And when you're in a 3-man situation in the first circle itself, the rest of your game, it's definitely gonna be anything but easy. But maybe they learn from their mistakes. Maybe this time around they play with each other a lot well, and they don't let themselves get picked off by the likes of 4 angry players or G2 Battlegrounds or whichever team it was that got them on their feet early on. And I think this time around we're also going to be seeing teams prioritize rotations a lot early, considering what was happening. I counted at least 5 players getting knocked down to the blue zone.
More than 5, I think.
There probably were more than 5. I remember at least 5.
The feed was running literally. The play zone is taking down so many players, especially the players who opted for the Novo Ripnoy Bridge area or the southern rotations, because they didn't have time enough on their hands that they can move inside the zone. In fact, the healings were also very less because they had to make quick rotation, quick loot. The healings were also very short.
Absolutely, and I mean a lot of these teams that ended up going towards Georgopol despite the flight path being bad, it seems that they were really punished for it, right? Because they made the first, long run towards Georgopol, then they had to come all the way back towards Sosnovka, and then we saw the choke up happening towards both of those bridges, near Nova Ripnoy, as well as the bridge that leads from Pochinki towards Sosnovka. So, a lot of people being punished just trying to go away from the flight path, deviate from the flight path and go to those distant drop locations. But that's the RNG that you have to deal with at times, I mean, that's just what ends up happening in these sorts of games. And if you don't account for that, if you're not quick on your feet, if you don't try and make sure that you can mitigate the impact of those sorts of situations, you could be in a world of trouble. Especially in a situation like this one where there's only 2 rounds to be played, that's going to decide whether you qualify for the next round or not.
Yeah, that is going to matter. You have to be very consistent. Like we have been saying, like an old people from day one, be consistent, and the teams are listening. Rose was listening.
Of course.
Every team tries to be consistent. It comes down to the position, the circle, the play zone. The luck also plays a very important factor. All of these are experience. They have qualified till now, and we can already see. But some mistakes are happening here and there. You need to rectify for the coming events. Absolutely. And if you qualify for this event itself, you need to rectify those mistakes.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you. Another thing that has been going on through my mind has also been a lot of these teams that have gotten that first place finish, like we talked about earlier, right? They're getting edged out by these teams, even though it's just 2 matches itself. They're getting edged out by these teams who are consistent in the top 4. In fact, yesterday itself, I believe we had a situation where the top 2 teams, they had tons of finishes, they had tons of placement points in the first round itself, and then when the next round came up, they were bottom 8, eliminated with just 1 or 0 points. And the team that was in the top 4 twice ended up being at top of the group because they were just consistent, Sure, they didn't get anything flashy like, 20 plus points in the first round itself. But they got 14, they got 15, they scratched, they clawed, they put together those points. And they maintained their spot in the top 4, which should be their priority because that's all it takes if you want to make it to the next round. But I mean, sometimes, even when you're consistent, there are teams that are just better, there are teams that are just going to frag out, and there's not much you can do in those sorts of situations. Instead, all you can really do is take notes and try and do what they're doing, try and learn from them, emulate the strats if you really think they're that good, and who knows, maybe even use it against them, right? Because if a strat is so good that it cannot be countered, well, if you use it against them, they can't counter it either.
Exactly, very well said, Floki. And if you are listening, better follow his advice. In fact, Floki, the only team that has been pretty consistent was Aztec Esports. They were flashy. They were
Yes.
getting back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. We are yet to see that, because if a team was flashy in match 1, like you mentioned, they were in the bottom in match 2. If
Yeah.
they were the bottom in match 1, they were too flashy in the match number 2.
Absolutely.
Consistency is not coming from teams like Bros or Team ETS, Punjab Tigers, but the flashy plays like getting back-to-back chicken dinners, very good finishes. Team Mayavi got very good finishes, but they were quite unlucky in the match number 1, but they compensated for it in match number 2 with a very impressive performance.
Absolutely, and this is another point that I want to hammer home, right? Like, out of all the rounds that we've seen, so for how many have we seen? Just in terms of matches, right? We've seen, this is probably going to be the 8th one that we're seeing at the moment since day 1. There's just been one team that has gotten 2 chicken dinners in a row. Or even for that matter, there's only been very few teams that have consistently placed top 3. Instead, if you just look for top 4 and top 5 and you do that on a more consistent basis, you're going to be in a much better spot compared to all these other teams who make absolutely flashy plays. Not going to lie, they look really pretty. You know, in that moment, even I'm cheering for them and being like, man, love this kind of action. You know, this is the kind of BGMI that I want to watch. But it's not going to be good for you in the long run. You're not going to get those points. There's going to be a target on your back. And if you don't know how to deal with that, you could be in a world of trouble. Well, you can see on the screens behind us that the players have loaded onto the island. So we will be jumping to the game very, very shortly. But this time around, what is it that you want to see? Flight path, very skewed. Circle, equally skewed. I mean, so many hard shifts as well. I think the players, they probably want to get the BP checked after this game, because I'm sure it's going to be shot up after everything that happened. But what do you want to see them improve on for this coming match?
The rotations, obviously, and the mistakes, but I
So
want
earlier rotations?
Yeah, the rotations, but this time there was no time for the rotations. But I know one thing for sure, what the players want: a normal generic flight path, or at least
Generic
a
circle.
normal generic center circle, or nothing too extreme on either hemisphere.
Yeah.
That is what they want. That they want to showcase their gameplay, not waste like 20 minutes in just rotation.
Yeah, doing cardio around the map.
Yeah.
I mean, so many times. I mean, I think yesterday as well, we saw a lot of crazy hard shifts coming in, and most of the time, the players who didn't have vehicles were just busy trying to rotate in, either by, you know, swimming through the pools and the waters, and otherwise trying to get on boats, or, you know, trying to get on those bridges sneakily. But this time around, a sensible flight path,
Yeah.
not the best in the world, still a little bit skewed towards Kamishki and Mansion, but hey, this is about as good as it gets. Sure, George Paul, Ruins. Ruins is still going to be accessible. George Paul, perhaps, maybe not. But once again, let's see if this actually ends up, you know, creating some sort of an even drop. Because if you actually drop in towards the end, I know this sounds crazy, but you can go towards Stalber, a place that everyone hates.
But we love them.
We love
We
them.
casters love them.
If there's any team out there that is dropping in Stalber, man, I mean, my heart goes out to you. I'm going to give you a shout out every single time I see you. So if you're dropping in Stalber, let me know on Instagram. You're going to get a shout out for sure. But yeah, when are we going to see, okay, just headcanon before we talk about these teams dropping in. Do you ever think in this tournament we're going to be seeing teams fight over Stalber early on?
We are hoping for it. We want to see a Stalber's final circle. I want to see a Zerky circle, or a Primos, or a Quarry. Why is not a Quarry circle? We have seen Gatka. Quarry, why?
I think we've also seen, you know, Fairy Pure somewhere towards the end of
Yeah.
those circles as well. I think yes. Oh, well, there you go. Our wishes might just be granted still. Now, it's still early days. The circle does encompass a good chunk of the map, so for all we know, in the next few circles, Stalber could be out, but I'm going to keep my hopes up. In the meantime, let's have a look at some of these teams and seeing where they have dropped in. It seems that Team AIG are going to be having all the fun in the world at school. No one really around them. But I did see a couple of teams dropping in towards Mansion. So perhaps this is all they're going to get. And after this point, they might look to rotate inwards. And there you go. Daddy Gamer already. Eyes on the prize. He spots a GP. He's like, man, I want to rotate.
But Floki, one wish has been granted. A
What is
team
it?
is present at Kamaishki.
Oh.
That is going to be Team IVD officials. The minute they realize the circle is upwards, they are going towards the uncontested place from 3 days. That is Kamaishki. But a Stalbert circle, I have my doubts that is this one is going to go all the way towards north. If it goes, I'm very happy, but seems little unlikely. I'll compromise with the school final circle also, because buildings, I love them. They offer so much. But Mutant, why Kratos in the
what?
so much wrong
What?
direction?
Kratos, what the hell is he up to? He is just running like a madman. And he's gonna end up going into the crosshairs of Zero over here. I mean, he's fully kitted up. He will very happily take the finish if he's handed one. I mean, look at that. He's got the helmet, he's got the backpack, he's got himself a vest. Bandages as well. Just in the worst case scenario, he managed to sneak around and punch him to death. He can't possibly heal himself back up. And now you can see Kratos being like, okay, there is someone over here. I need to be careful. I need to watch my step. Good awareness coming in from him, but where is the rest of his team?
Well, his teammates
Where
are
are they?
quite far away in the
no,
ferry
they are
pier
they are in
area.
Ferry Pier. Oh no,
Was it?
Kratos! This just didn't get the memo.
Was it disconnected or something? Or is it away for a break? His teammates dropped in and he forgot to follow or something. Man, you need to
I
get
mean,
an IQ.
Yeah, he definitely needs an iQOO phone, because he seems that he's having some trouble with his phone,
Yeah.
because no way on... okay, so for him to actually do that, he needs to first deviate from the squad leader and then, make his way towards it, and then his phone has to hang. So just lots of unfortunate events. So, I mean, just kind of sucks, but hey, that's what they got to deal with now. He's probably going to be meeting, a very close end soon enough. But hey, if he gets really lucky, maybe the circle gods can favor him and he can stay there forever, and his team can actually back him up and, get him something to work with. But
Well, he has already started his rotation.
yeah, he's. I mean, he can. Yeah, the team has started their rotation in, but I mean, just look at the clutter between there, right? There's just so many teams you have to go through if you want to get that one man back on your roster. That is Kratos. And speaking of rotations early on, this time around, teams being a lot more proactive in their approach, not being too greedy, not looting every single compound they see. They see a vehicle, they find it, they've got themselves 2 weapons, they've got themselves a backpack, a vest, and a helmet. A little bit of healing, and yeah, they're good to go. They don't want to stick around for too long and make the same mistakes that they were making in the first round itself, or rather in the first match. Axe Reborn, well, they were gatekeeping, they were having a gala time last time around. Let's see if they can repeat some of that action in this one, because I'm sure they were feeling robbed there towards the end.
Well, Rozak is held by Team AXE Esports and Floki. Usually the teams in the school building area, after looting the area, tends to move towards the Rozak area in normal classic games that we tend to see. If that is going to happen, AX should be prepared, because death gods might be walking in their direction. But for now, they will be holding on to their compound area. If we talk about the teams in the ferry pier, they have to go for the quick rotations, but they also have to watch their backs, because another team is also present in the Promosk area. Maybe similar rotations could be coming into the picture, but the team in the Severing area is looking so good, because there is no another team that is present in the nearby vicinity. But
Yep.
can't say the same thing for the school area, Rozok area, because I can already see 3 squads present there. Again, what is happening to these guys? Their player has been knocked down, but there is no enemy.
No, he just lost the... okay, he did. Did he just... I am
His
not even
teammate?
sure. I'm not too sure what happened there. He could have just broken his knees or his ankles over there. Could have been the case, but never mind. No point speculating over something we didn't really catch early on. But yeah, you were talking about the teams in Severny, and the cool thing is that they are not going to have to worry about anyone coming in from the backstab, right? So they can focus straight up ahead, even when they're rotating out. You compare that to a team that's in Yasna, you compare that to a team that's near Manchester, you compare that to a team that's in Pochinki. They are not only going to have to watch their flanks and their backs, but also their fronts, and see where they are moving in, because yeah, well, I mean, if they want to rotate in without losing any of their members, that's the kind of due diligence they have to do, knowing that their backstab's not clear.
Well, Mutant Esports, bad luck. I think they are trying to reunite with their teammate, lost teammate Kratos, who is so far away towards the Lipovka area. They have to cross all the way across the map. That is not a good move. Just hold on to your ground, hold on to a good compound, and try to make things clear for Kratos so that he can come and reunite with you guys. On the other hand, Death God team, like I said, is holding on to the lumberyard area, looting away the school buildings, lumberyard. It offers quite a good vision and cover also. Even if a team rotates, there are so many covers available that you can hide yourself, go for the flanks. It's a good position even now also to hold on to.
Absolutely. I mean, all those logs provide you with solid amounts of cover. Also, just it being situated on a high ground gives you all the vision in the world to work with. But does it really matter when you consider that the circle could hard shift anywhere and, force them to go low ground? And then, I mean, this is not an aspect that gets talked about often, but if you have to go low ground at the same time and you have to take fights, you could be in a world of trouble. Well, Axe Reborn, we'll see if they find some action early on. It does look like there is a fair amount of tension towards the center of the circle, but we should be seeing that tension culminate into something, or at least being released when we see the next circle coming up on our screen soon enough. Well, speaking of action, it seems like Able Esports will finally spring and get that first blood. Astro will be eliminated.
Well, Hood Esports, that was quite unfortunate. One thing I'm also missing from these teams is, instead of all the teams rotating in the same path, usually we tend to see one of the player goes in and checks if the path is clear, so that if a team loses a player, it's only one player. But now they have already lost one of the player. Still, yet they're not in a very good spot. They have the vehicles. Let's see if they're going to go close to the mutant esports player who are holding a good compound for themselves. But no, looks like Hood Esports have found another smaller compound. But what is the player of FPP doing in the middle? Reuniting with his teammate. That is what he's doing.
Yeah, but oh my god, this Nayak is going to be in a world of trouble when he gets spotted out over here. All these players are going to get out of their buggies and try and go for the free finish that is this man at the moment. But it does seem that he is dodging them. Now, are they going to try and chase him over here? Doesn't seem like that's the case. And Hood are also in the vicinity, so he is relatively safe for now. Sure, no cover available, but he does have his teammates to back him up. That's enough to deter the side of FFP Esports from taking the fight.
Look, it looks like so many teams are struggling with finding a safe position or a safe compounder for themselves. They are going for multiple rotation, multiple paths. They are wasting away their fuel. Let's hope they find a good compounder for themselves, or at least a good shelter for themselves. On the other hand, Team 9, Akshay has been spotted down, but unfortunately, not much damage was dished out by Team IoT.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look over, Lipovka is completely empty and it is still inside the circle. I'm quite surprised that no team has decided to at least hunker down there for a little bit. Maybe when you know that the blue zone is going to start closing in, you can start moving in a little bit deeper, get yourself some more real estate to work with. But for the time being, it doesn't really seem like any team is interested in going in that direction. So the eastern part of the map is going to be relatively empty. And there's not really a lot of compounds in the middle like you spoke about earlier, Shadow. There's just nothing over there that you can work with to get yourself some cover and keep yourself alive without using a bunch of utility, without dropping down a bunch of smokes, without really using your cars as cover and, blowing them up and trying to establish some sort of semblance of, fighting potential by having places that you can peek out from. But once again, these teams playing it close to the chest, not really taking fights early on, holding close. I mean, this is the second circle and there are still 63 players alive. Now, usually by this point we see the herd being trimmed down just a little bit, but so far it's just been the first death, and ever since then I just hear crickets.
Why is no team going towards Potato Hill? There is a drop over there, you get a good loot, good gun, but till now, it's been day 3. I haven't seen any of the team going towards that Potato Hill. It offers so much intel and vision that you can get so much information about the rotating teams also. But it's okay. RCD was so close to the drop. They're definitely going to regret later that maybe Groza would be in the drop, or AUG or anything, or a level 3.
Yeah, definitely. Some level 3 utility could be very, very useful. But so far, I mean, they've got themselves a couple of level 2 vests, level 2 helmets. They're more than happy with what they have. Now, when it starts getting damaged, they'll think about replacing it with something from supply drop. But in the meantime, well, there's a fight brewing out. There's the action that we have been waiting for. Who is it going to be? Sutton for the win. Will be able to knock down Untitled thanks to a car explosion. Okay, that is one way to knock people out. But 4 angry players could be in some trouble over here. They've alerted all the enemy teams to their position. They know that there's going to be a couple of players coming in their general direction. But oh, another hard shift coming in from the circle straight towards the northeast. Yastia Pollyanna being relevant, Mansion being relevant. And guess what? If you were in Lipovka, your rotations, they would have been a lot easier right now. Mansion, it's got those compounds available, but my goodness, are we going to be seeing some fights breaking out at the southwest part of the current circle?
Well, Team Able Esports are not able. I'm sorry, Team DG Esports is in a very good position. If they choose the route of prison or Lipovka area, they can enter into a good position. But wait a minute, TAIG Seth has been knocked down. How did he miss the shots? RCD getting better of him. Will go for the revival, but Snoofy is trying the grenade, and if he manages to get connected, Ryuk might get knocked out, but no, he misses that.
Oh, but look at that perfect grenade coming into his direction. TBIG could be in a wall of trouble over here. They're not really landing the grenades. They're all bouncing off of the wall, and they're unable to connect. I mean, this is just them being lambs to the slaughter here. RCD Esports, they are laughing right now at the fact that not a single grenade has scratched even one of them. It's just been a couple of bullets grazing by and causing some issues for them, but mostly it's AIG taking the brunt of the damage, and now they're going to tuck tail and run, trying to get the hell out of here, but they've got him surrounded. They are going to finish him off. They smell blood in the water, and they will be the first team to eliminate, well, not the first one, but they will be there to eliminate Team AIG as RCD Esports get themselves 4 finish points. I mean, they missed so many grenades over there, Shadow. What the hell happened?
Accuracy happened.
Oh,
they were
man.
not accurate, but RCD up to a very good start. Again, first match, chicken dinner, very good finishes, and this time also 4 finish points already in their account. But 4 angry players, look at them. They have spotted down the players of Team Mutant, and they are already ready with their grenades. They just want one opening, one precise location, and they are ready to strike. But Team Mutant is not going to give that away so easily.
Oh yeah, Team Mutant are more than happy to hold on to this piece of realism and be like, we are going to fight you for this. Not going to give it up that easily, and that's because they've got someone else on the high ground getting the information for them, right? So this is what we talked about earlier today. You need someone who's getting the information for your team, A, or B, going on a flank himself, waiting for some sort of distraction to come in and then use the element of surprise and force them to try and deal with 2 fights at once. So yeah, great stuff coming out from Mutant Esports, although there's going to be a little bit of time before that action breaks out. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards FFP Esports, and oh my god, there's going to be trouble over here for Dennis. Joker, he's got a clear line of sight, but he does not connect with those shots, and oh no, this could be a big issue for the side of 4 angry players. They are all in a ditch together. Grenades can be lobbed in, but RCD Esports, they've actually lost some of their players too, and not themselves. What the hell are they doing? They're actually taking the chance to go inside the pit and take the fight. They will lose. Oh no, RCD Esports, what the hell happened? You were doing so well in the first match, and now being eliminated in 14th place. Not the way they were hoping this game would go, and once again, overconfidence. A slow and insidious killer.
And being so separated, Ryuk, every time the flank doesn't happen. And Akshay, was it an M16? Yes, he got a knock through a M16, a close range combat. Yes, M16 is deadly, but when a spray is coming in from opponent team, M16 sometimes tends to fail, but there was no spray coming in because the players were in a vehicle. And actually, beautiful shot, beautiful use of my favorite gun, M16, and Team IoT knocking down the players of Team Mutant and getting the confirmation. Also, the other player was also surviving on 10 HP, but now IoT is on the receiving end of Floki.
They absolutely are. I mean, they tried to put their head up and go and take the fight, and the result, well, one of the cars has been blown up, the other one soon to follow, and they've got all these players surrounding them. They're trying to fight multiple teams at once, and look at that, IoT desperately trying to fight back, but just not connecting with their shots. NXS, the UMP at that range, not the best of weapons to work with. Thankfully, they will be able to get the knocked player up and running, but there's still players lurking around in Mutant Esports. Oh man, they just drew the short end of the stick today. First,
being eliminated, first being knocked down by one team and then being knocked down by the other. Game default, they're like, you know what, nah, none of this, we gotta knock, we gotta finish, we're happy, time to get the hell out of here and get to a better position. Vicky, he's gonna stay behind and get some more information for his team, see if he can get some stragglers going nearby, but is Game Default actually looking to take a fight instead over here? That could be the case. Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking to do. All 4 members from IoT all trying to fire from the same position, but these smokes are gonna keep them okay for now. And oh, okay, this could be very, very risky. 3 players driving straight into the enemy team. They will be able to get themselves to a tree over here, but there's not enough cover for everyone. They need to deploy a couple of smokes if they want to take this fight against Game Default. Game Default, how do they respond? Do they go on the aggressive? No, they're gonna chill for the time being, drop a couple of smokes, allow themselves some room to work with, and then maneuver around and maybe try and catch the side of Team IoT off guard. But Team IoT still pressing W, still moving forward. Shadow, these guys are not afraid of those smokes. They are pushing right through them.
Well, they are pushing, and Hillgord is a little far away from his teammates. Gets spotted down and is being knocked down by the players of Team Gain. Team Gain getting better out of the players of Team IoT. Last player remaining, and he also goes down. And that Team Gain is on a domination level. IoT gets eliminated at 13th position, but seems like team is already at the receiving end, because AKHP, look at this team, they are right at the dead center of the zone. Very good positioning and already spotting down the players of Team EXE Esports out there open. Why you guys are running like that in open?
Axe Reborn in a world of trouble over here. Alan will be able to pick up that knock, convert it into a finish as he will slowly bleed out to death. And there you go, there's the circle in case you were wondering. Well, it's gonna get even more interesting. Another sudden hard shift towards the southwest of the map. The circle just not having any mercy today whatsoever. It just woke up and chose violence, as now all of these teams outside are gonna have to struggle to get their way back in. There's 3 teams inside the circle already in good positions themselves, but will have to defend and hold on to them because there's lots of people just eyeing them up right now. AKHP official once again, Joker, oh my god, this is the second time he's just been caught out by himself and been picked off. Unfortunate for him. FFP Esports, well, just bad luck for them, man.
I love this Floki, this compound, and the final circle over there. There are so many ridges. There is compound, the compound complete hold by AKHP, and let's see what the players are gonna do, because AKHP is also not safe, because 3-4 teams can hold on to the ridge area and throw grenades or molotovs towards them. It's going to be very difficult to defend. On the other hand, there are so many fights also on the players of Team FFP as well, or as Able Esports.
I mean, AKHP, they have to be a little bit concerned over here. Lots of players closing in towards their position, and they still haven't finished off the one fight that they started themselves. They could just be fighting wars on multiple fronts over here. In the meantime, FFP Esports, they don't have to worry about anyone coming in from the back, but they are losing their players left, right, and center. Joker had already bit the dust for them, and it looks like they will soon be joining them in his grave. One player knocked down, but it's really G2 Battleground Dons who are suffering over here. Rival Esports in the meantime, Dynamic is trying to go around and trying to go for a play. He finds one player on his feet just trying to stay alive, but no, he won't be able to stay alive for much longer. And there you go, FFP Esports will be eliminated by Rival Esports, although they do lose one player in turn. In the meantime, Dynamic and Zero from IDY will be cleaned up over here. And IYT, well, once again in trouble. Convict also going to get cleaned up over here. There's still a couple of players alive though. 2 standing strong, trying to do something, trying to make sure that their teammates didn't die in vain, and hopefully they're able to make them proud by just getting into a good position once again like they did in the last game, despite having a bad start. So this team does thrive under pressure. Everyone else though, having a great time. AKHP official, last game they got done dirty. This time they got all 4 players up and running. Able Esports actually going to end up eating a knock over here. I mean, it's going to be a little bit problematic, but in that distance you can drop a couple of smokes and get the player back up. It's really, I really have my eyes peeled up for what's going to be happening to Gain Default here, because the Blues going to be closing in just a bit, and they've surrounded on multiple sides by multiple teams. There's no safe way towards the center for them.
Well, there is no safe way, but they can move, because Able Esports might be heading towards the northern side rotation. So this gives a path for the players of Team Kane. But IVD officials, both the players joined at the hip. Better be careful of the grenades coming in their direction, and they just survived that grenade. Maybe another could be coming in anytime soon, so they better be careful. But Team Kane has to move in. AKHP Envy takes down Able Foxy over there, but rival esports Dynamic is cooking up a grenade. Beautiful grenade. Envy was left at 10 HP. A follow-up grenade might be coming in. Envy anticipated that and immediately changed his position. That was a good move. But the player of Team Esports, how he's going to survive? He's not going to survive because Haster will take him down, and AX Reborn also gets an elimination at 10th position.
Yeah, AKHP official finally popping off, having a great time. 3 finishes to their name, 4 players still standing. No problems for them whatsoever. But Rival Esports could be in a world of trouble over here. They unknowingly walk into the members of IYD. They were just waiting in the tall grass like snakes, and then they bounce out and strike, inflicting their venom and getting all those finishes for themselves. They have had a rough game so far. The second game also not been very kind to them, but AKHP, hold on a second. One of the players has been knocked down, the other one is rather low. For the time being though, we will be focusing on 4 angry players. They're trying to go up against the side of Gain Default, and looks like Gain Default, they will be cleaned up as well. 4 angry players still standing strong, still all their members up and running, and they, well, not all the members, just 2 of the members up and running, but they could still put up a good fight over here. Oh my god, those grenades, just being able to find 2 knocks. Ryuga from Able being taken down, and now even Alan is gonna end up biting the dust here. So many players from the side of Able Esports just being brought down over here, Shadow.
Well, grenades, follow-up Molotovs coming in from Able Esports. You can't survive that. But AKHP is still holding on to that ground without losing any of the player. Master, very careful, buddy, because Death God is right in front of you. Right now, Death God is busy with the players of Team Able Esports. Team Able Esports is also being quite consistent with all 4 players inside the game. But IVD has closed in.
Oh, IVD could just be creating tons of trouble over here. They only have 2 players still standing, but my goodness, look at their positioning. It is so annoying. AKHP, they cannot focus on run front because you've got these goons from the other side just dropping nades left, right, and center like it's nobody business. Potatoes for everyone. They do not discriminate. They just want to feed everyone and make everyone happy, although these potatoes aren't of the vegetable variety. Well, we'll see if they actually end up finding a couple of knocks over here, but once again things calming down a little bit. But soon enough they're gonna have to move out of the safe zone that they have created for themselves and out into the danger, and that's when those smokes are gonna come in. And the AKHP official gonna be standing strong in the meantime, reveals his position, lets go of the AK, ravels it a little bit, but guess what? Cosmos, he is just setting up for his team. You know, he's trying to bait, trying to get them to peek, and IYD, they know about this. They know that there is another player marking their position from the high ground, so they can't really move out of here just as easily. And there you go, AKHP are gonna make sure that they are not annoyed by the thorny pest that is IVD officials. Everyone else in the meantime, there could be in a bunch of trouble, and there you go, finally AKHP, they spring the trap, they get 1 knock for themselves. Well, Leo P is going to be cleaned up as well. I believe that's also Seski who got taken down there, so that's going to be the end of him. The AKHP official, all 4 of their members still standing, feeling really strong, but the game was zoned down to 1. DeathX got down by 1 as well. G2 Battleground Dons being eliminated. So many teams just fighting the dust over here. Only 11 players still standing in Able Esports. Well, they're in the best position to contest the side of AKHP. We've got 3 members. DeathX God, they're also going to end up losing. One of the players being knocked down, all those grenades being lobbed in their general direction. Who is this madman who's just continuously lobbing these grenades and making life so difficult for the side of DeathX God? Might just be Able Esports. 7 finishes to their name, and AKHP also just waiting around here. But now Able Esports, they want a piece of the pie themselves. Foxy OP on the flank, and he's got Pranav to help him out as well. So they could potentially find a couple of picks over here if they're a bit patient. But no, they bounce a bit too early. Their position is revealed, and now they know that they're over there, so there's not going to be any surprise over here. The game was zoned. Well, their dreams are going to come to an end. They will be eliminated over here by Able Esports. And DeathX got all of a sudden 2 of the players biting the dust over here. Could end up being eliminated, as there you go. Just 1 member still standing from them, and Able Esports, they have eliminated them all. They will also end up biting the dust. AKHP official in a 4v3. Can they make it work? A bunch of supply drops available, but they also need to make sure they drop some smokes and are able to get themselves to a good spot. Able Esports, they need to resuscitate their player that has been knocked down to the ground.
Well, Able Esports, they have the numbers advantage. AKHP or has a job to do, that is revive, raise their players. In fact, both the teams has to raise their players, but one of the player, if Able Esports, is slowly closing in. I wonder if AKHP has any idea that Pranil is so close towards them. He has got an M416. The minute the players of AKHP are going to expose themselves, he's ready to strike and knock the player. Not just knock, finish him completely. Cosmox on their other hand has a Bison and an AKM. AKM, very good weapon. Let's see if Ryuga can go for the flank or any rotation, but he is not alone. Who is taking his companion, his teammate with him, because you can't enter a compound with four players alone. But their teammate that is lying on the ground, the pony away on the ground can do so much, but Foxy is grabbing so much attention, and Pranil finally strikes, takes down Ellen over there, and now Omkar comes into the picture, but no, Foxy will take the one more knock, and Able Esports finally gets the chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, finally Able Esports are able to make it work. AKHP as well, great finish for them. They find themselves in second place, of course. They were in a good position. If they calm down just a little bit, assess their situation perhaps a little bit more, they could have been in an even better spot, could have been a first place finish, but they'll take that second place finish considering RCD got knocked out very early on, so they could get themselves that top spot. But man, once again, what a great game coming out from them. I mean, you know, after just having whatever happened to them in game 1 and then they coming in game 2 with a much, you know, fresher mentality, got to feel good getting that second place finish. But let's have a look at the highlights and see how they did over here. I imagine that they were quite pleased with the performance, but who knows, maybe there's always room for improvement.
Well, Able Esports from the very start started getting few of the finishes in their name. RCD started off really good, but later on they were rotating inside the zone with those vehicles. Their dreams were shattered when the players were falling down one after another. But RCD has match 1 to back them up and 4 finish points of this particular game to back them up. And let's see what's going to happen with the overall standings. This was the moment the players Ryuk was coming in. He got knocked down from the moving vehicle. On the other hand, another player, Hellgod, I think it was, he knocked down. RCD started falling down. They couldn't survive in this situation because the pressure was also of the play zone. Zone was also coming in, and IoT was looking very good. The game was looking very good. The way they were coming in from the southern side, the path was almost clear. We saw in the minimap also.
No resistance.
But
still. I mean, yeah, it's just that because they didn't find themselves a compound and they were caught out in the open on low ground, all these teams got alerted to their position. And then I remember, I mean, you know, it's almost like IoT, they started falling apart like a house of cards. As soon as one card got, you know, taken away and they were in a bad situation, everyone just ended up making even more worse decisions, and they just ended up collapsing upon themselves, right? They pushed aggressively with the car, they went in, you know, one of the players got knocked down, the other player got knocked down as well. It was the end of the world for them. It happens sometimes, and yeah, IoT, if there's anything they take away from this, I hope it is to, you know, just calm down, assess the situation, and maybe not let the consequences of what you're doing affect you so much. I mean, sure, sometimes you make mistakes, but you gotta move on, and you gotta not attach yourself to that decision, and, you know, analyze it from a more rational perspective. Think about it like, well, if I continue doing this, isn't really gonna result in anything amazing for my team unless I get extremely lucky. If the answer is no, just don't do it.
Well, I was impressed by Able Esports because they were already spotted down by the players of AKHP, and AKHP were already knocking down. Their journey till this particular ridge was not that easy. The same goes for the players of Gain also, because they were coming from the vehicles and so many teams were shooting in their direction. It was very difficult for them to reach till there. Able Esports, quite impressive. AKHP on the other hand could have got more finish points, but the thing is, the compound they had, it has so many windows and the open areas that with the moment they were peeking, shots were also coming in their direction, so they had to be very careful. On the other hand, if we look at it, the players of AKHP are pretty pinned down. They don't have much space or area to move around. On the other hand, Able Esports, they had so much area to play around. They could flank. In fact, one of their player, Pranil, I believe it was, he was proning in the grass. He had so much area. The other players were pushing in from other directions. So much happened in the game.
Yeah, he was very, very slow and patient about it. But let's have a look at the point standing and see how it's reflected over there, right? We can talk about the performance all day long, but if it didn't result in finishes, if it didn't result in good placements, none of that matters. And guess what? Evil Esports first place finish for them, 28 total points, 15 placement points for them, 13 finish points as well. AKHP on the other hand, really good stuff by them as well, but really trailing behind in terms of points with 19 to their name. DeathX got in third place once again, and look at that, 4 angry players, again consistency, getting themselves that top 4 finish, 12 total points, followed by Gain Default, who had a fair number of finish points as well, but only got 12 total points for some reason. The Gamer Zone with 9 points to their name, G2 Battlegrounds with 7, IVD Officials with 7, Rival Esports with 5, RCD Esports with 5, Mutant Esports with 2, and yep, there you go, FFP, Axe, and IoT with 1 each. Herd and AIG, no luck whatsoever, no points for them. But it's time to jump into the MVP brought to us by the iQOO 7 Legend 5G, and yeah, it's gonna be Gain Afu. Okay, Gain Afu.
Yeah.
I thought that was one name.
No. Gain is a team name.
Yeah.
And AFU. What AFU means?
Afu?
We
I think that's the name, Afu.
had Abu.
I have no idea, man.
Aladdin's Abu. What's Afu?
No clue whatsoever, but I imagine it's you know, a name that he's probably picked up. Maybe it's a personal reference, maybe it's an inside joke with his friends, who the hell knows. But great stuff by him, you know, 6 finishes, 3 assists, 2 headshots, but it's not just him who's had a good performance. There's also 4 other people on the server. He's just on the tippity top, so let's see who are below him in those top 5 player standings here. Shabas for the win from 4 angry players in the 2nd place. Able Foxy OP from Able Esports in 3rd place. You know, Hastar Star from AKHP in that 4th place, and once again it is Pranil, like you talked about earlier, in that 5th place, coming in with a beautiful flank towards the end.
Well, Foxy OP, look at the damage. 1275 damage individually dished out by this player. In fact, Foxy OP was the player who was rushing in towards the players AKHP in the end. In fact, not even AKHP, the other teams also, the players present on the close vicinity. Foxy was so aggressive. He was doing most of the work, 1200 damage. But look at the have a look at the match summary, that how things fared off. As usual, not very high grenades used, only 3.
Yeah, only 3 grenade finishes this time around compared to the 72 that were popped. Although you can see this time around, because less people die to the zone, you actually have more finishes and more knocks coming into the picture. Longest finish distance, not really of you know, that much significance, but 48 total rescues. So yeah, definitely teams playing a lot more conservatively this time around, you know, going for the safer approach. 2 airdrops being looted, but that's no big deal. Let's actually move on to the meat on the bones. That is going to be the finish to damage chart. And here it is on our screens right now. Able Esports, of course, topping that with 2,351. Foxy OP providing nearly 1,300 of that damage, by the way. Just for some context. And everyone else going in for the finish.
Yeah, 50% work was done by Foxy OP over there. But if we talk about Gain, also 1900, close to 2000 damage. That's a very high number. 11 finishes. Gain was performing really good. Instead of a single vehicle, if they had 2 vehicles at that point, maybe they could have made to the safe position. But unfortunate, unlucky, whatever call it. But Gain played really well in this game also. If we talk about other teams, 4 AP, like you mentioned, consistency coming from this team. But look at the last team, AKHP, also 1700, close to 2000 damage, but only 7 finishes. They somehow lagged on 7 finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, they failed to convert all that damage into meaningful finishes and actual points. So let's have a look at the top 4 squads and see who was it that did this more efficiently, right? Clearly, AKHP, they all capitalized on Foxy's damage. They got themselves 7 total finishes. Able Esports, of course, they took the cake with 13, but Death God with 2, and 4 angry players with 10 finishes. Okay, that is a pretty high number for a team that only finished in the 4th place. Weird, but Hey, for angry players, this is what I've talked about earlier. Consistency matters more than chicken dinners, and if you consistently get yourself that 4th or that 3rd place finish, well, you're going to find yourself at the top after a course of 6, maybe 8 matches.
Well, they are definitely qualifying considering their finish points, the position points in both the games. Like AKHP, we were already seeing the teams at the bottom ending up at the top in the next game, and that is exactly what happened with AKHP. But other teams were also quite pretty consistent, like Team Gain. They were quite consistent in both the games, although previous one didn't go as well as this one, but it was consistency.
Absolutely. I mean, it was fairly consistent. And I have to say, just seeing this sort of gives me hope once again that they're going to be able to go up against some of the stronger teams that they're going to be facing in the future rounds. But now it's time for us to call it quits. We're going to be coming to a short break, after which we will be back with the next set of matches.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and joining me is this mischievous devil on my side, Floki. How you doing, buddy?
Doing just fine, my man. I mean, those last two matches, they were very, very interesting to watch.
Finally, we could have seen some bridge action.
Yeah, we did. And I mean, I have to say, some of those bridge fights, they, for lack of a better word, looked a little bit silly, not gonna lie. Just one player gatekeeping so many people, missing a couple of shots, and then in the end just getting that one finish. It triggered me just a little bit.
I guess what you're saying is it's time to go to the firing range and maybe put a few shots down range and work on the accuracy. Because again, practice makes perfect. But now, we can set all that aside because we do have 2 more games in store for all you lovely viewers, but we are going to shuffle things up. It's going to be a new group of teams.
Absolutely. But I think there's something of importance that we need to talk about. So I remember you just sitting nearby a second earlier,
That was
a couple
beautiful.
of matches earlier.
That was beautiful.
And you saw the longest finish distance being 418 meters or something of that sort.
You
Are
weren't
you going
wrong.
to try and beat that?
Well, I'm going to try and beat that, but he was not wrong when he said that my jaw literally dropped to the floor, because the moment I saw that stat, I was like, what? And how did I miss that? Of course, we might see them in the replays in the coming days. But now, let me ask you a question. I for one, did want to see a Sosnovka military base ending today, which, of course, you had the privilege of casting. Maybe we might see something similar again because, I don't know why. I think that's where teams perform really well towards the end. And talking of performance, oh boy, I have some energy in my hands. There you have it. He is going to be showing it off. It is, of course, the iQOO 7 Legend. Now, when you have that massive Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, it makes quick work of everything.
Absolutely. And guess what? Well, we did catch one of those players, going away from his team. I believe it was Kratos from Mutant, who, didn't quite get the memo. Ended up dropping completely away from the rest of his team. So if you don't want to be like him, you know what to do. This right here. We've got them running this.
No
event for
desync,
us.
no nothing.
Absolutely no desync, nothing at all. But we've talked enough about this. Let's actually focus a little bit more on what's coming. So,
Alrighty.
All these new teams, they're going to be playing up against each other. They've had the privilege of watching, I think, 8 rounds so far of these teams going at it against each other. What are some of the common mistakes that you have seen being fixed so far, and which ones do you think they haven't focused on as much?
See, the thing is, you got to keep in mind, right? All the teams are going to be playing 2 games. Now, I can give them some leeway in game 1 because even though they have been watching the games, of the past few days, it's not really going to make a difference because, again, like I said, it's going to be a fresh batch of meat that's coming in for all that slaughter. So, what happens is what they do in game 2. Now, if they don't have a little assessment of, where the teams were dropping or how the teams were rotating based on their location, well, that means they're doing something wrong over there. So, it's all about adapting. It's all about being versatile. So, I think that's when I'm going to be looking at, the mistakes that I made, but don't put me on the spot just yet.
No, I'm not going to put you on the spot. So basically what you're saying, eyes peeled open, if you're 4, peel them open even more, just like us. But if they don't adapt to the information that they get early on, obviously that is something that, they should be punished for because come on, you've got 2 rounds. If you notice something happening, if you notice a team hot dropping somewhere right away, you've had the privilege of going over the ward before you jump into the next game itself, adapt to that. Try and do some sort of weird counter strat because every single time I've seen a team in the top spot in the first round, today at least, or saving the very first year, Aztec Esports got 2 chicken dinners, they haven't performed well in the second game.
I guess you could say that, but again, I just want to come back to a point that you made earlier, and we do say that. I did say that, I'm going to give them a little bit of leeway, especially in game 1, but again, you've got to come with your pistons firing in all cylinders, right? You got to make sure that you put your best foot forward because, again, it can be a bit too little too late for a lot of these teams. Now, in the last few games, of course, I was on the sidelines just watching as a viewer. And, I had my opinions, but, of course, that time is gone, right? Let bygones be bygones. What you got to do is you got to learn from your mistakes and, well, make the best of the next step. Now, before we start delving into the matches and before we start having a look at who all is going to be playing, action has been a little slow today.
Yeah, it feels
All
like
the
that.
teams have been taking their time, and it only gets chaotic at the end. And talking about all the teams, let's in fact have a look and see who all are going to be vying for the berth for the next round, because we are going to be joined by Egyptian Esports, Team Fortrex, Imprint Esports, Not Butcher, that's a nice name, Raw Official, Team 4i, 07 Esports. I don't think they got their license, but of course they are going to be joined by Brothers Official as well. I like that. We had Team Bros early on, and now we have Brothers Official.
Absolutely, lots of brothers in the play over here. But guess what? The Russians are here as well. We've got
Uh-oh.
the Spetsnaz in the house. Spetsnaz Official, followed by TCE, Yoda X Bot Squad. That is a very interesting name.
That's a powerful name.
Yeah. Team For the Win, followed by SVK Esports, Cybax Officials, Falcons Esports, and Team W4E. What do you reckon that stands for?
Well, we're going to hold on to the speculations right now, because I'm not sure if I can say this out loud on camera. But, talking about Spetsnaz Official, I wonder if they're going to be running around with level 3 helmets right off the bat, because, it is in their name. I know. Just let me get away with it. But anyway, there you have it. You have the matchup in front of you, and I'm sure a lot of you watching are going to be rooting for your favorite teams. Now, the thing is, they might not be so well known now, but that is the beauty about this tournament. That is the beauty that iQOO BGMI has brought to you. And you know what? Talking about iQOO, you can't miss talking about the iQOO 7 legend. Let's just have a look at a word from the sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Well, it looks like for a lot of teams today, the monster inside has been unleashed, because we did see some high fragging events early on. I wonder if that's going to be the case in the last 2 games, because this is what I want. All right. We haven't really seen any drop spot contestation thus far. I want to see something like that. I want to see a squad wipe in the first minute. I want to see someone touching ground and already being obliterated. But maybe I'm just a dreamer.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. You know what I want to see? 4 teams in Stalber. Never gonna happen, though. Never gonna happen.
Well,
Some dreams are just too big.
I mean, if the BGMI gods are listening to us right now, they might just kind of force that circle up towards the north. So we might not see squads there at the beginning, but hopefully we might see some carnage on that hill towards the end of the game. Now, of course, we are just going to be doing what we do best before a match starts. We're going to speculate. We're going to try and get our crystal balls out. So now we did talk about the circle. Where do you think we're going to be heading this time around?
I, for one, actually want to see the flight path ending towards Talbot, because when the flight path actually ends towards north, it opens up a completely different area of the map that you usually don't see teams dropping in right away, right? Shooting range, not a place where people like to drop in right away. Stalbert.
But we were talking a few of the teams, they definitely need to hit the shooting range, don't they?
Oh yeah, couple of teams, yeah. But it seems that the general pattern has been, teams favoring Georgopol, teams favoring even Lipovka and Meltopau at times, and even Sosnovka military base, who were just going up north towards shooting range, right? Which is also a pretty good place to find some good high-tier loot.
Plus, if you think about it, I mean, we had circles a bit in the north, but they always tend to come down south around Rozhok. So I want to see something further up, like you did mention, the shooting range. I want to see something near Stalbert, because again, the different terrain will basically showcase different game styles from a lot of these teams. Because we've seen one thing, when the final circles call for urban warfare, it's a very different game as compared to, battles in the open field. I almost forgot how to English over there. But again, just a little fumble. It happens. So, I mean, you get to see different tactics. You get to see different plays. I mean, the smoke grenade usage is phenomenal. But I did notice one thing in the last game. not a lot of grenade finishes. What's happening there? I think they're letting the bullets do all the talking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a consequence of teams not really taking those rotations as early as we've talked about. You know, many a times teams, they are dropping closer towards the center of the map, right? Like you talked about, we've seen those Rozhok drops, we've seen some of those Ruins drops, Mansion drops, and they're like, you know what, Circle's here, I'm not going to rotate, I'm just going to stay here. I don't
And
care.
we did see that, you know, it almost came to bite a few teams in the backside because yesterday especially we had this one team that pretty much held their ground the moment they landed. None of them had any healings on them. All of their HPs were in the red, but they were lucky. They were playing a dangerous game as another squad came visiting, knocked on the doors, but unfortunately they did take them out. So now, you know, I mean, it is always a high-risk, high-reward gameplay for a few of these teams. But yeah, I like the fact that if you drop down towards the middle, you don't really have to traverse around too much. I mean, the zone sometimes can be kind to you, but like you said, it also has its negative points.
Absolutely, and if being at its core, you know, just being completely honest for the sake of openness.
Oh, please,
over
yes,
here.
please be honest. We love honesty over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the time I'm lying, but this just for one instance I decided that, you know, honesty is the right way to go. But yeah, man, jokes aside, I do think that BGMI, I think the key objective that every player tries to focus on is to mitigate the RNG and the effect of that, right? So you can't predict the flight path. You can't predict the circle. What do? You have designated hot drops, you have ways of rotating out of them, and you have things that you keep in mind, you know, scenarios where there's like a couple of variations. Okay, if a team contests us, we're going to do this. If a team does not contest us and instead they go to the place where we want to rotate, we do Y. And you got all these sorts of situations. So somewhere or the other, it's all about mitigating RNG. But circle prediction and zone prediction is not even a skill. It's nothing that you can control. So the best case scenario for all these teams is dropping in the middle and hoping for the best.
You know, this reminds me of my days back in school in maths class, of course. I'm talking about probability, and it also depends on your anticipation skills, right?
Yeah.
Well, forget that. I mean, yeah, you have your anticipation skills, you're thinking about the probability, but at the end of the day, it's all about your adaptability. Because, yeah, if the circle does shift away with you, you have to make a decision. Are we going to move right off the bat and try and get a little good position in the new circle? Or do you tend to, you know, just back off a bit, let the other teams go and do what they want to do, and then creep in slowly behind? So again, a lot of possibilities do open up in such situations, and I know you just want to see the action straight away, but let me tell you one thing. Looks like all the players are definitely ready. I do see the spawn island bustling with activity, and whoa, we have some machetes out, which should be on your screen in about a few seconds. That is dangerous.
That certainly is dangerous.
Ouch.
I mean, but, you know, the spawn island shenanigans, they're always going to be going on. I do imagine that, you know, we're going to see teams drop a bit more towards the edge of the circle. I know you're still trying to time it. Ta-da! Okay, maybe we need to... Oh, there we go!
Just a bit too early. There you have it. Now we are going to... Oh, we got katanas out as well.
Yeah, couple of
and we have
snowballs.
snowball fights breaking out. Of course, it is, you know, that Christmas Yuletide. Everybody's going to be in a merry mood. But it's not going to be the case for too long, because sooner or later, there is going to be a lot of red in Erangel, but it's all going to be blood.
Absolutely. And well, if you've been nice, you can get some gifts. Otherwise, you can get a lump of coal that Santa has waiting for you. And the lump of coal is exactly what you're going to
I
get.
just want to stare at the screen right now. I actually just want to have a look at them and see what they're doing. Because again, you know, we do speculate whether they're trying to psych each other out, whether the all mics are on, whether it's a hot mic situation. And we know we can get up to a few shenanigans every now and then. But of course, 18 seconds on the clock. A few big guns on display as well. And I like the fact that, you know, some of them aren't really letting the others in their head. They're like, you know what? It's a beautiful day. It's a nice overcast day. I'm just going to have a little run along the edge over here. But you got to be careful you don't have a little slip, because there we have it. We can keep that aside. The game is going to be underway as the Big Bird is going to take to the sky over the plains of Erangel.
Oh yeah, there we go, baby. The flight path this time around is going to be fairly interesting, a little bit similar to what we've seen earlier, but slight variation. So instead of starting out on no Ripnoid this time around, it will start towards the general direction of Katka and end towards Milta Power and Noah Ripnoi. Now, this does leave School, Rozhok, Ruins open. Mansion could also be a potential drop. So Snovka Military Base also not a bad choice, considering that you could potentially rotate out, but the teams dropping in Farm and Milta could create some trouble for you there. But yeah, with that out of the way, pretty much the entire part of the map, except, of course, the Polar North, gonna be accessible, and that breaks my heart to say.
Well, I mean, we shouldn't be too heartbroken just yet because we have seen a few curveballs coming in the past. The circle might just form all the way up north, but of course, we're going to have to wait with bated breath as that happens. Now, I do see first off the bat, the Egyptian esports team is going to be heading to Primosk, and, well, they're not going to be contested, which means they are going to have plenty of time to run about and gather all that loot. Of course, the focus is going to be on those utilities, grenades, smokes. I mean, that is the name of the game.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, let's just have a look and see what's going to happen. But wait a second, we're going to have some action breaking out in Pochinki as we do have Not Butcher going up against Team 4i. I know you are definitely excited for this fight.
Oh, yeah, I am so
You've
excited.
been wishing for
on.
Pochinki from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. It just took, 3 days for my wish to be granted, and there you go. Screw the weapons. I just want to see them go out with a bunch of pans and start clobbering heads right off the bat. But now these teams are going to be a little bit more sane than that, and looks like it's going to be Team 4i going up against Team Not Butcher. Clearly, vegans are going to be supreme over here. They've got more real estate as well compared to Team 4i, so Team 4i probably gonna look to back off.
Interestingly, now, of course, we are going to wait and see if any action is going to break out. The first zone has formed, and, well, our wishes might just be granted because it is going to be up north with Yasnaya Polyana pretty much in the center of all the action to come. But for now, Team 4i are going to go up against Not Butcher, and it does seem like both these teams are well aware that there is someone lurking nearby. Now, the question is, who is going to strike first?
Oh, yeah, just like a good old elementary school standoff, all these teams are just going to be staring at each other for the moment and, yeah, just pretending to throw a punch and seeing who actually is the first one to throw a punch, to go buck wild. But I imagine it's okay, so Not Butcher, they are playing a little bit aggressively over here, and I think he's doing it on purpose. Drake, he's like, okay, you know what, it's better to risk it and, maybe get some information for my team. Even if I get picked off, it's going to allow my team to get into a better position, maybe get a flank going. And, yeah, Not Butcher, it does seem like they are looking to do just that. They're going to be in close proximity with Team 4i.
What's interesting was that, Team 4i was on one side of that road that pretty much divides Pochinki, and you don't really have a lot of buildings on that particular side. Of course, I'm talking about the western aspect of Pochinki, but we're going to come back to that in a second as we are going to have a look and see what the other teams are up to. On our screens right now, Team For The Win. Well, they do have For The Win in the name. Question is, are they going to go all the way and walk away winners in this game of Erangel and get that delicious chicken dinner in their bellies? Well, time is going to tell. But as far as loot is concerned, they are going to be happy, while we do see a few members of Team 4TRX skedaddling out before anything happens over here. I think it's the right call because, again, you want to make sure you have your teammates nearby for support. And if you get caught out at this position, a revive is pretty much impossible.
Absolutely, and you know what? I mean, Milton, Power, and the subsequent areas and the surrounding areas, they have been fairly empty, so best go over there right now while the iron's hot, just get all that loot for yourself. Make sure that you don't leave anything good and juicy behind for someone else to scavenge and scrounge. And yeah, I mean, when it's inside the circle, it's all fair game, right? So no reason for them to not do that instead of just going it forward and taking a fight that's clearly bad for them. But, yeah, in the meantime, we are seeing, well, no action at all. In fact, there's yet to be a first blood around the map, even though we saw two teams dropping in Pochinki.
Well, I mean, they are going to be a bit careful, as is Joker over here. That's a nice way of jumping off a building. You hit the deck first, and then you just pretty much topple over. Do not try that in real life. You are going to hurt your head in a bad way. Now, what's interesting is, of course, since there is a little bit of a lull in the action, majority of the teams were outside the circle, and now they are going to be coming in, all except one. Now, dead smack center, we did say that Yasnaya Polyana is going to be the epicenter of this first circle. We do have Team Falcons Esports. They're just chilling in the city. They have the entire city up for grabs, and, well, they are definitely going to be kitted to the gills when the fighting definitely is going to break out.
Yeah, absolutely. And, even in the worst case scenario, let's say the circle, screw north, it doesn't happen, it's hard shift towards the south instead. They got nobody to worry about for the rotations, just a couple of teams in their way. Now, of course, if it shifts towards, if they get really unlucky and if it shifts towards the southwest, then they could be in a world of trouble. But even then, it's not going to be that bad for them. They're going to have some wiggle room to work with and a couple of compounds just near the periphery so that they can extend their stay a little bit longer, play for the next circle instead. But you're itching to say something.
What worries me is have a look at the western aspect of the circle. Now, that is where we have a multitude of teams, and sooner or later, they are going to be crossing paths, and that is when we are going to see some action break out. Now, I am going to expect a little bit of vehicular manslaughter. I am going to expect a few drive-bys, but you did kind of tell me that, in the last game, you were expecting the same. However, your wish was not granted. Let's see if the accuracy is going to be on point this time around. Of course, we have CR7 running around in Milta.
Well,
you got to do something after you retire, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, once you're done with a long, hard day of football, all your teammates have failed you. What better way to take out your frustrations than go on a desert island with 3 of your teammates and, a bunch of enemies and shoot them in the head and see who survives the longest? Well, I mean, I'm not sure if that it makes for a very good pastime.
That is pretty dark. I mean, I was just thinking. I was just, taking it all in. I was like, whoa, that's a bit dark, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things you can do once, like skydiving without a parachute.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do it just once.
Just once.
You know what they say?
Unless you get lucky and you're really good.
You know what they say? You only live once.
Absolutely. You only obviously live once unless you get the chicken dinner. But hey, speaking of some action, there you go. There it is. Yota. There's power in their name. Is there power in the game? Yes, there is. They've got the first knock going for themselves. And Joker's actually looking for the second one. There's a lot of damage. No, in fact, allows his teammates to potentially get this pick. And Lucifer now literally between a rock and a hard place. Looking to get back towards safety. But no. Oh, no, it doesn't look like that he's got the memo here. Hush is also going to be knocked down. 2 free knocks coming in for Lucifer. Now his teammates going all the way around looking to pick up the stragglers. It looks like the stragglers are not there. They will satiate themselves with the blood of those 2 knocked enemies instead.
The bot squad actually had the upper hand in this little skirmish. They did surprise the enemy, but looks like it is going to be the other way around. It's SVK are going to be firing on all cylinders. First pick is going to finally come in, and it is going to go in their favor. Now the remaining members of the bot squad, they realized that, we just lost 50% of our squad in the blink of an eye. It's best to, fall back and live to fight another day. Now, Groot, of course, must have been yelling, I am Groot. He wants to be picked up. And, well, his teammates are going to make sure that they patch him up. And they are still a 4-man squad. 2 finishes coming in early on. This is what we were missing. We wanted to see some carnage right off the beginning. And, well, it did come a bit late, but I'm glad it's finally here. Now, SBK are going to be making their way further inland. Remember, we did kind of anticipate action is going to break out towards the west, especially all these teams coming in from Georgia Paul, coming in from Gutka. I do believe the next hotspot is going to be Rozhok.
Yeah, Rozhok could be that hotspot, because once again, when we saw that circle move, it was a little bit more towards the north, and well, speaking of north, that's exactly where we wish the circle's gonna go. But yeah, let's see if Rozhok does end up being relevant. It is a little bit dicey still at the moment, but yeah, there you go. I mean, soon enough the circle should be closing in. And once again, this seems just like it's one of those situations where you're getting tickle tortured. You're enjoying it, but you kind of just want to see what's gonna happen next, because we saw some action early on. We saw 2 finishes, and then absolutely nothing. Once again, a lull for a couple of good minutes, but it is gonna set up for the next circle, and well, wish is coming true. Rozhok still relevant.
Rozhok still relevant, and if you did have a look, a few of the teams have already called it their home. Now, I am gonna hope that the circle just keeps on creeping a bit up north. That would be just amazing. But have a look at a few teams still outside in the blue. Spetsnaz, a long way off. However, I do see some vehicles in front of them. However, we're going to hold on to the thought as action is going to break out. Team 40RX does spot enemies moving in the distance, and well, it is going to be SPK Esports, which means, they're going to be in the thick and thin of the action right from the get-go. Now, the question is, are they going to stop their vehicles atop that hill and, well, retaliate? Not really, because Romeo could be in a bad spot. You better want to get out of that burning vehicle, otherwise, well, like the battle itself, it's not going to end well for him.
Absolutely, it's going to be charred meat for dinner, not cooked meat. And clearly, if that's not the kind of stuff you're into, don't stay in that vehicle. Get the hell out of there. But, well, there is going to be some more action breaking out over here. We do see Team 4i once again, potentially in the thick of things. Last time around, I think they were caught in a bit of a stare down with someone else, but they didn't really choose to engage. Let them pass by instead. And now it looks like they are going to be the ones getting pounced upon. It's going to be Storm taking the first contact over here, and now they know that there's a couple of teams there. Oh, front unit spawned out. What about the Bison at that range? He can't really take the fight, and now he has to go the hell back. That iQOO scope, sure, it is great, but you need to aim up if you want to hit those shots.
Well, the Scar Rail is definitely going to do a lot more damage at that range, as you mentioned. Now, the thing is, Team for the Win, they do have this compound all for themselves, right? But have a look at Tharung. He is skirting around the enemy behind them, just keeping them guessing. And this is where the remaining members of Team 4i could do some damage. But it does look like they are going to be moving away. Maybe they're going to be setting up a different flank. Only time will tell. Elsewhere, looks like Imprint Esports were trying to drive around, finding a little niche for themselves, but they were stopped in their tracks as TCE opens up as they drive by.
Absolutely.
Oh, he got hit.
Yeah, he got hit, but he's still gonna be okay for the meantime. Lucky as all heck, but TCE in a bit of a pickle over here. There is a flank to worry about as well. Look at the positions on Imprint. They just look so bloody good. There's no way on earth TCE can peek out and not have their head blown clean off their shoulders.
I think Manya might just have spotted a little glimpse of the helmet in the distance, but it looks like there you have it. Yeah, Show does take a few shots. He's going to make sure he goes crouching again. Now, Moskov has been given the information from his teammate atop Rozok Hill that, hey, there's someone in that shack, and, well, the grenades are coming in. Unfortunately, that one falls just a little bit too short, but now Show definitely knows, wait a second, somebody is nearby, and, well, they are definitely going to be on the defensive for right now. Vortex trying to find a semblance, trying to figure out where these shots are coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he just has no idea whatsoever. Like, he's expending utility left, right, and center, but this could start to be problematic over here. I mean, look at the map right now. There's a couple of teams closing in into the general area of school. If they don't get done with this fight, they're opened up to third, fourth, maybe even fifth parties with the way the circle's closing in.
Imprint Esports over here, like a pack of wolves, they are studying their prey. They want to make sure that they corner them, and I'm pretty sure there is going to be a coordinated attack, because let me tell you one thing, the information given out by Manya atop that hill is going to be instrumental in this little
but
fight.
The circle, look
wow!
at that.
We are heading up north, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. We are going to have a little bit of Stolper, and this guy is going to be happy right next to me, but have a look at that. A lot of vehicles are moving in. Spetsnaz, all the way from the military base, are now one of the northernmost teams. So, I mean, talk about rotations. They have made a nice, risky move, and it's going to pay off.
Absolutely, they will run into another team at the end of that road. Though, if they instead chose to go up north from Sivani, they could have gotten into an emptier place. But Team for the Win, tanking a bunch of blue damage. Well, they've got the bandages for it, so it's not the end of the world. Miss you, friend. That was no, he did not get the bandage heal off in the nick of time. Wait a second. This is going to be a long rest time. I think they are going to end up dropping over here. Oh no, Experiment. This could be
he's done. He's done. There you have it.
Both done.
A few hiccups happening over here, but we're going to hold our thoughts right now because Voldemort is a little angry as Team Falcons finally have a few teams that are sniffing nearby. Of course, they want a little soft spot as well. They want some cover for themselves as well, but Yasnaya is still under control of Team Falcons. I mean, what was happening over there? Maybe he should have patched himself up.
Yeah.
But I guess his friend was missing him a bit too much. So, you know, friendship trumps everything else.
Absolutely. But I have to say, that was a little bit weird. I thought that he was going to heal himself after he got that resin, right? I mean, he was dropping low himself. And
Team 4i?
Wow, okay. Well, they are getting themselves a couple of picks. So, yeah, finally that stalemate has it. And I wish we could pan over and quickly see what fight is happening. But it is already over. Team 4i, well, they have eliminated TCE. Goodbye, sayonara, ciao. See you in the next round. But in the meantime, it seems that there is some action brewing over here. As we see the side of Team 07 Esports going up against Ra Official. Is that how they want me to pronounce it?
Well, I mean, raw. It all depends on how you wanna call it. RAA, raw. Yeah. But of course, 07 Esports now they are going to be on higher ground. However, I wonder if being in that little guard tower is the best idea, because if you are spotted, getting out of there could be problematic. I like Justin's position. He is a bit on the side. He is going to be on those rocky cliffs, but he's got to make sure he has steady footing. Otherwise, one slip could be devastating, as we might just see happening with Shadow. But he makes sure everything is tickety-boo. Now, the circle is still not going to be a hindrance for a lot of these teams because, yes, we are out in the open. But again, they have so many ridges and so many plateaus and so many platforms to play with that, you know, they can get those moments of respite from one another. But the question is, how long is it going to last?
I mean, you know, this is where I start, you know, maybe questioning what they're doing over here. They're spending a bit too much time on those hills and the circle's closing in once again. So if they don't bounce and they don't get themselves into cover or B, take the fight, then they're going to be in a whole bunch of trouble. But oh my god, that circle is such a fickle lady. All of a sudden, it looks like the purple team are going to be in a great spot. But in the meantime, it does seem that Team 4TRX are looking to get themselves some piece of pie over here. They are looking towards Imprint Esports. They will lose one of their members, but 4TR already lost one earlier, so it's now a fair fight. But elsewhere, VBS going up against SVK, who's going to come out on top?
Well, as 4TRX are trying to assert their authority over the opposition, SVK are doing the same at this place. Of course, they are going up against Yotha. Now, Yotha did lose a few members. Moon is going to be brought down to his knees with a massive grenade that went off point blank. That is going to be devastating. The shrapnel is going to make sure that he bleeds as his teammate right below him is cooking a grenade of his own. Now, Matrix has his work cut out. He is going to be cordoned off by that Molotov. He is flinging everything he has in his backpack at the enemy, but all SVK has to do is just hold their ground and let him run out of utilities, which judging by the silence might just be the case right now. But wait a second, SVK are making a good decision. They're like, you know what, the blue zone's coming in, we'll let the blue deal with him. We're going to go on and try and find a spot later on as Imprint Moskov falls to his own death. Ouch.
Yeah, that is painful. I mean, you know, it's one thing dying to your enemies, but there's no one in dying to the blue and being left like
that's going to be tricky picking him up over there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is not going to be easy at all. But, well, maybe they can take a fight and maybe they can make life easy. Oh, no, there's just two players alive!
Well, that is one way to exit the show. You jump down to your own demise, and with that, another team is going to bite the dust, and I don't know what to say about that. I kind of like it, and I do find it funny, but it is what it is. The action, however, still continues as now SVK.
No, this is horrible positioning for the side of Team 4TRX. What the hell are they doing all in one shack?
They're going to be caught off guard. Now, the thing is, they do have a few vehicles. They need to pop a few smokes and keep the enemy guessing before they try and get out of harm's way. There you have the move is being made as Groot is going to try and follow up. But it looks like Team 4TRX have made it to a little bit of safety. Of course, they are deep in the fjord.
Absolutely. I mean, they've left one player over at the shack to just act as some sort of flank when they do create that inevitable distraction thanks to them being in the car. But, it looks like Team 13, they too are on the prowl. That is Team SVK Esports. Although one of their members has been knocked for the time being, they will be able to get him back up because there's no one really threatening them at the moment. And it looks like Team Brothers official, well, all the brothers are still alive and kicking, and only...
Brothers official, they are in a good position. However, the thing is, you know, they got to make sure they deal with the enemy at hand, because right next to them, we do have SVK, the Groot and the boys lying in wait. They could be a thorn in their sides if they're not careful. As Ra official, they've spotted something in the distance, and it is 07 Esports, and well, shots are being fired. However, none of them are going to tickle them too hard as they are trying to go away, and he's still not giving up. He is relentless with that spray.
Absolutely. I mean, he knows that, you know, he's gone in deep, so what's the solution when you've gone in deep? Go in even deeper. That's the only solution that there is once you're committed to it. Keep going, but Spetsnaz could be in a world of trouble over here. Look at that. They're surrounded on both sides of war on multiple fronts. And okay, well, that is vehicular manslaughter as we requested at our husband. Oh my goodness. It's all out war breaking up between Brothers Official and SVK Esports. Who's coming out on top? It seems that SVK is calling the members on the flank. They will be able to succeed. They get the finish going. And both of those players will be revived up, and God, they'll be able to get them back up on their feet.
Let me tell you one thing, SVK are playing a dangerous game, but Lucifer is making sure that his team is in it. Again, they've got 8 finishes. All 4 boys are still going to be alive and kicking, and now they're going to make sure they make a little bit of a smoke plume over there to conceal their movement, as Shadow from Raw is going to be taken down by Prince. Now, Asura knows exactly where the members from Spetsnaz are, and in fact he did lob a few grenades in their direction. However, they fell just a little bit too short. And what's happening over here? Prime for the win. Again, you got to make sure when you are on these slippery cliffs you have good footing, because, well, we are seeing people slip and get knocked out. That buggy just defied gravity over there, as Groot now just has a little tree for cover, but it's not going to be good for him as he is surrounded by the enemy, and, well, he has been completely gutted.
Oh yeah, I mean, Groot in World Cup now, but I'm not too sure what the other members of Ra are up to. One of them just trying to get off in his buggy and get the hell out of Dodge instead of, in fact, contest trying to take that fight. Spetsnaz, just one member still standing for them. They're trying to make it work. Thresh being the last kindling flame for his team, the only ray of hope that they have.
He saw him.
Well, much like the devil himself, gone in Thrish's side, and this is the most painful death there is.
There you have it with that vehicle exploding. Also, Trish went up in flames with that as grenades are going to be used as Kong gets taken down, and now Shaheen OP is going to get the better of Ayush as that grenade didn't just shake the screen, it shook the studio, but looks like Asura is going to be on hand for that revive. Now, they're lucky that they have that attic upstairs because, well, I don't see any grenades coming in just yet.
Great
now,
support play by Trap.
Absolutely. This is what I love. I love the fact that we have elements of urban warfare and we still have open battleground warfare taking place because it's two stories in one. And you know what? I am all for this action. Now, Team 40RX could be in trouble because they need to get out of water. Otherwise, it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel as another grenade is thrown. Wait a second. That is just a smoke grenade to obscure the enemy's vision.
Yeah, well, the enemy, they're not going to have a direct line of sight this time around. 38 players still alive, though, and 12 teams in the mix. There is so many things going on at the moment, and there's going to be a lot of things happening because the circle, well, this is the sixth one about to come up on a screen soon enough. But, yeah, there you go. There's a weird grenade. Oh, okay. That is one beautiful grenade kill. Headshot right there. Not the kind of headshot you were looking for, but hey, you take those.
That is definitely going to hurt just a little bit more, but right now, Sabak's official Stranger does spot the enemy. He rattles off with that AKM. In fact, almost gets the knock over there. Oh, if only he squeezed that trigger for just a moment longer, he could have got a knock for himself elsewhere. It looks like the Egyptian esports team is going to come under fire. But for now, they still have the upper ground, and all they want to make sure is they secure that little house for themselves. Octopus does have that DP28. We have seen him knock out a few members of the opposition left, right, and center. But for now, he is going to go up against SVK Esports. And let me tell you one thing, SVK Esports are definitely firing on all cylinders.
Oh yeah, absolutely. SVK just doing a ton of work over here. You know, despite them being a man down or so, they are still trying to fight tooth and claw their way back into this game. But there are teams who are much better poised to try and take this game, although a lot of them are going to be falling like a house of cards soon enough, considering the circle is so tiny. 6 circle and there are still 12 teams alive. What the hell is going on at this moment?
Well, I love it. It's just going to be chaotic towards the end as teams are running right past one another through all the smoke, and they don't even know that, wait, is that my friend or is that the enemy? As Azzy is going to go up against the enemies right now. Team 12, it is going to be Team 41. They know exactly where they are, and well, he is missing a lot of shots as Captain is taken down. Not Drake over here, making sure he gets another enemy. Can he get blazed? Unfortunately, the answer is no, as Team W4E are going to make sure they get a few finishes, and well, the revives are going to come in as well.
Absolutely, great stuff coming out from W4E, not losing on. Oh no, well,
You just had to say
that the
again!
Casters come,
Wow!
strikes through, they all get eliminated, biting the dust off of one well-placed grenade.
Not one, but 2 knocks over here. Now, I would expect them to be rushing in. They know 2 of their members are down on the knees, and there you have it. They are going to be coming in. Not Darko, in fact, gets knocked out. That is going to be different. They were not expecting that, as Prime for the win is going to be the last ray of hope for his team. Of course, he does have his friend Miss You inside, but he can't really do anything because, well, if he moves, I'm pretty sure Adi is going to be over there waiting for him, but now he's going to go in. That is a brave move. Sky just jumps right in. Now, lucky for him, Prime was already low on HP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was extremely lucky there that he was high on HP. Oh no! Oh my god! This is going to be the worst kind of death. It's going to be roasted human meat for dinner today if he does not move his feet, which he does. He gets back to safety, and now, well, as he needs to go out there if he wants to get this pick. He doesn't have the angle. He can maybe make a grenade bounce off the car, but that's about the best he can do. Does he think about it? No, he does not.
Well,
W4E, they will be eliminated.
You know, I kind of expected Miss You friend to come out and help him out a little bit, but looks like he was taken off guard as well. Right now, we are going to have a few grenades being flung. Did you have a look at that?
Spray
Down
chilling,
below,
yeah.
we still have somebody. They still have a ray of hope, but for now, SVK Esports, 13 finishes to their name already, and by the look of things, that they are hungry for more. Spetsnaz official as well. I had pretty much written them off, but for now, they are still in this game, and now it's going to be point-blank range as the Egyptian Esports are going to be going towards Raw official Team 4. I beg your pardon. Storm is from the last man, but unfortunately, he is going to be taken down as he was overwhelmed by the opposition. With that, Team 4i out in the 11th position. 9 teams remaining, 22 people still vying to walk away winners in this game.
What the hell is going on? How are these teams not at each other's throats already? How is there enough space in the circle for all of these teams? Well, soon enough there's not going to be any. This is it. This is about it. That's all they're going to get. 7th circle when this close in 30 seconds, and then they're going to be closing in on every single one of them. But SVK once again in a good position, but they are getting picked off one after the other. Team Egypt, they are finally starting to bounce over here. They've been relatively quiet for the most part of this game, but now they're getting all of these picks. Look at IGL, that long distance shots coming in once again. And there you go, Spetsnaz. They will be fighting the dust over here as we move on to the other side of the blue zone. We see Team 7, that is Team 07 Esports, trying to make their way away over here, but Team W4 gatekeeping them, preventing them from moving in. Great gatekeeping done by them.
Also, you got to keep in mind there was a little bit of a crossfire being set up over there because Cyback's officials kind of helped them out as well. But now 07 Esports, well, they are going to build up the new 5 finishes for them. That is not a bad outing, as it does look like Cyback's official. Like I said, they did make some noise. They gave their position away, and now they are going to pay a little bit of a heavy price. However, it's the play zone that is going to be chipping away at his health. And, well, eventually it did take him down to the depths of hell along with it. Egyptian Esports still holding the ground in the house, surrounded by enemies.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Egyptian Esports, I mean, these guys, they're not worried about at all about just being surrounded by so many teams. Instead, they're like, yay, we get to shoot in every direction and maybe get ourselves a couple of finishes while we're at it. And IGL trying to go for a slightly different angle over here, but look at this, Preylock still surviving somehow despite being down there. This man, just a snake in tall grass who hasn't been spotted.
Has no idea. It could be devastating, and just as I say that, I think we did jinx him.
Caster's curse. It
TRX
Why do we
finally
talk? Why do we open our
taken
mouths?
out. Let's just keep quiet then, isn't it? But they are going to be taken out. He could have done something, maybe picked up a couple of finishes, but of course it wasn't the case to be. Oh, that better not be a grenade. It is a smoke grenade, and now SVK, no, Egyptian Esports are going to be coming out. I love the fact that IGL is on a massive flank. He is rotating deep behind enemy lines. However, he's got to be careful because he sees someone in the distance as well, and wait a second, that was just epic as, whoa, he did not get taken down. In fact, SVK off beat was taken down instead. Team 14 Cyback's officials still have a pony in this race, and just as I say that, they are going to be eliminated in 3rd place. Final 2 teams, 3-on-1 situations. Well, the Egyptian Kings are going to come out on top, but what a game by SVK.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen SVK Esports or, you know, any other team for that matter just consistently have so many finishes time after time again, right? This was not them being aggressive in the very end. This was them being aggressive from the mid-game itself.
There was a point, at one point, on those cliffs overlooking Yasnaya, overlooking that field, 3 of their members were down on their knees.
Yep.
And still they managed to rack up all those finishes. But what a game. The Egyptian Esports team, they played it a bit cooler, a bit calmer, and well, they struck when they needed to, got the job done, and walked away with that delicious chicken.
Absolutely. Just because they're cool, calm, and collected does not mean they do not know when the iron is hot. They definitely strike. They saw the opportunity. They had the perfect positioning for it as well. And I want to have a look at it again. So let's have a look at the highlights and see what they've got in store for us. Because I think Egyptian Esports, is it esports or is it official? Well, whatever it is, they were Egyptians, that's for sure. You can learn a lot from them, and that is how to hold on to an advantage and not panic and just lose your crap. And there you go. This is the early aggression we were talking about earlier.
This is where the action broke out initially. Now, it did kind of seem like SVK were going to be at the receiving end of things. However, they managed to make it work for them. Of course, massive grenade finishes coming in this game. I wonder if you're going to be crossing that double-digit mark again. Wait a second. Is this a movie, or are we actually in the tournament? Because
slow motion.
I love that. Props to production on that shot over there. That was so cinematic. And Manya, no!
Yeah, well, a bit of a Romeo and Juliet situation there. But yeah, there's always a second match. So, you know, possibly a second mate as well. If he stayed alive long enough, maybe he could have found one in his life, unlike Romeo and Juliet. But yeah, there's always a second match. That is guaranteed. The second mate is not.
That play kind of ends
tragically.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, do you want to be that? Nah, maybe not. But of course, let's have a look at the replays again. Again, I love the fact that SVK were in the thick and thin of the action, and this man on your screens, Lucifer. I mean the devil himself, making sure he has a large number of finishes to his name, and I do believe he finished with 7.
Yeah, I just think overall in this game we saw a lot of crappy ways of being eliminated.
Oh, this grenade bounces
Yeah.
off his helmet. He could not have reacted even if he wanted to.
I mean, if the explosion wouldn't have killed him, the concussion would have. And I just, want to say that, like I was talking about earlier, Egyptian officials, when they were holding on to that high ground, they were just so patient and so calm, right? SVK Esports, on the other hand, they try to wrap around, they try to be a little bit aggressive, but it's really the consistency that matters to me. It's not the amount of kills, it's not them being aggressive. Sure, SVK, this might be their playstyle, it might work, but historically speaking, at least what we've seen so far in these first 8 matches, it's not looked good. And I'm hoping, for their sake, we actually get to see another team that is sort of like Aztec Esports, where they get themselves at top to finish multiple times in a row, cementing their lead, and just establishing an aura of fear moving into the next round itself. But yeah, let's talk a bit more about the highlights on the screens. How the hell are so many teams alive at this point?
Talking about the aura, I'm sure a lot of teams watching, they are definitely going to take note of a few teams, but of course over here, Raw Official got a few finishes in, especially as they shot members of Team 16 in their backs as they were trying to get to safety. Now, we did see 07 Esports, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. 2 teams on either side setting up a crossfire, and I love the fact that we saw a VSS right up until the final kill.
Oh yeah, I mean, that VSS is definitely one of those weapons that doesn't get picked up very often. It's one that you always trade out for a better marksman rifle. You yourself are a man who would do that, I presume?
The thing is, you get used to the fact that when you shoot a bullet, you expect it to be almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
Right, but the thing is, we're using subsonic bullets over here, so it does take a little bit of time, and again, practice makes perfect, and looks like the Egyptian esports team, they have been practicing with those weapons. Sneaky.
Absolutely, very, very sneaky. And I have to say, lots of crappy ways to die. I think we saw people being abandoned, just left to die to the blue zone. A couple of people dying to car explosions, once again outside the blue zone. But let's talk about the point standings for now. Let's put some more context over here to their performances. And despite the chicken dinner, it's SVK Esports in that first place with a margin of a singular point.
Of course, when you have that bloodlust SVK, they pretty much went on a rampage as they tore through team after team, finishing with 26 points, 14 of which came from finishes. And of course, Egyptian Esports, 15 points, courtesy the chicken dinner, 10 finish points, 1 point behind SBK. Cybax Official as well, they didn't have a very loud game as compared to some of the other teams like Team W4E or even 07 Esports. However, they managed to make sure they had that one man surviving right up until the end, and well, position points definitely helping them out.
Absolutely. I mean, these are some of those underrated moments. These are the moments where, these are the difference makers for these teams, because now if SVK Esports and Egyptian Esports, hypothetically speaking, let's say they get eliminated bottom 16. Now, all of a sudden, all the hard work that the member of 4TRX did, it's actually going to bear a lot of fruit, because, he survived this long, he got yourself all these positioning points, the top 2 dogs are down at the bottom, and now you actually have a shot at the top. Just a couple of point differences between them at the 3rd and 4th places. But speaking of the bottom 8, well, it's never a pretty sight to look at these or to be here.
It is never a pretty sight, and of course a lot of big names over here. You're the Bot X, we did see them in a skirmish, however it did not pan out in their favor. Spetsnaz Official did manage to get 3 finish points, which means, well, they definitely have the caliber to take on those fights. Now, of course, we are talking about all the teams, but let's see who was that one man who stood out as we look at the iQOO MVP. And of course, no surprises here, it is the devil himself, Lucifer, with 7 finishes, 810 points of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the ways he finished his opponents over there, really just justifying his name, not even, sometimes taking those fights, leaving them to die to the blue zone, and, making vehicles explode outside there. Just devilish stuff coming out from this man. But it's not just him, who's been on the top. There's also 4 players behind him. So let's have a look at the top 5 players from this match themselves and see what they were up to and who they were from. It's actually the next 2 members are from Egyptian Esports. So Prince and Octopus, 695, 1084 damage. Okay.
That is just mind-boggling because, like I said, they did have that house atop that hill just overlooking Yasnaya Polyana, and from there they had good control. They made sure they fortified their position, and well, they were dishing down damage and death and destruction all around them. Of course, SBK Lucifer is going to be joined by Offbeat as well, and W4E Blaze makes an appearance over here as far as the top 5 players are concerned. Now, we have a look at all these numbers. well and good. I just want to know one thing. How many grenade finishes came in? Because it actually makes it just so much more exciting. But the thing is, we only had 2 grenade finishes. However, we had a lot of knocks thanks to those fireballs.
Oh yeah, I mean, some of those were very, very interesting to watch. And yeah, 81 grenades being used. No big surprise about the longest finish distance just being 166 meters. But overall, don't you feel like this was the most passive game we've seen up until the very end?
It was, and even at the end, the thing was, the few teams that were fighting near Yasnaya, the teams inside Yasnaya were just looking on.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do anything because, of course, they have walls surrounding them, so they were safe. But every single team north of them were in a life and death battle. But of course, we did kind of anticipate that, right? If you do have a slow start, it is going to be chaos at the end, and people are just falling over each other like dominoes. But let's have a look at the finish and damage performance over here. Well, a couple of teams are pretty much tied up as far as damage is concerned. 2078 for the Egyptian esports team.
That's weird.
2025 for SVK.
How in the hell do they have more damage but less finishes?
Well, because, like I said, they were knocking opponents out, but they never went out of the safe haven. They always stayed inside that house, making sure that they just kept the enemies at bay. So, they gave them a chance. They're like, you know what, I'm going to knock you down. Get yourself back up. I'm going to knock you down again.
Yeah, and they also, probably let go for a lot of finish points as a result because they were more concerned with just holding on to their compound, letting the placement points do the job for them instead. And clearly we can see the effect of that. Only 10 finishes, even though they have more damage than the team with the most number of finishes in this game. So let's have a look at the top 4 squads as of now.
We are going to have a look at the squads, but I got to say, a lot of teams did quite a good considerable amount of damage. I mean, it was well spread out, but of course SVK with 14 finishes are going to just edge out against Egyptian esports, who did get the chicken dinner in this game. They are, of course, going to be joined by Cybax officials and Team W4E. Now, Team W4E, we did see them kind of lose one member early on. We thought it is going to put a dent in their plans. Turns out it did not.
Yeah, it certainly did not. I mean, Team Cybax, they were just, I have to say, these guys were stalwarts. Everything that got thrown at their way, they just shrugged it off. They just kept going on like absolute giga chads. And in the end, they got those placement points. And that's what really matters. And like we talked about again, if history is to repeat itself, if we're about to see the same things again, then, well, the top 2 teams better be looking out. Egyptian esports as well as SVK esports could be in a bit of trouble.
Now, the thing is, there's no way of any of the teams to find out where exactly each team dropped because there is a little bit of a delay over here in this stream. But what they can do is see what happened where they dropped because we did see that Yasnaya was pretty much empty. Pretty sure a few more teams are going to be heading in that direction, and we're going to have to wait and find out what's going to happen. But before that, we keep thanking this wonderful organization. Let's just have another word from our wonderful sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Now, I know that the day has been dragging on quite a bit, and, the energy levels might be dropping just a bit. I mean, we definitely had to wake ourselves up, just a couple of slaps on the cheeks. But now the thing is, talking about energy levels, what happens when your battery is completely drained out? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do when there's still one more match of BGMI left in store?
Well, you just plug it into the charger, you connect it to the wall, you switch it on, and in 22 minutes, you're back as new once again, because that's how fast the iQOO phone charges, ladies and gentlemen. 22 minutes and it's back to full charge. But yeah, we got the teams once again. In case you weren't paying attention in the first game, congratulations, and also fix your sleep schedule. But yeah, Egyptian esports, 4TRX, Imprint esports, Not Butcher, Vegans, RA official, Team 4i, 07 esports, and Brothers official. Lots of official teams.
Brother, officials. A lot of official teams over here.
Yeah.
I like that. That means, the future of esports looks good in this country. Now, of course, we are going to be joined by Spetsnaz.
Also official.
TCE, Yoda Bot scored team for the win, who did have a good outing. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by the enemy and subsequently were overwhelmed. Talking about officials, Cybax are going to be joining us as well. SVK Esports, obviously one of the hardest hitting teams we have seen in this tournament so far. Team Falcons and Team W4E. Now, I wonder because we've seen a lot of finishes. I wonder if we are going to be breaking that 21 finish mark, because it is a ridiculously high bar that has been set. If you think about it, in the bigger picture, 21 finishes doesn't really seem like a lot. But you got to remember, we are at the highest level of competition over here, so that is quite an achievement.
Absolutely. Just to put into more context, alright, if 21 doesn't seem like a high number, imagine this: your squad eliminates 5 other squads. And a little cherry on top.
That little cherry on top is always going to be nice. Yeah, 5 of the squads or a third of the server.
Exactly.
Is going to be wiped.
Insane stuff. I mean, who the hell is going to come close to that? I don't think that record's being broken for a while.
Well, let's see if that statement is going to hold true or not, because, again, we only have one more game in store for you tonight, and I know you all are eagerly waiting for the action to begin, but you know what's going to happen. We're going to make sure all the players are going to be in the lobby, which they are, and sooner or later, you're going to be seeing them running around here on this screen behind me. Now, last game, slow start. I like the fact that we had a Northern Circle. I hate the fact that the BGMI gods were teasing us.
Yeah.
We wanted Stolber. They were like, all right, we'll give you a little bit. The second circle shifted further up north. I thought, you know what, this is it. This is it. It's going to happen. And then suddenly we have a shift down south. But I wasn't disappointed.
Yep.
We had a new environment to basically battle in. And, the Egyptians came out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, I will take anything that does not end near George Poland Ruins.
Oh, you've had too much of Georgia Poland Ruins, right?
Way too much. I mean, there have been so many finishes in that general area. Give me some Milton
What can I
power.
say? The Ruins have literally ruined his experience. He just basically wants something new. And, you know what they say? Ask and ye shall receive.
Well, we did receive, but we just only received tiny little breadcrumbs. We yet to have the full course meal, and to be honest, I am quite hungry. So please, BGMI gods, Northern Circuit finish, or at least a Northern Circuit, or at least a Northern flight path. Something going on top of Severny. I mean, that would be very, very nice. I just want to see something happening towards that north part. And please, for the love of God, can we see someone dropping in towards shooting range, like for the final time?
You might just see someone drop in at the shooting range, but before we do that, let's drop in on the spawn island and see what's happening over there, because, well, there you have it. Everyone's going to be running around, but for now...
Taking notes?
Ooh, I like that we have a bolt action in the hands. Prince, you better use that. You better use that. Of course, machetes are going to be coming out as well.
Absolutely. I timed better than you did, by the way.
Uh-huh.
The key is waiting for it, just...
It is. I know, I saw that. I wasn't going to bring it up, but
just me.
I get it.
Just teasing you a little
I'm just
bit.
not that lucky. It turns out yesterday I wanted to see an arm. Not going to happen. So, I'm a content guy. I'm all right with this. But now, in about 30 seconds, the action is going to break out. And, this is the time where you make sure all your recoil is set and everything is tickety-boo, because in a few seconds, it is going to be carnage once more. And that is what I'm eagerly waiting for.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know what was really entertaining about yesterday that we didn't get to see at all today? Water rotations. People just swimming around and just getting
We didn't
picked off.
We didn't see that.
Yeah.
Now, you were saying that, I want to see a little bit more boat action. We haven't actually seen any boats go boom this
None
time
at
around.
all.
Maybe that could happen in this game, because strap in, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be your final flight for the night as the Big Bird takes to the skies for one last time on day 3. And, well, judging by the flight path, you're not going to be too happy. It isn't going to be towards the north, but we are going to be flying down to southwest. We're going to be flying over Lipovka, the farm, and of course the Sosnovka military base.
Well, they say don't bite the hand that feeds you. So, it's not a northern flight path, but I'll take it. This is fairly unique enough. It starts over at Lipovka, ends towards Sosnovka. I would have, of course, preferred a northern one, but sometimes you gotta make do with what you got. Now, the good news is that even though the flight path starts at Lipovka, I see some teams very promisingly heading towards Stolber.
It could be the case. I mean, Kameshki could be up for grabs as well. Saverny might be a good distant location to go to if you want to loot peacefully without having, you know, any leering eyes in nearby. But it does seem like quite a few teams could be heading towards the Sosnovka military base, which, well, makes it all the more exciting for us. But of course, all this is going to be second wind to the circle, which is going to be forming on our screens in due time. You know what I want, actually? I want something near Primorsk. I haven't really seen anything. I want to see some action breaking out at the quarry.
You were just one game late, just the game before, you hopped on. There was a team dropping in towards Primorsk and then making their way back towards Sosnovka, and that's where we saw the clown fiesta of teams just going in from those two entrances. But once again, I mean, the BGMI gods, they titillate our senses and they leave us hanging then.
Well, it is a similar circle, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to end at the same place. It could be a little different this time around. Now, we're going to be focusing on Lipovka as Yoda Bot Squad are going to be running around, making sure they loot to their heart's content. Now, we did see them in the thick and thin of the action. They did manage to get a couple of knocks here and there. I mean, they did end the game with a decent amount of damage. However, they could not convert that into finishes.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably, one of those things that's probably going to sting you if you get eliminated early, of course, that being a very big if. But given Egyptian esports' playstyle, the way I saw them perform, I mean, they look like a very promising team, not gonna lie, right?
Ooh.
Everything about the textbook, but this...
I like this.
Yeah, this
well,
is...
it looks like Pochinki is their drop spot, but the question is, are they going to be tangoing this time around, or are they going to be running away from each other once again? Because that's what happened last time as well. They knew, each team knew that the other one was there, but they chose not to pick a fight with each other in Pochinki. Again, like Shadow likes saying, it's a little dicey because there's so many angles that can be set up, of course, with, players jumping up on the roofs. So, I wouldn't really blame them, but I definitely want to see some action. Now, where action could break out is going to be down south in Novorupnoy, because I do see a few teams. Oh, and just as I say it, the camera is going to be switching to the potential action. Kudos to production over there. Egyptian esports, the winners of last game, potentially going up against Raw official.
Not gonna lie, I know Ripnoy is probably one of those more unorthodox drop locations, but at the higher tier of plays, you do start seeing teams prioritize that, because if you look around it, you've got an easy rotation into the northern island. Usually people in their right minds don't drop towards Sosnovka. There's like one or two teams tops, and even then it's not something that you can't really deal with. As long as you get a couple of votes, you should be in good shape. But speaking of Raw official, well, they just want to get the hell out of here instead. They're not even going to be around to gatekeep teams in Novorupnoy.
Well, not gatekeep them as of now. Now, what they could be doing is they might actually want to get to the other side of the bridge, because, mind you, only a little bit of the Sosnovka military base is in the circle. And wait a second, action is going to break out this time around in Pochinki as Sky is going to put a Molotov on. Wait a second, Storm was caught in that radius, and, well, he gets taken down. I'm pretty sure the opposition was not expecting that as well, but now Tarung is going to be coming to the aid of his teammate with a few shots to keep them at bay. But can he reach him on time? He goes in, he jumps up on the box, he gets that revive in the nick of time, but now Not Sky is right outside.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. He's just playing with him. Butcher's like, you know what? He's got the entire view, and there you go. He's gonna be taken down as well. Team 4 rider pulls trouble out. Jupiter still starting strong. Can they find those flanks? No, they cannot. Not Drake. Well, he's aware about their positioning, and now he's gonna relay that information over to his team. Best decision they could have made. Tuck tail and run. Yes, it's embarrassing, but if you live long enough, maybe you'll see the dawn once again. And yeah, they will be able to survive. Or have I spoken too soon?
Well, definitely, as far as Sky is concerned, he's opened things up, and now it looks like Team 4i are going to be on the back foot as Drake is going to wrap himself around the right side of the house, but Rotex could be in a position to be devastating for him. A grenade does go off, glass does shatter, however, Drake is unfazed. Now grenades are going to come in as Darko is going to join the fun as well. Tarung is going to be taken out, and with the second follow-up grenade, well, he is going to be put 6 feet under. Now, we did call out Rotex just moments ago. Now, he does take one member from Not Out. He switches to his Uzi, almost gets another knock. Oh, that was so close. But over there, he drops down to the ground. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be enough. And, well, Not Butcher are going to come out victorious in this skirmish. 4 finishes to their names, and they almost lost a couple of members, but 4 players still alive and kicking.
Oh, but wait a second, look at the map real quick. While these guys are still licking and reeling from their wounds, there's another team closing in. That's Team 4TRX closing in on their position from behind them. They can't sit around and wait to heal up. They need to rotate out of here first, pronto. But do they know that there's another team right behind them? Oh no, Sky completely visible. I like the display of patience there. That's a red dot sight. It's not very accurate at that range. If it was an ACOG scope, completely different story, but it's not.
Also, you got to keep in mind that, you want to capitalize on your knocks. He wanted to make sure that he gets the finish as well. He's going to make sure his teammates are comfortable as well, because as of right now, I do see 2 of the members in the church, while the others are going to be coming around them as well. Now, a little bit of action did break out at the school as well between Imprint Esports and Team for the Win.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking about what was happening I'm gonna have to put that on hold over here, because Johnny, well, he is spotted one out, but now his partner's here and he's asking to open his mouth. There's a bunch of sugar in there, but okay, he turns around and he gets the finish himself. Johnny will get away with the sugar in his mouth, snickering and giggling all the way as Imprint Esports get away with murder.
Well, he does, but I was just wondering, what was the opponent doing over there, just running around without any gun, especially since you can hear all your opposition. He could be.
That's what you hear when you go into a game with a bunch of randoms. I was flanking, guys.
There you go. He was flanking, but now looks like not Butcher are going to have to go up against another team, and this time it is going to be the heavy hitters. It is SWK Esports. Now, we know these lads can put up a fight, and, well, not Butcher have shown us that they can do so as well, so this should be a good clash up over here, as Rashesh is going to make sure he gets as much information elsewhere. Looks like Team for the Win are still going to be hunted by the members of Imprint Esports.
Oh yeah, Team for the Win, not so much for the win anymore, as they're tucking the tail and running. 2 players trying to live, one already on half HP, and Imprint have them surrounded from all sides. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The only thing they have to their utility is their wits, and they can use them properly. They could maybe come up with a clutch over here. Oh, look at the due diligence coming in from him. Oh no! Oh no! He needs to get the hell out of it! No! Run! No! I mean,
he's still there. He's still there. He hasn't gone up. The kill feed isn't saying anything.
He is the nade. What a champion!
One lucky guy over there. I mean, he must have made a few adjustments, or he must have been praying to a superior power elsewhere. Looks like Egyptian Esports are in trouble. We do finally have some bridge action breaking out. Now, we did think it's going to be a different team that's going to gatekeep them, but it is going to be the Russian Spetsnaz officials who are dishing out all that damage. Now, it does seem like Egyptian Esports are only holding on by a thread as one of the members is alive. Looks like a revive has come in, but IGL is going to be taken down through the smoke as well, and now the push comes in. Zero is going to go around. A little bit of a mistake, and he plunges down to the frigid waters.
Yeah, now an even 3v3, but if they can finish it off, they can still have the upper foot over here. Team Spetsnaz, blood in the water. They're going to go forward. Smoke's dissipating as of now. No longer, they just don't have cover available any longer. So Team Egyptian Esports, they need to get the hell back towards safety.
You know what Prince can do? He can take their vehicle and skedaddle out. Oh, okay.
Or run them over.
He does have another vehicle standing by. Well, running them over could be a bit tricky with 3 guns trained at you, but now a grenade could be devastating. It is thrown in between all the members. He does get Karnas. Karnas brought down doing these. Switches to the AKM. Is going to rattle off a few shots. Prince is going to go to the right. He does have the ADS. Maybe you want to have the hip fire on. Gets the M4 round. He knows he's going to need that rate of fire, but it is going to be a little bit too much for him, as 3 guns are always going to do a bit more damage than 1. Valiant effort, but this time around, the winners of the last game out in the 14th position.
Yeah, I mean, much like Atlas, the whole world on his shoulders. Unfortunately, he cannot stay standing. Just gets eliminated there. A bit of a goof up by Spetsnaz, which was hilarious to watch, not gonna lie. But at the end of the day, Egyptian officials being out of the game means that top spot, it is up for the grabs. I mean, this is what we talked about. Once again, the false sense of security coming in. Overconfidence, the slow and insidious killer.
Well,
much like cancer.
Let's not bring that up right now. I mean, we don't want to have a dampener on our day, but yes, you are right. Now, the thing is, Spetsnaz, I was expecting Egyptian Esports to get away a little bit quicker because, I was having a look at the map, and they, in fact, stopped to take a fight with Spetsnaz, but of course it did not work out in their favor. Now, elsewhere, on the other side of the world in Erangel, we do have a couple of teams getting ready to face off against one another. Now, one of them, of course, are the big boys, the Bot Squad. A lot of mythology behind them. Let's see if that is going to help them round. And it looks like they are in a comfortable position. But again, that particular compound is it's kind of jinxed because you have all this high ground all around you.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to be knocked out from afar.
Absolutely. I mean, you can just throw so many nades in that general direction.
Oh, yeah.
And they could easily just land. But once again, just it's sort of a double whammy, right? Like, sure, you've got yourself a great compound and a great position to hold on, but there's no one coming in from the east. So it's kind of like pointless to hold on to that place and look in that direction.
Well, you said no one's coming in from the east. Someone is going to be coming in from the east, and that is going to be the members of Cyback's officials, as they are going to be driving past. Of course, the sound cues are going to be given away, and looks like the Bot Squad did see something moving in the distance. They have let loose a few shots, and well, TCE are going to be at the receiving end of things as Show is frantically trying to get out of harm's way and get back to his teammates. Question is, can he do it? Yes, he can.
Oh yeah, great stuff once again. I mean, converting all those knocks into finishes once more. TCE though, still sort of reeling and licking their wounds at the moment. Trying to patch themselves back up. But once again, all teams very, very happy with their positioning, just waiting for the circle to show up next. And my goodness, the density of teams towards the center, it's starting to make me a little bit tense because we are once again headed towards that extremely chaotic late game. 52 players alive. You know, a much better affair compared to last game, not gonna lie. So we are making progress over here. But yeah, there you go. 2 airdrops in the middle as well. And the circle will shift towards the center.
Alrighty, I'm pretty sure Shadow is going to be happy with this. She always loves the school circle, especially around those apartments. That very well could be the case over here, as we do see SVK Esports making sure they get the high ground in Pachinki. And, well, we kind of left them over here quite some time ago, and they are still at it. Of course, it did look like they had a temporary truce, a little bit of a stalemate, but for now, things are starting to heat up as Darko is going to make sure he pops a grenade, maybe just to confuse the enemy as he jumps out and is going to reposition himself. Now the question is, since they are outside the circle, oh, that is not a sight you want to see. Offbeat is going to be on fire and not the kind you want to be on. He does get taken down, but it looks like Groot is going to be on hand for the pickup.
I mean, well, you know, this is, I respect his courage. It takes a lot of cojones to experiment in such situations. Can I out-heal the Molotov? Let's find out. And no consequences because, you know, they got a fair amount of bandages. So, well, they get away scot-free, but still. That's going to be some time wasted and potentially could come back to bite them later when they want to rotate in and get gate kept.
The only thing is, the problem for both these teams, they are 400 meters outside the play zone. And, well, the blue is slowly but steadily creeping in. Looks like we might just see an opening over here. Lucifer is high up on that roof. But again, if you can see the enemy, chances are the enemy can see you as well. But looks like SVK are going to be making the move. They know exactly where Sky is. Groot is trying to convey as much information as he can to his teammates, but not Butcher aren't, well, to be trifled with because they seem ready. They are ready for something, and talking about ready, Drake is going to open up as the devil himself is brought down to his knees.
Oh yeah, there you go. Groot now going to be taking the action into his own hands with the UMP. Does he get one knock? Yes, he does. Not Drake on his knees, still throwing about. He doesn't know where Darko is though, and Darko could create a lot of trouble for him. He's trying not to push. He's waiting for his teammates to come in from the flank, but now the blue is starting to close in, and that is also something you need to account for. Two members on the ground, a fair 2v2 fight, but in the end it is not going to be the side of Not Butchers who have the edge, or is it? Well, Not Butchers, they could end up still clutching this one out. Darko's still standing strong. In the meantime, it's actually going to be Groot from SDK standing. He will get that knock, make it a 1v1 for himself. That's what it comes down to in the end.
It does come down to that, but looks like Sky is still holding on. The blue zone is going damage, and of course you need to bandage yourself up because that is all she wrote. Now Darko is going to be the last man standing for his team. Can Groot get a revive over here? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That is a bit too late, but he does get there in the nick of time now. As soon as he gets back on his feet, he's going to make sure he bandages himself, because we've
Yes.
seen in the past as well that has been pretty much what led to the demise of a lot of players.
Absolutely, it is their kryptonite, and hopefully this time around they're going to keep it in mind, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're healing the hell up. But still, this is like a stalemate. You know, it's a bit of a ceasefire for the moment, and then there's going to be action again. Look at that, grenades being lobbed in. This is bad for both of these teams, and because there's no vehicle around them, they can't really rotate out. Now you can see Not just sort of considering rotating the hell out of here, and Not Darko. Well, I mean, Sky is okay for the time being, and so is Not Darko. He's got the bandages, but can he heal in time? No! Oh, no, Lucifer's gonna bite the dust, and one of the other players from Not Butcher's also gonna bite the dust, leaving only Darko by himself, lonely, cold, and afraid.
You know, this is what we were exactly worried about. We did say that they are 400 meters away, the Blues coming in, and, well, both teams are going to pay a heavy, heavy price. Only one man each is going to be walking away alive from Pachinki. Elsewhere, it does look like Cyback's official has spotted Yo, the bot squad moving the distance. A few shots were rattled off. However, they are going to be giving precedence to the next circle since they are just a little bit out now. Ooh, I like this. Lons over here, he realized that someone was nearby. Now his focus is going to be on the hill above, giving his position away. This is when Team 5, Raw Official, could capitalize and catch him off guard.
Yeah, I mean, he was just so eager, his finger itching. He was zoomed in, like, focus. I mean, he just wants to get that finish off, but now he doesn't even get that knock. Now they know where they are. Now he has to go all the way around, so, I mean, just a big, big loss for them. RA official in the meantime just holding on, but look at Brothers official, the other official team over here trying to take out another official team, that is Cyback's official, trying to see who is more official over here in the mix. Brothers, with all 4 players still standing, have a choice to make, and that choice is going to be to rotate out instead. Are they actually in? I think they're in the circle. They don't have to be worried about being in the circle, so they can take this fight. What are they trying to do over here?
They're in the circle, and the best thing is they are in the apartment. So, you know, a lot of teams can call it their home, well, with the other teams nearby as well. Elsewhere, Mr. Hustler YT has something in his hands that I do like. It is going to be a Thor 98 with an 8 times. But for now, Akshu from Team 40RX has spotted the enemy in the distance. He knows he's on a sliver of HP behind the tree. He is going to try and zig and zag his way towards the opponent. Switches to the UMP. He knows it's going to be a CQB situation. Well, it's easy because the opponent was already knocked out. Ranger is going to be taken out from this game, which means his team is going to be down 1 more member. Elsewhere, Cyback's official finally succumbing to their injuries. They are out in the 12th position while we join Yodha, who have made their way to a couple of airdrops. I do see the ghillie suit coming out. Is it going to be helpful later on, though?
Yeah, I mean, that ghillie suit... Oh, okay, I'm not too sure.
Hiding in a shack and a shot comes through, that is definitely going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, well, you better, look out, otherwise his head's going to be blown clean off of his shoulders. But in the meantime, going to turn our attention elsewhere as we see teams being fairly scattered towards the south, and then there's going to be some action breaking up. But now Imprint Esports right towards the center want this real estate for themselves as they turn their attention towards the Yodhas, who's still standing strong, mind you. But Team 40RX, well, they've got plans of their own. Try and bounce on Team TCE, and Team TCE not really seems... won't really seem to be ready for that sort of aggression.
Team 40RX, they've got a good command on the situation over here. They have that gradual slope all to themselves, and, well, they are dishing down damage down below. Elsewhere,
wow, that circle shift.
Raw Official is going to be on the move, but the circle has taken a little bit of a shift towards the northwest, which isn't going to be too problematic, as, again, like I said, we still have the apartment buildings in play, which means there's a lot of cover, but it's problematic because that car is dangerously smoking. And, well, a few more bullets could be the nail in the coffin, or even if you bang a tree a bit too hard. Lucky for them, that is not the case right now. And just as I say that, that vehicle does go boom. Fortunately for them, Mania could not do it quick enough. And, well, no knocks coming in at this point.
Our timing has been impeccable throughout the series. Every single time we praise someone, the BGMI gods like, yeah, you figure, well, go figure. Beat it. And all of a sudden, it just gets flipped over its head. But if you had a look at the circle a little bit earlier on, you would have noticed that 07 actually have the best possible positioning that they could have. They are on the high ground, they've got the compound, and they're going to have all the visibility in the world to work with. So they are in the position that Egypt officials were in the first game.
Well, 07 are going to be comfortable in the school, but right now the battle is going to be raging on the slopes to the south. As Spetsnaz official are going to be in a world of trouble. Twitch has gone down, another member goes down, which means they are only going to be survived by one man as Matrix from Yodha spots the enemy in the distance. Let's lose a few shots. However, none of them are going to connect. Now Harsh sees his fallen prey in front of him, and of course, before he puts the final nail in the coffin, he's going to make sure he reloads his weapon to full. Spots out Zero. Let's lose a few shots. Oh, that was dangerous. He basically gave his position away and was almost obliterated by a stray grenade that found its way to his position.
Yeah, and not Butcher in the meantime get eliminated on the side of 07 Esports, but Spetsnaz and Imprint and a lot of these other teams going to be having a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-way Mexican standoff in the center. Because that's the number of teams. I mean, except for 07
Maybe we should just coin a new term for that.
Yeah, the 8-man standoff. What do you call it? An octa standoff? An octa off?
Well, an octa off could be something, but again, that's why I put you on the spot. I mean, I didn't come up with that, but for now,
all those language skills
Bot Squad, yes sir, Yodha Bot Squad, still a 4-man squad, despite taking the brunt of the action from a lot of teams, and well, it has worked out for them thus far. Final 10 teams in the game, 29 people still alive, and of course, we are still going to have a lot of grenades being launched at each other. Elsewhere move, that's for the enemy. He tries to jump, CR7. I know that he can jump really high, however, it isn't going to be quicker than a bullet, and with that, another team is going to bite the dust, and looks like someone else could be joining them shortly after. There you have it, spray log goes down, and with that, 40 are out of this game in the 9th position.
Oh yeah, I mean, still 8 teams live. Once again, it's the same chaotic situation in Game 1. 5th circle, 27 players, 8 teams. Who's going to take it? Well, we're about to find out. I can tell you who is unlikely to take it. Those Spetsnaz officials with 1 player down, and TC, which is 2 players standing, are going to be in some trouble. But everyone else, well, they've got the players up and running. But in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at Imprint Esports. They are turning their attention towards the Yothas, who have lost one of their members. They have been knocked down and they're out of commission for the time being, but Johnny peeks his head out, gets shot, his helmet keeping him safe for the time being, but now it is done for, and if you land a headshot on him, it's going to do a significant amount of damage. But even though you're the Bot Squad, they do have a higher ground, they do have their backs against the blue zone, they are coming under fire from every single team in the vicinity, and now Khan is going to join them as well as he lays down lead from that left flank. That could be dangerous for Yodha as they are only survived by 1 man right now, and sooner or later that smoke is going to disappear, and well, his position is going to be given away, but it looks like they are still keeping their ground. They are still holding on to a sliver of hope as now Max are going to be moving in. Team Falcon, the esports, taking the fight to the apartments, but they are going to be caught in the crossfire as TCE tries to get the knock. Unfortunately, he gets taken down instead. Absolutely everything down to this man on the screen. Show YT, and oh my god, look at that grenade being prepped up. Goodbye.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He knew it. He just hugged the corner. He's like, you know what? Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
I'm not budging from my position.
Absolutely. It's one of those situations where you just gotta take it like a man and take it on the chin, and that's what he did. Not gonna be able to survive much longer though, because 07 Esports, they will be getting credit for those finishes. The brothers officials could be in a bit of trouble right now. There are a couple of players surrounding them on that position. Look at 07 Esports. You're talking about them earlier. They had the high ground and they're making full use of it. Not really going down just yet. Everyone else right below them, and lots of teams being caught in awkward situations over here. Imprint Esports knockout for them. They're gonna be using a vehicle, and in the meantime, brothers official, well, their compound is under assault. Couple of grenades being lobbed in, and TCE, well, they try to take the fight to them, instead get manhandled, and there's not even a scratch on them. I mean, Sam, yeah, he lost a little bit of HP, but that's okay.
Although TCE was a 2-man squad, they didn't really do anything to put a dent in Brothers Official over here, who have managed to secure 8 finishes for themselves. Final 5 teams, and now they are still not done as DSKY does spot 07 Esports in the distance. Now, they do have that wall to take cover behind, but the thing is, the circle might force them out. In fact, we are going to find out in a few seconds whether 07 are going to have to move out or whether all the other teams are going to have to come towards them. But it looks like Moskov does spot the enemy in the distance as Raw Official are going to lose yet another member as Ayush is going to be put 6 feet under. Now, let me tell you one thing. Well, there you have it. 07 are going to be forced out. They did just pop their heads over the wall, and, well, they got shot down.
Absolutely. I mean, they peeked out, they saw what was there, they got bonked, and they're like, well, not again. And they're just going to be ducking and covering in the meantime. They've got a nice layer of cover behind that wall, but soon enough, they're going to be running out of that as well. I have to say, the RNG in favor of... Wait, what? Okay, that looked a little bit awkward on our screens, but we probably had a clear line of sight over there. Just Sam could all that coming through. But yeah, 07 Esports, they've got Phoenix still standing strong. And well, I mean, 3 of the players are still standing strong. The revive is going to come through as well, but they need to heal up, and they don't have a lot of time remaining. Just 6 seconds before the zone starts closing in.
Now, before the zone does start closing in, the lucky thing for 07 is that they still they're the only team which has a little bit of cover, but the question is for how much longer, because if the circle moves away from them, if it goes down further south, it could be problematic elsewhere. Addy is trying to lay down some lead. Unfortunately, he gets taken down by DSKY as Brothers Official again on a tear, on a rampage, and now, you know what? They've had enough. They are going to move out of their little soft spot. Of course, the circle is going to force them to, and now they're going to be taking the fight to 07 Esports. 07 Esports, sooner or later, are going to come under fire from a lot of teams. But have a look at that. Brothers Officials, they do have a good position. Grenades are going to be lobbed. Ooh, that one falling just a little bit short. Had it been on the other side of the wall, it would have been problematic for 07.
Yeah, now 07, the only option they really have is to try to drop a couple of smokes. Maybe contest the side of Brothers Official, or on the other hand, use grenades to smoke out Brothers Official. But Brothers Official in the meantime will be cleaning out the Yotas. The Yota bot squad has been eliminated, leaving Raw
They held
Official.
on for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they held on like they were clutching onto a singular straw in the middle of the deep dark ocean. But 07 Esports and Brothers Official, both with the 4-man squads, have the best chances of winning over here. Although Brothers Official, they are taking a bunch of fire over here. There's just explosions all around them, with now flashbacks coming in for them as they try and survive this one. Oh my god, it looks like 07 and Imprint Esports both are dishing it out to them.
It's like they're playing catch the hot potato because both teams are flinging grenades at one another. Now, they do have the numerical advantage. However, Imprint Esports have been quiet, and now they are finally going to be roaring as Manya throws a perfectly timed grenade, and Jothin is going to be taken down. The follow-up grenade comes in, does a lot of damage. However, it is not going to be the result that he was expecting. Now, Imprint's position is going to be known, but they've got to be careful because Brothers Official could be a thorn in their side. But again, for now, it's finally happened. 07 are going to have to move out into open terrain.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I don't know if they've got the utility for this. They were playing very, very disciplined. I noticed the fact that they had grenades, but they didn't use it right away. They knew this aggression was going to die down from Brothers Official. So instead, they were holding on to their utility. Now is the time they start dropping those smokes. Now is the time they start moving out for cover. And there you go, the coordination, the smokes being thrown in, trying to get around the side of Imprint Esports and Brothers Official. Okay. Razor, he's trying to be a little bit sneaky over here. Can he actually be sneaky? No, he cannot. Brothers Official are getting completely bombarded with bullets. They get spotted, they get cleaned up. Oh, 7, it is not your day. They are decimated, leaving only Imprint Esports in a 2v4 room, hoping to third party this. But in one fell swoop, they just eliminate everyone. And now Imprint Esports are like, well, there goes our plan. It's out the window.
Well, the moment they were forced out, well, things went down south for them. But now Brothers Officials are going to go up against a 2-man. Imprint, looks like the revive is going to come in. Their position is given away. However, what's working in favor for Imprint Esports is this little ridge.
Wow,
this little gradual slope that's going to be going down. And let's see if they're going to do something. A pan are going to be flying. I mean, basically they are taunting them, but the taunt is not going to be received well as Johnny is going to put a few bullets in him. Take him down. Manya, in fact, gets yet another knock. Now it is going to be even Steven. This could be problematic, but no. Johnny is going to burn, and Buster is going to hit the deck again. Manya could be in a good position to lay down some fire. Manya does. That is going to be yet another knock. It is all down to a one-on-one situation. And again, all odds, it is going to be Manya who seals victory for... Wait a second, was this Brother Officials or was it Imprint who won?
Wait, what?
I think it was Imprint. It could be Brothers Official. It could be anyone. It was too close to call. We are going to have to wait for the replays. What do you think at home? Who do you think won it? What a play by Manya. Wow.
Yeah, regardless of the win or loss, 3 picks all by
Wow.
himself. Look at the patience coming in
And
from
it
that
all
man.
started with that little taunt, that little pan throw. They were like, hey, we did not receive that well. They
Oh, yeah.
just pretty much obliterated them. I don't know. I'm having a look at the screen. It does say Brothers Official might have just snatched victory over there. It all
man.
came down to the last bullet.
Oh man, yeah, if they were so low on HP, it was an even fight. I mean, if Johnny did not catch that molly and he was actually on the side a little bit
Wow.
more, they could have won that. But in the end, as much as I love the performance, it's not gonna translate into any points because he didn't finish him off.
My heart's beating at a rate that I haven't felt in quite some time. I mean, the adrenaline is definitely kicking in. That is the way you end a day of BGMI action. But again, I definitely want to see that replay. That is something I want to see. I want it to be broken down. I want it to be slow-mo. I want it to go frame by frame because, well, we're not going to have to wait any further. We are going to have the replays coming up on our screens, the highlights from the game. You want to make sure you stick till the very end.
There you go. My goodness, those highlights. I'm waiting for them. And it all started off with this, Not Butcher just roasting one of those 4i members to a crisp. Storm not going to be feeling too good about that one. And the way they played this one was absolutely beautiful, just baiting it out. And yeah, in the end, Not Butchers, they had to tuck tail and run, if I remember correctly. Two of the players decided it's much better to, just stay alive and get the hell out of Dodge. And that's exactly what they did.
It's like, when plan A doesn't work as far as finishes go, you got to go to plan B, and plan B, of course, are placement points. Now, this was a little bit of a hiccup because, of course, Johnny was not expecting to see an enemy running around without a gun in front of him, but he did make the best of it. A grenade coming in, almost a team knock coming in as well. Now, have a look at this. We saw this. I was telling you, Egyptians, they stopped, but they paid a heavy price. In fact, they were the first who got a knock on Spetsnaz, but boy, oh boy, Spetsnaz did good. And Zero, bye-bye. You ain't doing anything. You are going down for a swim.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, I actually don't think Egyptian caught that. They did not see him going down. So in their minds, they probably were still afraid of that flag coming in. And the rest of Spetsnaz just capitalized on the opportunity. Like, you know what, whatever, we're just going to go in and take the fight 3v3, I guess. We got one knock, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, this, I mean, being perfectly blunt, is just Egyptian getting greedy. This is nothing else but that.
Also, I like the fact that, although Spetsnaz Zero was down below, he still was under the bridge, expecting that maybe Prince could have jumped down and he would have shot him over there. So, good thinking on his part. But of course, we did see a lot of action in Pachinki this time around. Yeah. I know you're going to be a happy man. And, well, Not Butcher did a good job.
Perfect end to the day, by the way.
But there you go, perfect end to the day. However, both the teams, Not Butcher and SBK, spent way too much time out in the blue, as a result of which only one man survived Pachinki from each team.
Absolutely, I mean, that's what I said, right? There's no vehicles around. They were just sort of fighting this war, and in the end, no one really won. They both ended up losing. They might as well just held hands and got the hell out of there together. But yeah, at the end of the day, it really ended up hurting SVK more because they had a lot more to lose. They were the ones in the first place spot with those high number of finishes. Yeah, it was a margin of 1 point, but even then, that margin still really matters. Now, that top 4 spot, it could be in jeopardy. I'm sure they're still in the top 8 though. I mean, I have a feeling that they should be able to remain there courtesy of their performance here, but I could be wrong.
I am listening to you and I'm trying my best to keep up, but my mind is just focused on one thing. Now, of course, we do have all these replays in front of us. Have a look at how everyone is finishing everyone off. I just want to see the end. I want it to be broken down beautifully. But before that, I did like this push coming in over here when Team Falcon Esports, they were trying to do something. However, they couldn't alight from the vehicles at the right time, and one grenade did them in, as a result of which they were out already. Let's start slowing down a bit. Let's slow it down a bit. The time is coming. Now, we know that 07 Esports, this game was theirs up until the very end, until, they were forced to move out from that little fortification. And Imprint Esports, again, have a look at this. When you see situations like this where two of the members are cut down and they're only survived by 2 members, you said it's going to be one of the other teams because they had the numerical advantage. Well, they proved you wrong. Alrighty, I'm going to zip it because it is now time to see who won. Now, 07 were completely decimated over it.
Yeah, this was, I mean, the plan was right. The execution was off about it. Lots of gaps on those smokes there.
Already. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. You all know what's happened, so we're not going to be bringing this up right now. 07 completely getting surrounded and demolished, but now This is where it all began. That Molotov was perfect as Johnny was burned to a crisp, and now Manya gets 1, gets 2. We think it's all over. Gets 3. Now this is the final shot. I want to have a look. Sam is already burning. Is
Oh, it's
Buster.
Buster.
Oh, Buster does
Oh
get
my
the shot.
God.
There you have it. It all came down to that final shot. Each member, each man had a sliver of HP, and well, the one who connected first, the one with the higher muzzle velocity, won over here. And let's see what's that done to the point standards, because it looks like the brothers officials, they're walking away with the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, this was so close to the chest. 30 total points, 15 placement, 15 finish points. Imprint Esports right there in second place. Completely deserve it with 21 total points to their name. I mean, they could have had more if they got those finishes, but my goodness, just getting second place in that position was already tough as crap. And 07 Esports, I mean, they blundered. Just gonna put it straight. Those smokes had a couple of gaps in them.
Well, they did have a couple of gaps, and it did come to bite them in the backside later on. But let me tell you one thing. We've seen some amazing clutch plays today.
Yeah.
I mean, hats off to Imprint Esports over here. Manya, of course, almost getting the quadruple knocks and getting a squad wipe. Essentially, he gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. But it was Buster who put a dent in his plans and, well, secured the chicken dinner for himself.
Now, if I'm not wrong, I think Buster might have also been revived there towards the end because he was that low. He probably didn't heal up himself, but could be wrong, you know, could still be wrong. But I would just want to have a look at who the MVP is. We all know who the MVP is in the heart of hearts, but let's see what iQOO thinks.
Well, iQOO thinks the iQOO MVP should be Simon, and of course, Brothers Official, they were dishing out so much damage that it was hard to keep track of. Simon, of course, finishing with 6 finishes and 880 points of damage.
Oh yeah, I mean, great performance by Simon. Brothers Official, of course, you know, taking the W over here, getting the chicken dinner as well. But it's not just Simon, I'm sure his teammates are also there. So let's have a look at the top 5 and see if his teammates also had as much impact as he did. I imagine there should be a couple of them in there. And okay, Imprint Johnny, okay, he is in there. You know, the man who was being the naughty shenanigans, doing all that crazy stuff early on. Well, 5 finishes, 672 damage, 1 assist, 1 headshot. But Buster in 5th place, in 3rd place with 5 finishes. And I think he deserves some of that because he clutched it out towards the end, almost saved his team a heart attack in that 4v2. Can you imagine the comms on the side of Brothers Official?
All the backseat driving, I can just imagine that now. Of course, you were talking about heart attacks. Buster might have been having a little bit of a heart attack as well. But now let's have a look at the figures and numbers from this game. We've had 81 grenades used in this round, out of which 7 resulted in finishes.
Oh yes, 7 grenade finishes is a high number. And I have to say, you know, the number of grenades being used this time around, just a stark contrast from what we've been seeing all day. Usually, it's been close to that 50 to 60 number, but this time around, a lot of these teams prioritizing smokes and frags a lot more. Speaking of that, I mean, 07 Esports, they really tried, but it seems that they were kind of boned in that situation, right? Because on one hand, of course, you have the blue, and they were saving the smokes. Like, they had the right ideas as well up until the very end. It's just that those smokes weren't as coordinated as they could have been.
Also, the fact that, you know, they were going up against 2 teams. They set up a crossfire. They really couldn't do anything. But let's have a look at the finish and damage performance chart on our screens. And, well, 3 teams are going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else. Imprint, Brothers Official, and I do believe the last team is going to be the boys from Spetsnaz Official.
Yeah, Spetsnaz Official, that's actually quite surprising for me because they ended up getting eliminated very early on.
I think they got out in the 7th or maybe the 8th position. However, those 11 finishes means they are definitely going to be climbing up the ranks, and they might just make it to the next round.
Absolutely. They finished in 8th place, so they only get 2 placement points for themselves. Everything else, though, all just a couple of finishes for them, and well, you know what does give you points consistently? It's, of course, placements, but finishes, if you are aggressive enough and you're getting all these finishes, then yeah, you're going to get those points as well.
There you have it, the top 4 squads on your screens now. Brothers Officials getting the job done with that chicken dinner. Imprint, a well-deserved second. 07, maybe a little bit of a hiccup at the end over there. Had they possibly, you know, come out rushing from that little fortification a bit earlier, it could have panned out a little different. Again,
Yep.
coulda, woulda, shoulda, and of course, Spetsnaz official, they had a heavy hitting game in this round.
Oh, yeah.
11 finishes, and I do believe they went out in the 7th position.
Oh, 7th position, so that's actually more placement points for them. Kudos to them, but yeah, I have to say still, at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, it just seems like Brothers Official, they were a little bit too cocky. They learned their lesson, and they're going to be humble starting this point on.
Oh,
They're not going to be
absolutely.
throwing pants like the way they did.
You know, and that goes to show that even though you might have the numerical advantage, numbers don't really make up for much. It all comes down to skill, maybe a bit of RNG, maybe a bit of luck,
bit of
lady luck on your side.
Sprinkled on top.
But I mean, one thing you never do. You never taunt your enemy without knowing who the enemy is because, well, they were pretty much wiped off the face of Erangel. And Buster, like you said, the comms must have been frantic. But
Yeah.
he is definitely going to be the man of the moment.
Absolutely. I think everyone's, just going to be giving Buster their piece of the chicken dinner tonight, being like, alright,
Oh, he gets the extra nuggets. He gets extra chicken tonight.
Absolutely, man, because he absolutely deserved it. But I think with this, I think we come to an end. This is about it.
We do come to an end, but of course it's just the end of day 3. We still have one more day of high-intensity BGMI action in store for you. That is going to be taking place tomorrow. Now remember, we are going to take a little bit of a breather after that before week 2 starts, which means you better be marking your calendars. But of course, from all of us here, it is Floki and I. We've had a wonderful time. Hope you did as well. We are going to see you tomorrow. Good night and bye-bye.
Are you ready for this?
Check this out.